Well, good morning and welcome to Cheltenham on the second day of this championship match against Hampshire. I'm pleased to say that the forecast last night doesn't look to have been accurate. We have had some rain. Also, obviously, there was rain yesterday which caused an early closure to the day, but all the covers have been removed. The players have had a net, albeit a little later than planned this morning, and we are going to start at 11 o'clock. Morning, Ed.
Morning, Ian. Yeah, it looks as though the rain, which was filtering up from the southeast, is kind of filtering out itself. So it looks as though we should be in for a full day's play, and the weather for the next couple of days looks good as well. So I think it feels like we're going to see a result either way in this game, which is exciting. It has to be said. Admittedly, a draw, assuming Gloucestershire pick up one more point and Hampshire don't pick up full batting and bowling points, would be enough for Gloucestershire to go through. But at the same time, you want to see good competitive cricket at the festival, and it looks as though that's what we're going to get.
And we certainly had that yesterday. 2 sessions and 2 overs we had, and because of the time lost yesterday, we're going to have, weather permitting today, 3 sessions of 2 hours and 10 minutes. So start at 11, lunch at 1:10, and tea at 4 o'clock with a 6:30 finish. But 214 for 6 was what Gloucestershire managed yesterday after winning the toss, and this is how they did it.
Gloucestershire wobble before rain curtails play. Hampshire and Gloucestershire both found themselves in dominant positions in their round 10 clashes, but only the side from the West Country could turn that into victory, leaving the summit of Group 2 incredibly tight, with just 11 points separating the top 3. Both sides were chasing Division 1 qualification, and it would be the hosts who made their way to the middle with bats in hand. Hammond and Scott looked solid early on, and they patiently played their way to a 50-run partnership after a little more than an hour together. Enter Colin de Grandhomme. So destructive with the bat last week, he produced with the ball this time round. Scott trapped in front for 17. James Bracey couldn't help his side. He got a good one from Wheel to depart for a duck. And there was another for de Grandhomme with the score still shy of 100 runs. Hammond caught behind for 31, the hosts starting to wobble. Lace and Phillips denied them any more breakthroughs though, playing their way through to lunch with the score 81 for 3. Gloucestershire ticked off 3 figures after the break, when Crane was crunched for 6 by Phillips. But with 3 figures came a 4th wicket. Abbott the man to take it, Lace the man to depart, out LBW for 19. Higgins looked like he might be able to stick with Phillips, the pair closing on 150, but the all-rounder could only add 25 before Crane found a way through his defences. Phillips and Taylor responded by trading 6s, the number 5's maximum taking his side to 150 runs. The number 5 looked set for a 50, but would fall just short. 47 to his name when Wheel had him caught by de Grandhomme at slip. Ollie Price stuck with Taylor and the pair stopped the rot, and they took the score up past 200 runs. Both men would still be there at the break, the score 213 for 6 at tea, and Hampshire just edging it after 2 sessions. Dark clouds converged over Cheltenham College during the break, and the heavens opened. The weather refused to move on, and that was that for the first day of play. This fascinating tussle put on hold before it all kicks off again, delicately poised on day 2.
So that's the scene then at Cheltenham this morning. 214 for 6 Gloucestershire. Jack Taylor 34 not out, Ollie Price 18 not out. So there are 14 overs until the second new ball. Gloucestershire would love to get to 250 in that 14 overs, wouldn't they?
Certainly would, yeah, and it'd be interesting to see who Hampshire open up with. You'd have to imagine Abbott and Barker would be saved for the new ball, given that there's that length of time until there's not time for them to have a burst and then come back for that second new ball. So you'd probably guess de Grandhomme would be one of the two to bowl, having bowled 14 overs, 8 maidens, 2 for 21 yesterday, and got the opening wicket of George Scott as well as Miles Hammond, as you saw on the highlights. And then it's a question of who else they decide to go with. They could decide to go Wheel, who also bowled well yesterday. He was aggressive. A few short deliveries to Jack Taylor. They might think about having that, seeing as that was where they decided to go early on to Jack Taylor yesterday. Mason Crane might be the other option, but I think you're probably right. De Grandhomme and Wheel to open up most likely.
And just a reminder that it was 2 wickets to Wheel, 2 to De Grandhomme, 1 to Crane and 1 to Abbott yesterday. I did discuss with one of our colleagues on the way in. Gloucestershire obviously went quite hard, aggressively in terms of the way they batted yesterday. Is that, do you think, because there was a feeling from the dressing room, maybe that right, there's going to be a ball out here with my name on it sooner or later, so I may as well, rather than prod and push around for 40 minutes, try and play positively and get what I can until that ball arrives?
Yeah, it could be that. Yeah, I almost wondered whether there was a discussion to say, right, Hampshire are the team under pressure here, which is what Gloucestershire would be saying. Of course, well, whether that's actually true or not, who knows, but that's what Gloucestershire would probably be saying, and therefore, let's try and put them under pressure. Let's come out aggressively, positively, and do all we can to make sure that they are the side that feels as if the game is moving against them. Now that they did lose 6 wickets in the process of doing that, and at times they did have to play circumspectly, but I think when the balance between aggression and defence was found, Gloucestershire batted quite well, but then, as does happen, there were some rash shots mixed in with, it has to be said also, some very good bowling from Hampshire. They're not to be underestimated as bowling attack.
So it looks like De Grandhomme from the Chapel end. We've not mentioned Ian Holland either. He might be an option from the College Lawn end, perhaps initially.
Perhaps. I just think that they would, particularly with Jack Taylor in, they might just like how Wheel was bowling to him yesterday evening.
Yeah. And it's not as if they've only got effectively 2 very clear new ball bowlers and then 2 support seamers. They've got 3 in their seam attack, you justifiably say are front line, and De Grandhomme is no mean fourth either. Here he is, to the first ball of the day to Ollie Price, and both batsmen batting in sweaters, a little bit breezy. I may have gone a bit light without a jacket at the moment, but that may change. Just the one slip in, Joe Weatherly. Allsop, I think, is in the gully, as he was for most of yesterday. It's sort of high cloud, but still quite overcast. And De Grandhomme trots in, and Price going to get back into that zone he was in yesterday, concentration-wise. Batted for 45 minutes, just over 45 minutes yesterday, and looks to be somebody who can apply himself really well. I guess his technique might get found out, but concentration-wise, he just seemed to have temperament and all those words that coaches use about young players coming into this level of the game and not being overawed by it. He doesn't look overawed by it.
No, certainly not.
And the first over of the morning started on time here at the college ground. Again, Price defends, and fielded by Keith Barker, who I'm sure we will see shortly, but not immediately. So Prest is at forward square leg on the single. People gradually filtering in, and De Grandhomme into Price, who would stop off his own bowling. Umpires Paul Pollard and Rob White. Certainly when I arrived, we were talking to the ground staff about the area between what I'll call the college square and the area that runs down to the scoreboard on the Sanford Road side of the ground. That appeared to be the one that they thought was the wettest, and I say that in context, but even then the ground staff have done really well with either a water hog or with the other covers and smaller bits of kit to dry it up sufficiently for us to start. Maiden from De Grandhomme, 214 for 6.
Yeah, they were weighing down the covers for the college square with cans of sand, which was quite fun to look at. But it seems as though very much the covers have done their jobs when they've been needed at the festival. They have been needed a couple of times, but also both evenings, and I think it was the evening of day 2 in the Middlesex match where there was supposed to be a lot of overnight rain, and you thought, are they going to start on time the next day? But both times where there's been that in the forecast, they haven't had as much rain as forecast. There's an good delivery from Kyle Abbott to start things off, which beats Jack Taylor, who came lunging forward at it but could not get to it. So was neither Brad Wheel nor Mason Crane nor Ian Holland, but Kyle Abbott to start things off from the college lawn end, and that's looked like that has moved away from Jack Taylor, which, considering this ball is now in its 68th over, is interesting to see. Abbott bowls, and Jack Taylor punches this one, and a very stiff-looking dive to his right. It has to be said from Keith Barker, but then, to be fair to him, it's a long way down from Barker up at mid-off. But the ball wasn't travelling particularly quickly, and the whole thing almost seemed to happen in slower motion than
he went down in instalments there, didn't he, Keith Barker?
But he stopped it with his right hand. Definitely a fast bowler's piece of fielding. Here goes Abbott and bowls, and Jack Taylor plays that one off the inside edge. Dribbles behind square on the leg side, won't pick up a run.
We'll be polite to Keith and say that he's not in the side for his fielding. He's a very, as you said yesterday many times, he's a very good operator in one of the best attacks in the country. He's a handy bat. You kind of accept his fielding is what it is.
Certainly didn't used to be that way, but I think injuries and, well, he's 34 now, there's a lot of overs that he's bowled us. There's Jack Taylor's, once again, he's playing well out in front of that front pad, and inside edge onto pad, I think, out into the mid-wicket area. Kyle Abbott causing all sorts of problems early on, and I mentioned yesterday, really, he's not the kind of bowler who needs a lot of movement to cause all sorts of problems, but if it's moving, gosh, he's a handful. And a first-class average of under 21 as it stands it's ridiculous, really. He is such a good bowler. Abbott bowls, and that's back of a length, chipped up in the air. This is going to be a comfortable catch and taken. So back of a length does do the job. Nick Gubbins with a comfortable catch coming in from mid-wicket, and Hampshire have struck early on day 2. Here's the replay. Back of a length, just rose up enough on Jack Taylor, who was not really back, not really forward, and took him on the glove by the looks of things, given the hand wringing afterwards, and popping up the simplest of catches. Gloucestershire have not added to their overnight score. Jack Taylor back in the pavilion for 34, 214 for 7.
And the card continues to look like a very even spread. Taylor, the third player to get into the 30s, but having to start again this morning, having made his way with a reasonable style yesterday to his 34. Hammond and Scott obviously at the top of the order also got into the 30s and got out. And Ryan Higgins played all over one from Mason Crane when he was on 25, and also looking relatively set. It comes back to that point about, is there a ball out there with my name on it? So Tom Price has come out to join his brother, and can these two do what they did in the second innings against Middlesex?
So Tom Price to face his first ball. Abbott bowls very full and dug out by Tom Price. Back to Kyle Abbott, wicket maiden from him. Tremendous overseas signing for Hampshire, and it has been for several seasons, captaining the side at the moment. And he struck in his first over. 11 tests Kyle Abbott has played, 39 wickets at 23, rounded up, 22.7, so it's well under 23 actually. bringing in a player like that and having him play for several seasons, it's just exactly what you want. And a shame, really, that he hasn't played more Test cricket, because he certainly deserved to have done.
He too is 34 now as well. De Grandhomme into Ollie Price, and they think that's gone, and Ollie Price has got to go as well. He's caught behind by McManus. It was a short one. He tried to pull it. It got a top edge, just a faint edge, and McManus knew. Tried to pull it round behind square, and 2 wickets have gone quickly. And Ollie Price is really angry with himself at the shot he played. It was a tempter, and here goes for 18. And Gloucestershire have lost 2 wickets this morning without adding to their overnight total, 214 for 8.
Well, I think you said it last night. It could be, well, it could be 240 all out, it could be 300 all out. Well, at this point, 240 is looking quite good, and but it certainly that was illustrating the fine, well, the fact that it was finely poised this morning, and Hampshire coming out taking 2 wickets without Gloucestershire adding a run. That was probably not in anybody's script other than, I'm sure, theirs. And now you've got 2 batsmen out there on naught with only 1 ball faced between them.
And now 250 becomes a really important milestone, you'd have thought, to try and get that second batting point. De Grandhomme to Matt Taylor. LBW shout, and Grandhomme's on a hat-trick. Taylor is LBW first ball, and we've had 3 wickets now in 14 balls this morning. And De Grandhomme sees Taylor come half forward, and he has got now 2 wickets this morning, and he's taken 4 for 21, and he's in his 16th over.
Looked out from square leg, that one, or mid-wicket actually.
Didn't take Paul Pollard very long.
No, it just looked absolutely dead. There was no way it was going over the top. The feet hadn't moved from Matt Taylor, and it trapped on the crease to a delivery which you can still judge the line to a certain extent from mid-wicket, and it just looked to be middle and off, probably hitting middle, and I think very easy decision. And now we'll see what Dan Worrell's got with the bat, because I would say 250 was, because I think we can say was now rather than was more important, just for the fact of getting more runs on the board. I think for Hampshire to get into a position where they could draw the match and go through to Division 1, they'd have to be, declaring on, say, 400 for 2 in 100 overs or so, which I don't think I see as good a side as Hampshire are. I'm not sure I really see 400 for 2 on this pitch. So
no.
I think it's just more the case, as they're now looking definitely short in their first innings here, Gloucestershire.
Hat-trick ball. Worrell defends, and De Grandhomme gets applauded for the 2 in 2, but not for the hat-trick.
Of course, was 3 in 4 overall. The wicket off the penultimate ball of the last over from Abbott. 3 wickets in 4 balls for Gloucestershire this morning, with no addition to the score still.
De Grandhomme to Worrell. Oh, he's gone for a... Oh, gosh. Defended the hat-trick ball, and then has decided, right, I'm going to attack now. And that was a shot that brings him a single, but not one that would be in many textbooks.
No, like the booming drive through extra cover, and then inside edge between the stumps and himself for 1. I wonder what Tom Price is thinking now.
Well, he's going to face De Grandhomme for the first time, and he lets that go through to McManus outside the off stump. 214 for 9. If you've just looked on thinking, oh, there's going to be any play at Cheltenham today, we've had 3 wickets already this morning. Jack Taylor for 34. Ollie Price for 18. And then Matt Taylor, first ball for naught. Tom Price waits and defends against de Grandon, who gets a good round of applause at the end of that over from his teammates. His overall figures now 16 overs, 9 maidens, 4 for 22.
Yeah, and he's even taken a wicket with a short ball now as well. I mean, he said yesterday a few times, it doesn't necessarily look much. He just kind of ambles up there off a fairly short run. I mean, not as short, of course, as an England football penalty taker, but still fairly short.
Yeah.
And then ambles to the crease, gets through his action. Kind of, it's not the quickest action you'll ever see, but whatever is there in the pitch, he'll find it, and such an intelligent bowler, as evidenced by that short ball that took the wicket. Abbott to continue, and Worrell on strike. Abbott bowls, and Worrell plays a forward defensive and hits it quite firmly, in fact, up to Keith Barker at mid-off, and there's no run. And the Abbott versus Worrell battle, if you could say battle, it's, well, I don't think you're going to want to go anywhere anytime soon, because, well, it's hard to imagine Worrell just patting every ball back from Kyle Abbott, but maybe. That's exactly what we'll see now. I've said that. Abbott bowls, and Worrell drives firmly through extra cover. A chase on for Keith Barker. It won't reach the boundary. It's particularly slow up the hill towards that extra cover boundary, and Worrell wants 3 for that, and will get it. Nice running, actually, because it would have been quite easy for them, especially with Worrell being one of the batsmen out there, just to say, we'll amble 2, and that's good enough for me. But it's back for 3 to 18 for 9, and Tom Price will re-carve out his guard. He had 1 ball to face from Kyle Abbott at the end of the last over. So imagine Tom Price is going to still be pretty watchful here. Oh gosh, delivery which has risen on Tom Price, who was not solidly on the back foot there and jabbed and missed at it. As the replay's coming on screen, well, it wasn't actually that far back of a length, and it didn't rise up as much as I thought it did, but Price jabbing at a delivery which was well outside off stump away from his body, but in the end I think he missed it by quite a distance. Abbott bowls short, and Price gets down and underneath that one, and he is such a versatile bowler, Kyle Abbott. He can do anything that you ask him to do. That's why he's got the record that he does. He doesn't just have one trick up his sleeve. He doesn't just bowl swing. He doesn't just get seam movement. He doesn't just have pace. He's got everything, and that's why he is the bowler that he is, and why there's only a couple who've got more wickets in the Championship this season. Abbott bowls, and that's played off the outside half of the bat by Tom Price in controlled fashion, but unable to beat Tom Alsop, who's fielding at gully. He was looking for some runs down towards third man. It was nicely played by Tom Price, but unable to beat the fielder, and Alsop has saved several runs out there. His fielding has been a particularly notable feature of the innings for Hampshire, saving several runs and keeping pressure on Gloucestershire at crucial times. Abbott bowls to Tom Price, who plays that one softly backward a point on the offside, and that ends the over. You didn't really see Tom Price, even though Dan Worrell looks as though he's going to play some shots. You don't really see Tom Price as the kind of batsman who's going to say, okay, I think my time might be limited out here, so I'm just going to play a few shots myself.
No, and just on that, I wonder whether Messrs Weatherly and Holland are starting to think about batting, because with 3 wickets falling so quickly, they know that at any moment they may be heading off the field and putting their pads on. De Grandon in, and that's short, and Worrell ducks underneath it, or at least lets it go by, shall we say. He doesn't
I don't think he would have needed to duck for that one. I
No.
think a rather generous call from Rob White at square leg, because I think even if he'd stood at his full height, that would have been over his head. There tends to be a bit more leniency when the batsman does duck.
Well, pulls this. It's a short one from de Grandhomme, and that will go all the way for 4 through mid-wicket. He did get in the right place to play that shot. And easily between Barker and Tom Prest, who's the fielder. There's a deep backward square. There is quite a big gap there.
Dismissive pull shot from Worrell.
2-2-2 for 9. And Worrell plays that out on the offside. I mean, he does have a first-class 50 for Gloucestershire.
Well, it's his only one.
It's his only one, yep.
But he does also, of course, have a Big Bash 50. 62 not out, no less.
De Grandhomme to Worrell again. It's played straight to Keith Barker this time. He's at that mid-wicket position. He's quite short in there. He's kind of on the risky single sort of area, you'd say. Ball goes straight to the fielder. It's definitely not a run. Either side, particularly typically to Barker's right, they might think about it. And Prest has come in now to a more orthodox forward square, and Worrell plays defensively to de Grandhomme.
That could be the bluff in reverse, because normally you see the fielder go out and then you expect the short ball is actually full. I was wondering whether he might be tempted to do the reverse, although having said that, I think I didn't actually see the signal for the second one, but he may have used up all his short balls for the over now.
He's got a man down at fine leg to de Grandhomme, and perhaps Worrell and Tom Price can frustrate Hampshire here, but it will take some doing, with 3 wickets having gone already this morning. And the 5 overs cricket we've had started promptly at 11. Worrell has 8, and Tom Price yet to score.
Replay of that dismissal of Ollie Price there, the short ball which he just didn't manage to get on top of, and we saw him play so well off the back foot yesterday, but that one obviously just took him completely by surprise, and a little further through to the keeper. Here is Abbott, bowls to Tom Price, who nudges that one, and there's another terrific stop from Allsop in the gully, one-handed this time to his right, and he has saved at least a couple of runs there, because that ball was, he used all the pace of Abbott, who seems to be pushing himself this morning, and there's the tumble to his right from Allsop one-handed. He's got to be getting on for 10-15 runs, I would have thought, even that Allsop may have saved in the field. There's been so many of those little angles into the gully that he stopped as Abbott bowls, and Tom Price plays a lovely back foot drive out towards the extra cover boundary, but once again it's very slow towards there. That might have been 2 on another day, but the ball just slows up the hill, and Tom Price has to content himself with a couple, but he gets off the mark, 224 for 8. And a controlled shot.
Yeah, that might have raced away. What are the umpires talking about? It's not the ball again, is it?
Looks like it is, yeah.
Remember, this is a ball that was changed late yesterday. And they're once again using that measuring device that they've got.
Looks like they're going to change it again.
I'm sure Hampshire, in a way, wouldn't want it changed, because they've had 3 wickets this morning, but a couple of biffs from Worrell and Price have knocked it out of shape once more. So yet again the box is brought out by Scott Curry.
I often wonder actually where you get a 70-odd over ball from that's not already out of shape itself. I guess, of course, games finish at different points, but I do often wonder where you get that from. I mean, there can't be too many games that finish at the ideal points, or whether they just take an old ball and just say, okay, it's only a few overs off. This one looks in quite good condition for an 80 over ball. You can use that one. I'm not quite sure how it works. Probably not an exact science.
Yeah, the Leicestershire run chase would have, the ball used for that innings would have been probably 70 odd overs old by the time Gloucestershire got to their target. I'm sure Lizzie Allen would have kept that somewhere safely.
Well, Kyle Abbott gave that one a good examine, didn't seem to show any signs of displeasure at its condition, so we're ready to resume things. Abbott bowls to Tom Price down leg side, and Tom Price twirls his bat in frustration. I suspect that he hasn't managed to profit from that. I think probably we'd have to imagine at the moment that it doesn't really matter too much what ball Kyle Abbott's bowling with. He's probably going to cause some problems with it.
Yeah.
Give him a completely scuffed up on both sides ball with no seam standing at all, and he might well
make it
make it do something. Yeah,
make it sing. Crane's limbering up already.
Abbott is in and bowls, and Tom Price plays a nice looking on drive, but it's not beaten the fielder at mid-on.
I wonder if before Dan Worrell came out to bat, James Bracey reminded him that in the last game he got out with Gloucestershire 2 runs short of a bonus point. And if we get close again, Dan, please can you show a little bit more responsibility?
Well, the good news, I suppose, is that it doesn't look as though that 1 point is going to matter very much at the moment. There goes Abbott and bowls. Oh, that's a delivery which has struck a body blow for Tom Price. And he can get it up there, Kyle Abbott, when he wants to. Signs once again, though, that there's this pitch isn't dead.
Oh no,
for sure, and that ought to encourage the likes of Worrell at the non-striker's end. Going to have something to work with, and even though it's forecast to be dry, I don't think it's going to be a sunny day. Abbott bowls to Tom Price. This time he ducks well underneath that one, and that ends the over from Kyle Abbott. 2 runs from it, 224 for 9. Worrell back on strike on 8. Tom Price has 2, and this is kind of the way around that you'd want it, I would say. Ideally, you'd like Tom Price to be taking most of the bowling from Kyle Abbott, for me, and then if Worrell wants to swing away at anyone, de Grandhomme is somebody who might be a little bit more the kind of pace that he might like.
Yeah, and they've set the field deep here to try and see if Worrell wants a single by the looks of it, because Prest is down to our left at deep square.
They're giving him plenty of cover for the pull shot, aren't they? So allowing de Grandhomme to bang the odd one in short, and if Worrell hits one up in the air, then there's plenty of people to catch it.
Mid-off is deep, and Worrell's not tempted by de Grandhomme's first ball. Kyle Abbott's put Ian Holland away down there at mid-off, 3 parts of the way to the boundary. Abbott himself is at mid-on. Gloucestershire's last wicket pair, 224 for 9. Worrell waits for de Grandhomme. Clips that all just part bat, I think, and Wheel will come in to field from fine leg. There were 2 sounds there, both bat and pad, so Worrell goes up to 9, 225 for 9.
You also have to say good captaincy from Abbott to start off with himself, because I guess in some ways it would have been easy just to say we'll put the change bowlers on and we'll attack for the new ball, but he said no, we're going to attack from straight away.
de Grandhomme staying over the wicket. Oh, and that's snicked, and it's gone over the slips, and it will go all the way for 4. Well, Tom Price goes to 6. It was high over Weatherly. And a bit further away from his body than he would like to have played it, but went at it hard enough that the elevation took it clear of the slips.
really fair to say he wouldn't have played that shot at another time. He's showed enough discipline in the batting that we've seen from him that you'd imagine he wouldn't have done were he not batting with number 11.
2-2-9 for 9, lets that go outside the off stump.
Like you say, you've got licence now, I think you would say, given the situation, and if Gloucestershire can add some quick runs onto this even, then at least it gives them some sort of good feeling to take into their bowling efforts.
To Grandon again, and Price, having really felt he got away with that one earlier shot, has gone back chiefly on the defensive again. All sorts of people in the outfield are limbering up. Crane, Holland, both thinking they might get asked to have a bowl. But de Grandon wants 5 wickets here. He won't get it there because that's let go by Price outside the off stump. But lightweight pads are being brought out along with the helmet, so that might indicate that Crane is going to have a bowl.
Is removing his cap and sweater. I wondered actually whether Abbott might say, if we need the new ball, I'll save myself for it now. But then I kind of thought, is he just going to be tempted just to say, okay, I've got Worrell on strike, I'm going to have one more. But no, it's going to be Mason Crane, and leg spinners tend to do quite well against the tail. It's tends to be the turning ball, especially when it becomes too tempting for them to not think that they can hit it out of the ground. Leg spin can work especially well.
Do you think Worrell is easily tempted?
I can't imagine he's just going to be blocking here, and judging by Hampshire's field set, I don't think they're expecting him to either, with a fielder out at deep wide mid-wicket, aka cow corner. Deep cover in front of us, and mid-off and mid-on are pushed well back. They're not long off and long on, but at deep mid-off and deep mid-on.
Very deep, I would argue.
Indeed. Here goes Crane and bowls, and Worrell drives, and drove with certainly not the middle of the bat. Won't pick up a run though as Gubbins comes across from cover. It was in the air for some time, but then they don't have anything on the catch.
Not sure he picked that.
Here goes Crane. And he bowls, and forward goes Worrell, and it beats his outside edge. And that is the other thing, isn't it? You don't tend to see lower order / tail enders pick leg spinner or googly, and Mason Crane is a fine exponent of both, and he's got one, of course, that he can slide on as well. So plenty of tricks up his sleeve. Bamboozled Worrell a little with the first 2 balls. Crane bowls this time a bit further back of a length, but Worrell just elects to defend off the back foot. Worrell would love Crane to drag one down here, and even though there is that fielder out at cow corner, there's plenty of room on the leg side still for him to hit it into. And he's got it, and that has been pulled and has been caught at short mid-wicket. A very good catch, because Worrell did hit that one hard. He got the short ball that he was after, but he hit it too far in front of square, and that is the end of the innings. So the move to go to Mason Crane has worked. Gloucestershire are all out. Here's the replay. A drag down which was hit hard, but a good catch taken by Alsop at short mid-wicket to end things, and Gloucestershire have been bowled out for 229, adding 15 runs this morning and losing 4 wickets.
7 overs and 4 balls only for Hampshire to wrap up that Gloucestershire first innings. De Grandon finished with 4 for 31 and Crane 2 for 55. 2 wickets for Abbott and 2 for Wheel as well. And it feels as if it's advantage Hampshire at the moment, with a modest score on the board for Gloucestershire first time out.
Yeah, you'd have to say it is, and it felt like it was maybe a 60-40 day for Hampshire I guess you could argue a little bit either side of that, but it felt like a 60-40 day for Hampshire yesterday, and today the fact that they've taken that position and gone to where they have with restricting Gloucestershire to well under 250, it does feel as if it's now going to need a really good bowling performance from Gloucestershire to keep things level or close to level after the first innings. And I think to a certain extent it was always going to be about the Gloucestershire bowlers, because there are just so many names missing from that batting lineup, and as a consequence the bowlers are going to have to do the majority of the work, and they've got experience. Matt Taylor, Worrell, Higgins, you've got 3 senior bowlers there, and plenty of other options as well, with the Price brothers, with Phillips, with Scott, with Hammond. So there's all sorts of bowling options there, and they're going to have to deliver.
I wonder if Higgins can do the job that de Grandhomme did at a brisker pace, but not express pace.
The fact that de Grandhomme has done what he has done certainly ought to encourage Higgins that there's plenty of wickets out there for not many runs if you can land it in the right spot, which in general I think you'd have to say Ryan Higgins does. So that's an encouraging sign. And also the way that Worrell might bowl, having looked at what Kyle Abbott's done, I think that's also a sign that there's wickets to be had with a bit of extra pace as well, and there is enough life in this surface to get profit from bowling back of a length as well. So all is not lost for Gloucestershire by any means, but they're going to have to bowl very well. This is of course a Hampshire batting lineup that is missing James Vince and Liam Dawson, so it's not the batting lineup that Hampshire would want either. And so whilst it does look like a pretty strong batting lineup, it's not necessarily the lineup that it could be.
No, Prest, we're told, will probably bat at 3. Now he's got a triple 100 in second 11 cricket, which takes some doing even at any age, let alone at 18. So Weatherly and Holland will probably open. Prest at 3, and then Alsop, Gubbins, de Grandhomme, McManus, and then you're into the bowlers. So as with quite a few sides, it's a strong top. There may be a bit longer tail there than with some sides.
Yeah, I think especially because they brought Crane in instead of Organ, so that makes the lineup one slightly shorter than it might be. And they obviously would love to have Vince and Dawson in there, and there are a few who have not been in tremendous touch in the Championship. Joe Weatherly at the top of the order has 187 runs at 15 and a half this season. He's been in decent touch in the T20, but his form hasn't necessarily been quite there. And Nick Gubbins starting off with a new county, and take him time to get settled possibly. So
700s this season in the Championship for Hampshire, 2 to Holland and 2 to Alsop,
and then 3
one to Vince, who isn't here, 1 to North East, who isn't obviously at the club anymore, and 1 to Dawson, who isn't here either. So Gloucestershire have got to try and make this effectively a 1 innings match if they can, or as close to it as possible.
Yeah, and I think you outlined the 2 Hampshire batsmen who did him in at the Aegeus Bowl, Tom Alsop and Ian Holland. So those 2 early on you'd have to think would be the critical wickets, but at the same time Joe Weatherly is a good player. He just hasn't necessarily got runs in the Championship this season, and as I say, he has had a more than decent T20 blast, very consistent. So if he can take that white ball form into the red ball, as we saw Stevie Eskenazi do for Middlesex, then shouldn't be underestimated. But given the seasons that they've had so far, Ian Holland has 578 runs is the leading run scorer for Hampshire, and scoring those runs that he did in the reverse fixture. 114 he made there. Tom Alsop made 149. Those two kind of stand out above the others just on what they've done this season. In fact, they are the only two. Keith Barker does average 40, so he's scored a lot of very useful runs lower down the order. But in terms of the top order, Holland and Alsop are the two who are averaging over 30 in the championship. So that does show you that there should be wickets to be taken, but those two, I think, would appear to be possibly the most critical of the Hampshire wickets.
Yeah, just to remind you that our email is open throughout the day. Obviously, quite an eventful start on this Monday morning, and commentators at glossccc.co.uk. There it is at the top right hand corner of your screen. So Gloucestershire out this morning in 7.4 overs for the last 4 wickets. Only 15 runs added. Jack Taylor, no addition to his overnight score, caught by Gubbins off Abbott for 34. Ball hitting the shoulder of the bat really and looping up. Ollie Price trying to pull a ball from de Grandhomme and getting a feather of an edge through to the keeper for 18. Again, no addition to his overnight score. Matt Taylor, LBW, first ball to de Grandhomme. Dan Worrell avoided the hat-trick and then clubbed Mason Crane straight to Tom Alsop at mid-wicket. Tom Price was not out 6. 229 the Gloucestershire total. Umpires Pollard and White are on their way. Heavy roller has been used for the allotted 7 minutes by Hampshire, and yes, Gloucestershire, if they can make this as close to effectively a level game as they can, well, they'll be delighted with that. But then we said that last week when they got 248 against Middlesex, and look at the way their batting collapsed. Is this another day when we're going to see wickets fall in clumps as we have done before? And just to go back to that de Grandhomme Abbott axis, you wonder whether Worrell might go from the College Lawn end and Higgins from the Chapel end, but it looks as if Worrell might be opening from the Chapel end himself, when most of his bowling last week was done at the College Lawn end.
Well, I think Ryan Higgins actually has the ball.
Does he?
They both had caps off, so I was waiting to see which of them would take the ball, but given that Worrell does tend to field quite a lot without the cap and Ryan Higgins tends to put the cap on, it looked as if it was going to be Higgins. And having said that, now it's Worrell that's doing the... Oh dear, who knows, we'll just have to wait and see. Worrell was doing the warm-up run, so it looks as though in fact actually it will be him. And Higgins, although he took the ball, is now doing the warm-up bowling.
He might prefer that end when his time comes.
Worrell took wickets from both ends in the last match, but this was the end on the pitch against Middlesex where I felt there was a bit more carry, particularly off that good lengthy odd ball that just jumped up, but we haven't necessarily seen that be the case with this pitch.
So the right-handed Weatherly is going to take strike. Hampshire with 3 left-handers, and Weatherly waits and Worrell delivers his first ball, which Weatherly lets go through to keeper Bracey. Phillips, Hammond and Ollie Price in the slips, and Laces in the gully, as he was a lot during the Middlesex match. The sun a little bit hazily is now out, and Worrell on his way, and clipped by Weatherly in a good stop. Tom Price no to his right hand side. I think Weatherly thought might have got past him to go for 4.
Yeah, he just didn't take quite as many steps down as might have caused you to believe a run out would be on, but you could certainly tell that he felt as if he timed that one well enough to get it past Tom Price.
Matt Taylor's down at fine leg, so that may be an indication of who's going to share the new ball with Worrell.
They are a good kind of old-fashioned, I don't want to use that word, opening partnership, these two, but you know, they're not going to be out there looking to play all sorts of shots. They're going to, first of all, just try to see off this new ball.
Weatherly waits again, and that just pushed into the offside, into the vacant cover area. George Scott is covering from point. Hampshire off the mark. Higgins is limbering up quite extensively.
Doing a bit of a... was that a goose step, would you call that?
Yeah, possibly. Ian Holland then is Weatherly's opening partner. Also a right-hander. Went to play at that and just took the bat away. And Worrell has Paul Pollard as the umpire at the bowler's end, the chapel end of the ground. Former Nottinghamshire man in his playing days. Hasn't taken too long to make his decisions in this match either. Worrell in once more, and it's let go by Holland through to James Bracey. And Matt Taylor's walking purposefully up from fine leg.
Does look as if it's going to be Higgins, though, given the...
yes, Taylor's not actually taken his cap off, and it will be Higgins from the
given
College
the
Lawn
fact
end.
Higgins didn't have the cap on at all, you'd imagine it would be Higgins. So Higgins to bowl from the opposite end that de Grandhomme had his success from, and Higgins has got a wristband on, which I don't... I say sweatband, I suppose you'd say, as well as wristband, but he's got his sweatband on, which I don't remember him actually having one of those this season, so he's obviously expecting it to be hot work out there. He's in and out and bowls to Weatherly, who watches that go through to Bracey, and 4 slips in place rather than the 3 in a gully for Higgins, in relatively close, as you'd imagine. Be doubly sure that the ball's going to carry through to them. We didn't see a huge number of catches in the slips in the first innings. In fact, that was a no ball, as that's pushed away next delivery into the backward point region, and there's no run. So Higgins starting off with a no ball, but sorting it out with that one. Holland coming off the back of a half century against Surrey. He made 58, and Weatherly on strike as he turns that one comfortably into the mid-wicket area, and Tom Price is able to do the fielding. As I said, Weatherly, it hasn't been a particularly happy time for him in the Championship this season so far. Highest score of 44, so yet to register first 50 even. And my internet is being incredibly slow at the only time, which it has been actually. It's been very good so far. I was just going to give you his last first-class innings, which against Surrey was a 13. But he's coming off the back of a half century in the T20 against Somerset as Higgins bowls, and that's played for the inside half of the bat by Weatherly down to long leg, and he'll pick up a single. It looked as though that was more of a defensive shot that happened to go down there rather than a clip off the pads.
Quite a tentative sort of shot, that, I thought.
Just another no ball. So Higgins struggling at the moment to get his landing area right. There's been 2 no balls in his first 4 4 deliveries, legal or otherwise. Higgins is there and bowls, and this time it is clipped more confidently by Holland down to long leg for another single. And
You
I
look
was
quite
watching the front foot there.
quite a
for
long
Higgins.
way behind,
Indeed,
actually,
yeah. Having bowled a couple of no balls, both of us probably thought, let's just have a watch and see where his feet land this time, and the answer was well behind. He does bowl the odd one, Ryan Higgins, but not usually 2 in 1 over. He's there and bowls, and this is played softly into the ground and fielded by Tom Lace in the gully region. But admittedly, at the moment it's only 4 runs, but it does just keep that scoreboard creeping up for Hampshire early on, and Gloucestershire can't afford for Hampshire to get away from them early on here. They can't expect the same clatter of wickets in the middle order as Hampshire managed to find. Higgins bowls, and that's clipped by Weatherly down to long leg. Will be another single, and the score up to 8 without loss. 1 more legal delivery remaining in this second over of Higgins's. Gloucestershire did have a good opening partnership between Scott and Hammond. Things were looking pretty good at that point. 61 they put on for the first wicket, and then things rather fell away. Higgins bowls, and Holland, the second time he's done that, just had a little inclination of the hands towards the ball, but pulls away in plenty of time. 2 overs gone, 8 for no wicket. Weatherly 3, Holland 1, no balls 4.
Yeah. Skipper Bracey and Higgins just having a brief chat at the change of ends. And Rob White just having an exchange with Paul Pollard and Higgins about something. Well, that was about the no balls, I don't know. It was reasonably animated though. It's an early stage of innings, and there's a bit of a stare from Higgins towards the umpire. Here's Worrell. Into bowl to Weatherly.
Should say there's been some serious news from around the county championship within the last 20 minutes or so. The match between Derbyshire and Essex has been abandoned due to a positive COVID test from one of the Derbyshire players. So on the face of it, that would appear to end Essex's hopes of qualifying for Division 1.
Worrell in, and that's outside the off stump. So that's a parallel with the Gloucestershire Northants game then from last year, which I think was the only one that was affected last year in that way.
Yes, and it was obviously easier for them to do that because neither Gloucestershire nor Northants were in contention for the Bob Willis Trophy final. But what they will do with this one, I'm not sure. They'll probably sit tight and hope that Essex wouldn't have qualified with maximum points anyway.
Into the ground by Weatherly, past George Scott, and that will go down towards and now into the boards at cover point, and a chase down for Lace to retrieve it. This wasn't hit with any great force, just punched, and once it got past the fielder, the natural lie of the land took it away from Scott down to the Sanford Road side of the ground here at the college. 12 for no wicket. Worrell to Weatherly. Oh, that's got not cleanly taken by James Bracey.
Certainly looks as though early on Weatherly's going to play his shots, actually, having said that so far this season he's been quite circumspect by the looks of things. He's got quite a low strike rate and low average, so maybe he's just decided he's going to go out and be a bit more aggressive here.
Worrell certainly is aggressive. That's hit him on the thigh pad. And just bounces out on the leg side. Tom Price does the fielding. He was left undefeated when Worrell was out. But Gloucestershire dismissed this morning for 2-2-9. Worrell and balls to Weatherly. That he's let go by the Hampshire opener, who's just found the one scoring shot in that over. Weatherly has 7, Holland a single, and those 2 no balls from Ryan Higgins in the last over. And again, umpires White and Pollard having a chat. I wonder whether Higgins may have said something in that first over. It's unclear, but there was certainly a stoppage before Worrell started his last over where the umpires were involved in a conversation at some distance, and Higgins appeared to be also in a kind of a triangular way also involved in it.
Higgins bowls full and Holland defends up to mid-off. It's interesting that they've decided to have another discussion now then, because if that were the case, you'd have thought they would deal with, if there had been an incident like that, that they would have dealt with it.
Paul Pollard's making a note on a card by the looks of it.
Here goes Higgins, and he bowls to Holland, who watches that through to the gloves of Bracey.
So something's happened clearly, but it's hard to know at this stage what it is.
Bizarre. So we haven't had enough incidents yet in this match for a Cheltenham game. So there's got to be something else happening. Higgins rounds at the end of his run, and he's in and bowls, and that's past the edge of Holland. Gotta look at that one to see how much swing potentially Higgins may have got. Holland certainly looked as if he was reaching for that one. Maybe just some gentle shape, but nothing that you could see that was too extravagant, but good delivery to beat Holland. As Higgins bowls, and that's clipped fine by Ian Holland. That'll be 4 runs. There's nobody at fine leg. It's far more of a long leg, and Worrell just jogged after it, knowing that he had too far to go. And Higgins just straying a little too straight. I don't know if that was the one that he was trying to bring back into the right-hander, but pushed it too far. So Holland gets up to 5.
It wasn't right on the pads, was it? He did go across and make the position for the shot.
There goes Higgins, and he bowls, and oh gosh, that's a interesting shot from Holland. Looked like he tried to cut a ball that was rather close to him, and it's gone down to the very fine leg boundary for 4. There's the replay. Oh gosh, he's gone for a slash at that one. A really poor shot, you've got to say, from Holland, and he's missed it completely, and it's swerved to the left of Bracey after Holland played the shot. So 4 byes, but with the movement that was on that one, I'm not sure that Bracey could have done anything about it, but extraordinary shot from Holland.
Yeah, very, very tight. Try and work that from the position he got himself into.
Hampshire already, though, up to 20 without loss. Higgins to Holland, and that's left to end the over. 8 runs have come off the over, but Higgins pretty close to getting the first wicket, and it is a big one, that of Ian Holland. Would have been a big one. I'd dearly love to get him early.
Yeah, the sun is not out at the moment, and as we found last week, when the sun was out, the ball didn't tend to move so much. So the fact that we have got some grey skies overhead may help the Gloucestershire opening pair here. Worrell in, but Weatherly puts in a big stride forward and defends just under an hour's cricket. this morning. 35 runs, 4 wickets. Gloucestershire love a couple of early ones here. Worrell in, and Weatherly takes a half a stride forward there just to try and make sure he kills any movement if he has to play at it, which he didn't.
I'm wondering what that puff of smoke is on the far side around about sort of backward point. That's not the Caribbean-inspired barbecue. That's on the chapel end of the ground. I wonder what else we've got fired up today at the ground. Certainly plenty of food options.
Here's Worrell in again, and once more into the ground by Weatherly, and he's punched that through the offside. Scott's on the chase, and he will haul it in. They've taken 2, and a long throw from that side of the ground. They stick to a couple. Weatherly's 2 shots of any force have both been in the same area.
Yeah, he's been content to drive so far, Weatherly, but all the deliveries that he has driven at have been there for the shot. I should just hope for that one that's dragged a little bit shorter of a length, and he still elects to drive it.
Worrell in again to Weatherly, who punches that towards Higgins. Nice pick up at mid-on. One-handed. Off his wrong hand, if there is such a thing.
Very assured though so far, Weatherly, and he does look like somebody who's feeling in pretty decent touch at the moment.
24 years old. And waits for Worrell, staying over the wicket. That is clipped fine, and straight to Matt Taylor, who's down at fine leg for a single. So Worrell's not bowled a lot to Ian Holland so far. Actually, looking at this Hampshire side, quite a few of them. Weatherly, Holland, Allsop, McManus, Wheel to certain, and Crane, all around about 50 first-class matches. So they're not newcomers. And Holland drops a dead bat on the last ball of Worrell's over. So 21 without loss, Hampshire after 5. There are, though, 8 extras in there, so it's not quite all it seems. Weatherly has 10, Holland has 5, and Matt Taylor and Tom Price will be looking to back up these 2. But they'd love an early breakthrough here just to set Hampshire back on the heels a bit.
Higgins to continue into his 3rd over, and he's in to bowl, and Weatherly, pardon me, Weatherly watches that go through to the keeper. Very unaccustomed to see Ryan Higgins with a particularly high economy rate, but he actually kind of did that at Grace Road, where going at 3.5, 4.5 even and over at one stage, and pulled it well back with a tight spell later on in his innings. But here is Higgins, and he bowls, and that's angled through the gully by Weatherly. Nicely played, soft hands, and it will earn him a couple of runs. So it's hauled in before it reaches the boundary. Not a huge amount of pace for Weatherly to use, but he's moved up to 12 already. I've seen a fair bit of Weatherly over the years. It's not as though he's been around forever, but 24 years of age, and as you say, approaching 50 first-class matches, but he's always looked a very organised player. Higgins bowls, and that struck him on the pad, but it has to be said it didn't look especially convincing from here. To strike him quite high up, and I thought possibly even I heard 2 noises there, but I'll have a look at the replay here. Well, it's back thigh pad actually, isn't it? I don't think that's going to trouble the bails. That's what Rob White thought as well. But something for Gloucestershire to be encouraged by. Higgins bowls and Weatherly takes a big stride forward, and Higgins bluffs the throw back to him. Weatherly was well back into his crease.
I think there might even have been a half a stride to that previous ball. So even more case that Ron White would have said height was the problem.
So going back to Weatherly, is the kind of player that I was actually surprised, as you do in the reverse fix, you look at the overall records, and I was surprised that Weatherly hadn't got more runs. Higgins bowls and Weatherly goes forward, plays out to extra cover, and there's no run, because it looks as though he's somebody that really does have all the shots. He's got a good setup. As I say, he just looks like a very organised player, but I was surprised to see overall first class average now of 24. I would have said that he looked a better player than that. And of course, he has been playing in Division 1 much all his career. Higgins bowls to Weatherly, who goes forward and pushes up to mid-off. And at the end of the over, LBW shout in that over. Higgins has created a couple of half chances already. That LBW shout and the shot of Holland, which I'm sure he won't want to repeat, could have been a outside edge on, but wasn't. But so far, Hampshire seeing off this new ball, 6 overs in 25 without loss, not only seeing it off, but also adding a fair few runs as well.
Yeah, just looking at the card at the Oval, where Somerset are 313 for 6 against Surrey. James Hildreth obviously made a century yesterday. Jordan Clark has 3 wickets so far. So it looks as if Somerset have got, I'm absolutely certain, 313 for 6 off 114.1, so not clear whether they actually got the 3rd batting point or not, but they are at top of the table, of course, in this group, and posting another big score by the gas holder here, by the Chapel. Dan Morrell wants an LBW shouting against Ian Holland, but Paul Pollard not so keen to raise the finger this time. We can see with Weatherly in the way, it's difficult, can't really see with him there.
Well, you just about saw the impact, which was knee roll and angling into Ian Holland, and I think it had a huge amount going for it.
25 for no wicket. Worrell. Holland, who takes the bat away. And coming to your point about starts and what have you, I suppose Gloucestershire have to say to themselves, okay, even though Hampshire might get to 40 for naught, 60 for naught became 229, so not impossible that things can change. And here at Cheltenham, as we've found last week and have found on countless festivals before, the pendulum can swing quite quickly.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be one of those things where you ever kind of get to a point where you feel like wickets are never going to come at some point.
Morrell into Holland again. Let's that go. The Eskenazi stand with Mitchell last week, where Gloucestershire bowled 100 overs and took only 1 wicket.
Yeah,
it was
a kind of a special case, wasn't it? And for a couple of reasons, in that I think most people felt the pitch was a little bit slower than you'd normally get, but also because they were just batting at under 2 and over. They weren't having to play any shots.
Holland defends once more.
Hampshire will not go about things that way, and actually, I mean, again, I think they just have to play it like we're winning the match. They're not thinking about we have to score 400 for 2 in order for Gloucestershire not to be able to draw the match. They're just trying to win the match.
Their mindset might be, if we can score 400, that might give us the best chance of winning the match.
Quite.
And they have scored 400 several, albeit mainly at the Ageas Bowl.
But they don't have to do it quickly, though.
No, not excessively quickly. Short for Morrill. And there's a small plane going overhead down to the airport at Staverton. Morrill completes his 4th over. He's only conceded 8 runs, but as yet no joy for him. Hampshire 25 for no wicket, trail Gloucestershire by 204.
Quite a bit of rain elsewhere around the country. Durham and Notts in that important game of first versus third in Group 1. No play so far today. Higgins bowls and he struck on the pad and not out, says the umpire. He'd taken a long stride forward and was well down the pitch there, was Weatherly, so that has to introduce some doubt in the umpire's mind. Here's the replay. Well, if he'd been struck in that same spot and hadn't been as far forward, I think the finger might have been raised, but because he was so far down the pitch, there was quite a long way for that ball still to bounce. Higgins bowls and forward. Weatherly confidently once again this time.
He's probably 9 inches outside his crease with his back foot, Weatherly, isn't he?
He's certainly feeling like he's going to be playing every ball on the front foot. Just wondered, with the new ball, Bracey might not particularly want to come up to the stumps, but here comes Higgins and bowls, and Weatherly pushing that one up to mid-on once again. Doesn't pick up a run. So I suspect later on in the innings, Bracey might well think, I'm going to come up to the stumps here, because Weatherly is just introducing a lot of doubt into the LBW. Higgins is going to have to bowl it very full and strike him on the pad in order for Rob White to feel like he can raise that finger. Here goes Higgins, he bowls, and that's down leg side, and Bracey has taken it to his left, and he's just called for the helmet, so I suspect that means immediately he's going to stand up to the stumps. The cap's been whipped off by Bracey and tucked into his trousers, so Weatherly is going to be forced back into his crease for at least the next delivery. You'd imagine the last couple of this first over, so I think that was, he was looking too confident taking that big stride down the pitch and covering up the stumps. I think Gloucestershire had to do something about that. It wasn't a case of looking edgy in doing it, so you think, well, if he wants to walk about his crease, let him. It was looking too confident, really. Higgins bowls now, and that's angled just to the left of Scott, who manages to take it and then trips up Tom Lace with an outstretched right boot. 2-for-1 deal there from George Scott.
It was like one or two of the tangles at Wembley last night, that was.
It's almost
no
rather
harm
comical.
done,
It almost looked like he was deliberately sticking out the leg to trim up Lace, but they stopped the ball. That's the key thing, and nobody was injured, so we can have a laugh about it. Higgins bowls to Weatherly, and it's full and straight and punched down to mid-on. So there's been one. Well, Higgins has made one thing happen in each of his last 3 overs, but as yet no success. 8 gone and 25 without loss. I was just talking about the situation elsewhere around the country. So Notts 3-12 for 9, but there'll be no play before lunch. Notts lead Group 1 by 6 points over Warwickshire and 15 over Durham, so that is, needless to say, bad news for Durham that they're not playing there. And meanwhile, Warwickshire 299 for 4 against Worcestershire, so they certainly seem to be looking as though they are heading for Division 1.
Here's Worrell to continue, and Holland just steers that out again to George Scott. No run.
141 made by Peter Milan, and Sibley 80. Warwickshire just brought up the 300. Well, in Group 3, there's no play before lunch at Headingley either. Lancashire 273 for 2 there. Keaton Jennings made 132. Alex Davies made 84.
Worrell striving hard for this first wicket and can't get it there as it's let go by Holland through to Bracey.
So Lancashire are going to be taking some serious points through to Division 1 at this stage, because I think they picked up, well, they say picked up an awful lot of points in the reverse Roses fixture and look set for a lot more points in that one as well.
Worrell again to Holland, who lets that go. And to be fair, if Hampshire were to get the better of Gloucestershire here, they would take a serious points deficit in if they go in with Somerset, because Somerset won at the Aegeus and then batted into a very, you might say, batted negatively to ensure that Hampshire didn't get anything in the return game at Taunton. Worrell to Holland, that's inside half of the bat, but it's gone straight to Ryan Higgins at mid-on.
That there was also an element in that of make sure that Hampshire actually almost do get the draw points, because Somerset at that point knew that they were very likely to go through, and Somerset want to go through with Hampshire rather than with Gloucestershire. So there was no incentive. It wasn't. They didn't do it because of that, but there was. That just made sure that there was absolutely no incentive for Somerset to go for the win.
Worrell to Holland again. He is at the moment looking as though he's choosing which balls to play. That was a bit better than Weatherly.
Slightly unorthodox, Ian Holland, in the way that he goes about things, but it is clearly very effective.
And straight this time to Jack Taylor at mid-off. Well, Worrell's making them play a lot, but at the moment there's not much happening for him out there. He's bowled 5 overs for only 8 runs, but nothing doing in the wickets column. And Gloucestershire, having lost the last 4 wickets this morning for only 15 runs, including 2 in 2 balls for de Grandhomme, after Kyle Abbott had opened the door with the dismissal of Jack Taylor. So 229 all out, and then Hampshire in reply 25 for no wicket. This is the 10th over.
Higgins is there and bowls, and there's an outside edge, and it has fallen to the turf. It was stopped. I couldn't necessarily see because the angles of the fielders' bodies were preventing me from seeing whether it was a catch or not, and it certainly was. In between Phillips and Hammond at first and second slip, and that is a serious let-off. Holland was dropped, I believe, in the 20s in the reverse fixture and went on to make a century. Gloucestershire have dropped him again here. That's a forcing drive off the back foot, not timed particularly well. Jack Taylor shies at the stumps and hits them, and where's the ricochet going to go? It's going to go safely out to mid-wicket, so no overthrows. It was a tighter single, I think, than Holland thought that it might be, but in the end it was well judged enough. 27 without loss. An enormous moment there. It was right in between the two. I think it was Hammond's hands that it went off. Whether it was actually Phillips's catch, not quite sure. Here is Higgins, and he bowls very full, and that's driven down the ground, and Matt Taylor can't bring it in. Not timed perfectly. It may just hold up. It does. It's going to grind to a halt just before the rope in front of the sight screen, and they have come through for 3. Moves the total up to 30 without loss. Weatherly up to 16. He's looking pretty confident, as to be said, is Joe Weatherly. Yes, he's been struck on the pad a couple of times, but both times the ball going over the top, and the footwork has been decisive. Higgins into Holland, and that's full and played back to the bowler. Got to say, Gloucestershire's catching was very good against Middlesex, but in general this season they have put a few catches down, because I can point to several in several of the matches that have proven costly, whether it be Championship or T20. Higgins bowls full and defensively played back to the bowler by Holland.
I've just gone to have a look at the analyst camera. I think on first sight it may be that Hammond went across to his left, thinking that the ball wouldn't carry to Phillips.
Right. Phillips is standing well further back at first slip than Hammond at second. As there's a full delivery and Higgins plays up to mid-off. He's making things happen, Ryan Higgins, but 5 overs into his spell is wicketless, as are Gloucestershire after 10 overs. Hampshire 30 without loss, and you wouldn't actually know that so far that it was Weatherly who was short of runs in the Championship and Holland who was topping the runs and averages for Hampshire, because so far Holland's looked in more difficulty, but if he gets in, he can bat for an awfully long period of time, and has done so a couple of times this season, including his career best 146 not out, which came against Middlesex and in the reverse fixture at the GS Bowl.
So Matt Taylor replacing Worrell at the Chapel end. Higgins just had a brief sort of slap of the hands with Phillips at the end of the last over. Drops a reflection on that chance that went around and what might have happened. Matt Taylor coming round the wicket, as he did so successfully last week, and it's Weatherly on the pad, and it trickles out on the leg side. Tom Price has gone down to fine leg now as well, so I wonder whether that may indicate that there's a double change coming here. Still got 40 minutes to go until lunch. Taylor to Weatherly, inside half of the bat, out to Higgins at forward square leg. And just to repeat what Ed said about the news in the Championship this morning from Derby, where the game has been abandoned because of a positive COVID case, in the same way that the Gloucestershire Northants game was abandoned. That was also on the first. That was on the first day, wasn't it?
Yep. First morning. Well, after the first morning.
Last season, and that was the only game last year. And there hasn't been one this year yet, has there? Until this. That's the first one.
Maybe I should just read out the ECB statement as we go along here. The LV equals insurance county championship match between Derbyshire and Essex at Derby has been abandoned ahead of the second day's play. The decision was made after it was confirmed this morning that an unnamed member of the Derbyshire playing squad tested positive for COVID-19 and has begun to self-isolate.
Taylor round the wicket, and when Weatherly taking 3 parts of a stride forward just before Taylor bowls the ball.
Further members of the Derbyshire squad have been identified as close contacts. Due to the isolation protocols and impact on Derbyshire's available playing squad, the umpires have abandoned the match, but perhaps the most key sentence is coming after that. Confirmation on the awarding of points from the match will be announced in due course.
Here, Hampshire were 31 without loss, and there's an appeal for an LBW here with Holland quite a long way back, but not, according to Paul Pollard, susceptible to be dismissed.
Well, it's you're appealing for a stump shaver at best. I think they're right. Yeah, once again, it did look to be pretty leg side-ish.
Taylor getting into his rhythm, and that's a better ball. Holland off for a chat with Weatherly. But it is this concept of making things happen and it turning into something actually tangible.
Yeah, it's, you know, there's been plenty happening out there, which is the one thing that you would say. It's not like that long period where Eskenazi and Mitchell in particular, they batted for so long without anything seeming to happen. There's been plenty happening, it's just that it hasn't produced the wicket so far, and the one particularly, well, the particular opportunity that was generated and put down, that one that will be hurting Gloucestershire, but at the same time that there's plenty happening. There are LBW shouts, admittedly none of them have looked well. You can see why all of them were turned down, we'll put it that way, and then the edge, that there is something happening out there. Higgins bowls, and Weatherly leaves that through to Bracey, who's gone back now, so Weatherly's able to take his starting position from outside his crease, and then takes a step even further down the pitch. Coming at Ryan Higgins. Here comes Higgins, and he bowls, and it's a bit further back of a length that time, but Weatherly makes sure he gets everything out of the way of it. You can see why Higgins has tried that delivery, because if Weatherly tries to come forward to that, then there's every chance of an outside edge that may well carry, because a bit more carry from further back of a length. Higgins is there and bowls, and Weatherly goes forward and rolls that one up towards mid-on. Events in between prevented me from saying the exact number of points that Lancashire might take through at the moment against Yorkshire, but the reverse fixture, Lancashire 22 points, Yorkshire 1, and so far, as I say, Lancs 273 for 2 as Higgins bowls, and that's left outside the off stump. And 96 overs, of course, bowled, so they had the full day yesterday at Headingley, and so there's not much opportunity for Yorkshire to pick up any more bonus points. And I suppose that one of the worries of this format was exposed a little bit. Not Somerset didn't do it, I hasten to add that it wasn't because they wanted Hampshire to go through with them, as Higgins bowls, and that's driven and well stopped by Higgins in his follow through. He's got a hand on that and managed to deflect it to Jack Taylor, because that was very sweetly timed by Weatherly down the ground, and Higgins has saved 4 runs there with that hand. There was just the worry that there may come a situation at another point, though, where a side genuinely does potentially even deliberately lose a game to another side to have them go through to the same division as them. Higgins in and bowls, and forward Weatherly getting way down the pitch to play that defensively. Maiden over from Higgins, 31 without loss after 12 overs. But I suppose what you would say is that Lancashire are going to take a huge number of points through. They're already going to have a lead of several points, it looks like. So, you know, you can play negative cricket if you want, and you know, but at the same time, actually just go out and win the games. And it looks as though Lancs are going to be very well poised, and they are a very good side, it has to be said. They've got a lot of depth of batting. They've got all sorts of options with the ball, whether that's with seam or with spin, and they're going to be a tough side to beat, I would imagine.
Higgins has taken a sleeveless sweater, so I wonder that might indicate that 6 overs was his limit, or whether he might have one more. Matt Taylor from the Chapel End, and clipped nicely from Holland. That'll be a chase for Dan Morrell. I don't think he'll haul it in. Be surprised if he does, but it has gone in the end all the way out to the rope at Straight mid-wicket for 4.
Been kind of searching for that shot as Holland, and that one was well onto leg stump this time. But that's the whip through the leg side he's been after. Finally got one out the middle.
The spring-heeled Taylor in once more, and that's the same shot, a little bit squarer this time. Dunwell will keep them down to a single. There are some dark clouds away to our right. I think they're probably going past us. Most of the weather hasn't been coming from that direction this week, so there's a little bit of blue sky overhead. Sun not out at the moment. 36 for no wicket. 13th over Hampshire. Oh, that's nicely bowled. Well, he didn't really play very hard at that, but that Taylor at least not finding the middle of the bat for once. Scott just behind point on the offside for Weatherly, who's now got to contend with Tom Lace being in a pretty orthodox cover. There isn't quite the same size of gap on that offside that there was earlier. No gully for Matt Taylor, just the 3 slips. And stays around the wicket. Weatherly again coming outside his crease, shuffling sort of half a stride forward before playing the ball out defensively.
Yeah, it's looked pretty assured overall as Weatherly, and it's getting towards that point now where Gloucestershire do have to start wondering about the defensive rather than the attacking. Still those 3 slips in place, but the fielder in at cover would suggest a bit more of a defensive mindset.
And Weatherly content to block. Cap is being bribed up. Somebody wants a hat. Dom Goodman is on 12th man duty at the moment. Ian Cobain on sanitisation matters. It's been Hampshire's morning so far. The 4 quick wickets, and then a solid start from these two. 36 off 13. It's the overs is not really the point. It's the fact that they're still together. If Hampshire do bat all day, however many wickets are down, they would probably expect to be a little way ahead. Not very far, but a little way ahead come the close if the scoring rate in the match is vaguely maintained.
I'm sorry, Ian, I'm afraid I missed the start of your of your point there because the PA announcement. So I'm sure that it was exactly on point and hitting the nail on the head. But I'm afraid, as I said, I didn't quite catch all of it. So
that's probably fine. The more important thing to say is that Tom Price is on.
Indeed, Tom Price with the College Lawn end, and he bowls, and that's clipped away through backward square leg and well timed, and that will be only stopped by the boundary boards. So Holland also now starting to look more and more assured, and a replay here. Leg stump deliveries like that will only increase the confidence, of course, of the batsman out there, and Holland, having got away a beautifully timed whip through mid-wicket in the last over, has now added another boundary to that. Price bowls and forward goes Holland, and playing back to the bowler, And he was looking at a little bit jumpy, a little bit edgy Holland, unlike Weatherly, but as I say, you don't want to be playing a batsman like this in. He's got the patience, he's got the ability, and Gloucestershire may have missed their chance.
Dropped on 5.
To create another one. Tom Price bowls, and he definitely did have a think about playing at that one, Holland. It goes through to Bracey, but he's had a little inclination of the hands a couple of times towards the ball, but this one very much more of a jab. Admittedly, he kept the bat along the line of off stumps, so wasn't ever going to get in too much difficulty, but moral victory to Price as he bowls, and that's punched back to the bowler on the bounce. So after the early half volley, Tom Price seems to have settled into his work. He tends to bowl a lot of full and straight stuff, which is exactly what you want to see, really. That's what we've come to learn about Tom Price in just his third first-class match here, of course, so we are still learning about him. He's in and bowls, and that's a leg before shout, which is very much strangled, it has to be said. Sort of, I think it was one of those ones where it looked a little bit better from deep point than it actually was. Get a look at the replay here. Well, it's coming. It might have been coming back ever so slightly, but it's too leg-side-ish to be given out. Price runs past umpire White and bowls. Forward goes Holland and pushes that one out to Jack Taylor in the covers. So a very good comeback from Tom Price after going for the boundary. The little half beat of the bat and then an LBW shout. End of that over, the 14th of the innings. Hampshire 40 without loss, Weatherly 17 and Holland 15.
Just had another look. The analysts have been able to play me back that chance that Holland gave when he was on 5. It genuinely did split Holland, Hammond and Phillips. The question is, Hammond is a left-hander, so is it going to? It's going to the natural side of both slips.
He's naturally right-handed, though, Hammond, isn't he?
Taylor forcing her one off the inside half of the bat to fine leg, where Price does the fielding. Tom, that is. If he bowls right arm and bats left, which is his natural hand? I think you'd have
to say it is, and judging by the unorthodox nature of the way that he bats, I think that also shows you that the dominant hand's probably more right than left.
Well,
but it doesn't matter too much.
Taylor round the wicket. Oh, and that's flashed at by Holland. Doesn't get a touch, and things at the moment are not quite falling Gloucestershire's way. Bracey taking that, and the two batsmen just having a chat about their shot selection perhaps out there.
He played one shot like that earlier, didn't he, Holland? So I thought he put that away.
To Hammond's left, to Phillips's right. Taylor in, and again that's worked into the same place by Holland again. Round comes Tom Price from long leg to keep them to 1. If Hammond had not gone for it, I think on the replay I've seen, it suggests that Phillips, if the ball would have carried to Phillips.
Right.
So the fact that he's gone for it just kind of creates that kind of element of confusion, and it's ended up going, I think, off Hammond's hand in the end. 42 for no wicket. In this case, with fielding in the slips, in any instance, everything happens quickly.
Yeah, and it's hard to blame anybody for going for the catch when you know, there must obviously have been some doubt from Hammond that it was going to carry. You definitely don't blame him for going for it. Rather, two people went for it than nobody.
Third ball in the same place in this over, again worked off his legs by, this time, Weatherly for a single. So Weatherly has 19 now, and 16 to Holland. Gloucestershire given all their 4 quicker bowlers a run. Taylor's in his 3rd over. That's annoying for him, and indeed for his captain, when he sees 4 balls going in the same area. Hampshire adding 1 off the last ball of the over, but 4 of them going down the leg side after Taylor had got 1 past the edge earlier in the over. So he's bowled 3 overs. Higgins has bowled 6, Morrell's bowled 5, and Tom Price just into the attack at the College Lawn end. But the crowd are quite quiet at the moment, understandably. They need a wicket or 2 points to lift them, and the team do as well.
Here is Tom Price continuing into his 2nd over, and he bowls. That's worked up to mid-on by Holland, all on the ground and no run. And there's several of the LBW's missing leg as well, so probably would say overall that possibly has indicated Gloucestershire have been a bit too straight so far. But yes, it's fine margins, isn't it? Because you know, that catch could have been taken. Some of the LBW shouts obviously weren't appalling shouts. Price bowls and forcing an attempted shot off the back foot by Holland, but he's completely shanked it back to the bowler. But it has just been a case of little things, and the fine margins so far haven't really gone Gloucestershire's way. But at the same time, I'd have to say that when you get an edge like that, you would hope that it would be taken. So they haven't helped themselves out, despite the fine margins not necessarily going their way. Tom Price bowls, and that's left by Holland through to the keeper Bracey. Also, what you need as an opener in English conditions, really, you need those things to go your way, given that it is still pretty cloudy out here. Odd pocket of blue sky, but it is only the very odd pocket, and there is, as Ian mentioned earlier, a dark cloud over towards the hills, but I don't think it's going to produce any rain. Price bowls, and forward is Holland, and getting everything behind that one, and plays it up to mid-on, no run.
I think Gloucestershire would want it to stay like this, because they need the ball to keep wobbling about.
Yep, certainly. Hampshire sticking the heavy roller on it perhaps indicates their mindset of, right, we're going to bat once here. We're not actually that disappointed with life being taken out of the pitch now. Tom Price moves in and bowls, and that's carved through point, beautifully timed by Holland, and that crashes into the boundary for 4. And it's, I think it was also a no ball. I saw Rob White with his arm extended before he signalled the boundary. Yep, it's gone up on the board now. So that brings up the 50 for Hampshire, which is why the applause extends itself from the left. So both sides have had a 50-run opening partnership. Gloucestershire are going to need a cascade of wickets, just like they conceded themselves. Holland up to 20 with his 4th boundary as Price bowls, and that's angled very softly by Ian Holland through the gully region and out of my sight, but I can see from the umpire signal that it has gone for 4. So make that 5 boundaries, and things are beginning to slip a bit here for Gloucestershire as the replay will show you. Well, he's glanced it extremely fine, has Ian Holland. If he's done that deliberately, it's an extremely good shot. If he hasn't, then I suppose it's still an extremely good shot. 54 without loss. And the last 2 balls have conceded 10 runs with the no ball added in. Last ball of this over as Price bowls to Holland, and that's left alone. Bracey taking it around about hip high, and the end of the 16th over. Hampshire 54 for no wicket. It's not that things haven't happened, it's just that wickets haven't been taken, and there's still a fair way to go before lunch here, and Hampshire can add several more runs in that time with lunch at 110 today.
Yes, I don't want to draw this parallel too early, but you were looking at the other sides who were liable to end up in the top group at the end of this round of games, and Gloucestershire would feel like the smallest team in that 6. And I wonder if what we're seeing here is just that, you know, the heavier weight of Hampshire's sort of knowledge of playing top division cricket against a side who, you know, still haven't crystallised their promotion from 2019.
Well, you do look at the experience level in Hampshire's lineup, and it is pretty much all first division experience, and especially if you added in Vincent Dawson to that batting lineup, you certainly would say they are more experienced at that level. And if you add in the players that Gloucestershire are missing, then I think things might be different in terms of the batting lineup. But yeah, particularly with the batting, there appears to be a bit of a mismatch.
Taylor in, and again Wetherly out on the offside to Lace. You were at the Aegeus Bowl for the reverse game.
No, I wasn't.
You were not there?
No. But I think you just look at. I think you particularly look at centuries, and you look at batsmen who, you know, the ability to go on and make those really big scores. I haven't totted it up yet. Maybe I'll do it at lunch, but I'd have to imagine there's a fair gap.
Taylor forces Wetherly this time to play it quietly out on the offside.
I'd have to imagine there's a fair gap between the centuries made by the Hampshire lineup versus the
actual 11.
In the actual 11.
So in the Gloucestershire side,
we've got some live adding up on air here.
about 30, I think. Good bit of work from Higgins at mid-wicket, no run. I think there's probably about 10 in it.
I said Jack Taylor, of course, has 7 centuries. And
Matt Taylor to Wetherly, who again defends.
I must say, I'd sort of I'd done Jack Taylor down a couple of centuries there.
I think it's about 10 in it, I think.
I expect, particularly if you did add in Vincent Dawson rather than, say, Prest and... I'm actually not quite sure who else you'd take out. Maybe you'd take out then Crane. Maybe Crane wouldn't have played in Hampshire, and Hampshire would have played Dawson as a spinner.
Shot down the ground, that's 4. It's will run all the way up to the boundary at long on. Pushing Hampshire further towards a similar start to the one that Scott and Hammond gave Gloucestershire yesterday. But it was when the first wicket went down that the encouragement started to go through the Hampshire attack. They got Bracey quickly as well with Wheel. And different pitch, of course, at the Aegeus, but Hampshire having got 400 once against Gloucestershire this season already, they might think, well, we bat until mid-afternoon tomorrow, and then we back our bowlers.
Yeah, well, as you say, they've got the confidence of knowing they've scored big against Gloucestershire, which has to help a lot. Price bowls to Holland, and that's clipped fine, but fielder is at long leg ready to stop it.
I'll go back to
It's just a single.
point I was kind of raising earlier in a roundabout way. Look at the 6 sides that Gloucestershire might be in within the First Division. Do they sit slightly out of that company? Do they sit more easily in the middle company? Not that you should never lower your sights in terms of ambition, but does it feel that they sit in the middle group rather than the top group?
Possibly. I mean, you look. I suppose the one thing is you look at a side like Notts actually as Price bowls, and that's turned up to mid-on by Weatherly, but only as far as the fielder there. So no run. I suppose you look at a side like Notts, and they're the one side that you would say, well, in a way it's not a surprise that Notts have done as well as they have, but given they went on, what was it 24 or 25 matches or something like that without a win consecutively, Notts, and now they're looking as though they're going to go through fairly comfortably to Division 1. Tom Price bowls, turned to mid-wicket this time. Some oohs from behind the stumps and some hands on head would suggest that was clipped maybe off the stumps.
I will counter that by saying that after 9 rounds, only 2 teams have won 5 games.
Well, no,
Lancashire and Gloucestershire.
Quite. I was just, you were talking about the sort of profile of the county and how really you've got Somerset, of course, but Somerset have been one of the best Red Bull sides for years, and other than that you've got the big counties. That shouldn't necessarily mean that, well, it shouldn't mean anything really, but
you just think about resources and depth.
Yes. Tom Price moves in and he bowls, and that's clipped straight to mid-wicket once again by Weatherly. And but I think what you would say it was, and people rightly I think would say this, that if Gloucestershire were to make it, it would be a very good effort from them. And I think the fact that you're talking about it in those terms means that you didn't necessarily expect it. And I think the players talking about it as well from the point of view of where they were even after that Leicestershire match where they'd suffered back-to-back innings defeats. Here's Tom Price, he bowls, and that's pushed up towards mid-off, and there's no run. There was a no ball a couple of balls earlier, by the way, which brought Hampshire's total up to 61 without loss, which I missed, so apologies for that. But in terms of the players talking about it, well, we would have really taken that position from the start of the season if you'd offered it to us. That in itself sort of, it would lead you to suggest that obviously they're having a very good season overall. Price bowls, and that's angled down towards long leg by Weatherly, and they're going to take on the arm. The throw's going to go to the non-striker's end, and was probably going to be safe with a hit there was Holland, but he had to get his skates on. 2 more to the total, 63 without loss. They know what a good season they've had. I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean, of course, that they didn't expect it, but I think it shows you that Gloucestershire have reached the, pretty close to the high mark of what they could have achieved, which, is very much credit to them. As Tom Price bowls and forward goes Weatherly, playing defensively up to mid-on. Yeah, I guess it also shows you that actually they know to a certain extent that they've still got things that they can improve as a side, and like you said, they haven't kind of had the opportunity to back up that promotion to Division 1 yet, and this is almost the backing up year. So if you were to then make it not only not not only were you able to get a good result in Division 2 of this 3-division system, but you were able to get into Division 1, then that really would more than back up the promotion.
Tomley's just gone off temporarily, and Dom Goodman's come out as 12th man.
I guess what I'm saying is that they don't need to be in Division 1 to know that they've progressed a lot as a side this year, but I think they also know that they're still in the process of as a 4-day team, as I'm sure a lot of sides would say.
Matt Taylor staying round the wicket, and Holland again defends.
But like you say,
I think
if they were not to go through and had won 5 out of 10, and it looks as though, given the events that are happening at Old Trafford, pardon me, at Headingley, that Yorkshire are not going to add a 6th victory, they will end up with the joint most victories in the first phase of the county championship.
Edged? Oh, not edged. Almost. Wishful thinking.
I think it bounced short of Bracey anyway. There's still the odd bit happening out there, though.
Yeah, this is where Gloucestershire got to. In roundabout terms, 63 off 18 for Hampshire, and Taylor again into Holland, who plays from the crease. Yeah, I think the different way of saying it would be Gloucestershire have to play at their maximum and Hampshire have to be below par, because if the two sides are at their maximum, there is probably only one outcome.
And again, I think you'd have to clarify that by saying, with the two sides being as they are in this match, because I do think if you add in
Payne and Dent, for example.
Payne, Dent, yeah, Van Buren as well, adding another top order batsman who's got a lot of confidence, a lot of runs this year. Ben Charlesworth maybe fits into the mould as well, and of course Gloucestershire are not, maybe you add in a Craig Brathwaite opening the batting and a Brathwaite with runs, then all of a sudden you are looking at a very different side.
Taylor in, slashed hard away through the vacant gully by Holland for 4. George Scott is on the pursuit, but the ball's long since beaten him to the boundary. And Hampshire have gone about this in a very orthodox way. They've gone slowly at the start, and now as these two have just started to feel a little bit more comfortable about the pitch and the bowling, the range of shots is expanding a little bit.
It's a little bit of a tired delivery, that one from Matt Taylor. It really sat up and Holland could do whatever he wanted with it.
It's the 5th over for Taylor. And just squeezed round to Goodman, who's on as a sub temporarily.
Yeah, 2 shots I think that are of particular concern to Gloucestershire. There's that one which was played with an alarming level of comfort, even though it kind of was slashed through wide third man. That one, and also the punchy on drive from Weatherly, which you tend to think if somebody's able to play an on drive like that, they're feeling pretty good about themselves. And those 2 shots I think have really underlined the level of dominance of Hampshire of late, and still have to say that there's not been nothing happening out there, but I think possibly the way that things have been going over the last few overs is why we're going to see some spin into the attack from Gloucestershire, and Ollie Price is going to come on.
Yeah, brother Tom, 3 overs for 19. Price, I think, bowled all his overs from the Chapel end in the Middlesex match. I don't think he bowled from the College Lawn end at all. Might have had literally one over.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember if there was a sort of a 1 or 2 over, but certainly nothing more than that.
No,
it may well have been exclusively.
The long spell certainly was from the Chapel end.
Yeah. It's from the College Lawn end now. Short leg in place and a slip as Ollie Price bowls a full toss, which is driven through the covers, and that will be 4. Tom Price sweeping out at deep backward point, and there was a sweeper at forward square leg as well, but that one was a fairly friendly offering, as to be said, from Tom Price with a full toss with a bit of width on it, and Weatherly puts it away to the boundary. 71 without loss. Ollie Price bowls, and a much better delivery, which is turned away to short mid-wicket, and there's no run. Still hunting his maiden first-class wicket, but as we said, really he didn't have much of a part to play with the ball in the last match. It was mostly down to the seamers. There's another full toss. This time it's worked away through wide mid-wicket, and it will just be cut off out on the boundary rope, and the throw is launched in from way out there. Another couple of runs to the total. Weatherly up to 31. 73 without loss. It just wasn't that much for Ollie Price to do. It wasn't. So it's back of a length turned away to backward square leg, and there's no run. It wasn't, you know, because he didn't bowl well. He just wasn't asked to play a huge part in the last match. And almost, actually, of course, had a wicket with his first ball in first-class cricket, Ollie Price, as he bowls, and that's turned away on the bounce to short leg. And no run, of course, there. Got good height to use as Ollie Price, see if he can extract a little bit of bounce out of this surface. He bowls, this is full and deadened by Weatherly back to the bowler. So a couple of low full tosses from Ollie Price, but hopefully from the Gloucestershire point of view he'll be able to settle into his rhythm, and Gloucestershire really need a breakthrough at this point. 73 without loss.
Yeah, they could do with a clatter, but I suppose the difference between Hampshire and Middlesex is a side reasonably confident in what they're doing and a side with very little confidence in what they're doing, and they were clearly irritated beyond measure, to put it mildly, that they couldn't beat Surrey last week, and you suspect that Hampshire giving Gloucestershire the rebound of that a bit. 73 for no wicket. Matt Taylor is to continue, and just a reminder that because of the time being made up from time lost yesterday, we will have 3 sessions today of 2.5 hours, so lunch at 1:10 and tea will be taken at 4 o'clock, assuming the weather is okay. The darkest of those clouds is not moving anywhere at all away to our right, so that's why we're okay for the minute. And again, chopped once more by Holland down through that gully area. Scott is on the pursuit, and they'll take 2. His throw is A, in quickly, and B, accurate, so it'll be just that. So I said 353 for 7, still batting at the Oval. Van der Merwe, the latest man, out for 41.
It's kind of funny with that, when they started taking wickets, when they put the seamers on.
Taylor round the wicket. Almost played on. Almost played on by Holland. Just tried to step across just to off stump and clip it down to the fine leg area where Tom Price is fielding, but he didn't get much on it at all, and it dribbled not far from the leg stump.
inside edge onto pad. I mean, I suppose if it had clipped the bottom of the thigh pad, as it sometimes does, then maybe it would have gone back towards leg stump, but it was pad, so it rolled away.
Again, solidly forward. So Weatherly and Holland both have 31. Hammond and Scott both made 31. This is the point at which Gloucestershire need to strike.
I'm also doing it at 3.6 and over. And
well, I think the 21st over was when the first wicket fell as well. So that really would be parity if something was to happen here, but not for Matt Taylor on this occasion.
I think it's just the... And yes, we've said that there were still things happening, but the last few overs there hasn't been that much happening, and the comfort with which these two are starting to play their shots, combined with the actual scoring rate, leads you to draw the conclusion that things are rather getting away from Gloucestershire out there at the moment, and that potentially lunch can't come soon enough.
Maybe a further chat about tactics, and maybe surely Higgins and Worrell would have another burst after
the other
the interval,
effect, isn't it? Yeah.
Straight away, you would have thought. Price to have his second and might be his only other over before the interval. Depends on how quickly he gets through it. But the tale of the morning, 4 wickets for Hampshire in basically half an hour at the start of play. And we got underway on time at 11 o'clock despite the rain overnight. And Ollie Price to continue.
Going back, Weatherly working that one out to deep mid-wicket. Pick up a single. His leg side play in particular has been very assured. Joe Weatherly's put away anything that's been ever so slightly too straight.
He started by literally playing everything on the offside, and then, as I say, we've gradually seen the range of shots sort of unfurl, if you like.
Ollie Price bowls very full, and forcing Holland to come on the front foot to use the wrists to send it down into the ground. Fielded at short mid-wicket by Scott, still that short leg in. And the slips, the only two close catches as Ollie Price bowls, and going back and cutting is Holland out to deep forward point. Tom Price moves across to make sure it's just one, almost cut directly towards us, and then at the last moment Tom Price emerges from around the corner of the marquee to cut it off. Here is Ollie, bowls full and wristily turning that one Weatherly to mid-wicket, working with whatever spin there is to turn it into the leg side and make sure it goes straight down. There's no chance of a inside edge to short leg. Ollie Price bowls, and that's clipped fine by Weatherly, just helped round the corner really, and that may have enough pace to go for 4, and it will do. So really nicely glanced by Joe Weatherly. He didn't look to get too much bat on it, and that was the key really. Just still rolled the wrists on it, even though it was well outside leg stump actually, and made sure it went straight down into the ground. And that's almost where you would love to see a leg slip, because not only can it be a run-saving position, but also potentially could have been catchable had there been a leg slip. But 4 more runs to bring Hampshire up to 81 without loss. Weatherly to 36. Ollie Price there in bowls, full and on the front foot. Defending is Weatherly. 4 minutes remain until the lunch break. It's more like 3 and a bit really, so probably Gloucestershire will, given the way this is going, make sure that there is only the 1 over before lunch.
he's looked very comfortable on the front foot, Weatherly.
Yeah. And he has not had to play much off the back foot, has to be said. And not saying that Gloucestershire should have tested him out with a bouncer either, because I think, in general, whilst we have seen a couple of wickets with shorter deliveries, in general, they did get put away earlier on in the innings when Hampshire tried those. So I'm not saying they should have banged a couple into Weatherly, but possibly in the afternoon session that might be something that we see a bit more.
Well, Matt Taylor will have bowled a 7-over stint up to lunch when he completes this last over of the morning. Hasn't been a maiden since the new ball pair were taken out of the attack. So all 4 wickets that we've seen this morning falling in that little period within 40 minutes of the play getting underway. Only 15 runs added. 2 to de Grandhomme, 1 to Abbott, 1 to Crane. And since then, Weatherly and Holland, until that delivery, have been looking increasingly comfortable. Here's Matt Taylor though, around the wicket. I don't know where Bracey took that. That was just going on with the angle.
Yeah, I don't think it really moved much. It was just a ball that was in exactly the right spot.
81 for no wicket, Hampshire, and again that's punched by Holland out to the offside. 10 fours in these 23 overs. And if Gloucestershire will feel that's too many. It's not been. I think there's only been sort of maybe no more than a couple that have been nicks that have, you feel, of a half chance that it's gone to the rope. They've generally either hit a decent ball or hit a ball that's been off target. That one's fine, but Tom Price is on the rope, and good return from him. He goes back to that chance that Holland gave when he'd made 5 off Higgins. That's been the clearest opportunity. Yes, the LBW shouts were there or thereabouts. One of the ones to Weatherly, I think, was only probably because he was so far forward. Certainly wasn't wrong for height on Higgins. Matt Taylor in, and then again that's all well on the ground. Oh, and a half stop by George Scott, but it's gone underneath his left arm, so they're going to come back for 2. I think had he stopped it, it would have been a single anyway, so 1 extra run.
Confident footwork again from Weatherly. As we said, it was soft hands through third man, but he's looked very good, Weatherly in particular.
And he's facing Taylor in this last over before lunch. What's he done with that? He's skewed that. I think that was a deliberate shot, I think. I won't say it was a pull, but it's gone off a top edge down to the rope for 4 off the last ball before lunch. Do you think he played that genuinely?
No, I don't at all. It's a top edge that's gone over the top of the slips. I think he's looked to help it round the corner down to fine leg, and he's got a top edge on it, but there we go. Short ball, first short ball. Matt Taylor trying one off the last ball before the lunch break, and it brought a top edge, and Matt Taylor gave him a good old death stare there, as you might expect. Having said that, that's about the closest they've come to getting Weatherly out, and he's, to a certain extent, he's created his own luck there And overall, Gloucestershire have an awful lot of thinking to do at lunch.
I must confess, my eye went to where the ball should have gone off that shot, not in fact where it did go. Maybe I've lost it behind the pillar just to our right. But
right, yes, no, it went pretty much straight over the keeper.
Yeah, so it was rather straighter than I thought it was. And 88 for no wicket is where Hampshire are at lunch. Weatherly has 42 and Holland has 33. It's been their morning, and the overall situation is they trail by 141. That's kind of a session and a half.
Yeah, it's the speed that they've scored this morning, isn't it? Because there have been a few things happening, but they're scoring at 3.8 and over, and playing with a really positive frame of mind, and that's not going to go away, I'm sure, in the afternoon and evening session. So if Gloucestershire don't take quick wickets, then the game will start to move away from them rapidly.
So at lunch, Worrell 5 overs 0 for 8, Higgins 6 overs 0 for 18, Matt Taylor 7 overs 0 for 26, Tom Price 3 overs for 19, Ollie Price 2 overs for 12. 88 for no wicket Hampshire, they trail by 141. Gloucestershire all out this morning for 229. Neither Jack Taylor nor Ollie Price added to their overnight scores, 34 and 18 respectively. Matt Taylor was out first ball and Dan Worrell last out for 9, leaving Tom Price not out 6. Quite a lot has happened this morning. The game has moved quite a way towards the visitors. We'll be back for the resumption at 10 minutes to 2. Join us then to see if Gloucestershire can split this opening stand and what that might do to the Hampshire top order. Oh, welcome back to Cheltenham, where the skyline has altered a little, but the dark cloud is still moving round the ground rather than towards us. And Hampshire's openers are out there and ready to get going again. They were 88 without loss at lunch. Weatherly on 42, Holland on 33. The deficit to Gloucestershire's first innings total is 141. But the most striking thing, particularly towards the end of that session, was the actual overall run rate and the way it was climbing.
Yeah, they were starting really to open up their stroke play, the two Hampshire openers, and they got some deliveries to put away. Survived a few early scares. It was Joe Weatherly, not Ian Holland, as I think I said, dropped on 12 early on. The one really tangible opportunity Gloucestershire had. They passed the bat on a few occasions. They had a few LBW shouts, but as I said in the morning, really, all the LBWs, you could see why they weren't given. But that catch between Hammond and Phillips, you have to say one of them had to take it. Whichever of them went for it, they had to take it.
Down to 2 slips.
Ryan Higgins to begin proceedings in the afternoon session to Ian Holland, who takes a stride forward but then leaves alone. Holland very much playing from on his crease there, although taking a big stride forward, unlike Weatherly, who is batting well outside his crease and then going on a wander forwards to Ryan Higgins. And Weatherly, who almost got himself in some serious bother off the last ball of the session, where he came walking down the pitch to Matt Taylor, got a short ball and then top-edged it over James Bracey. Higgins bowls to Holland, who goes back and tries to carve at that one and misses. And Higgins now, his turn, to stare at the batsman as if to say, what are you trying to do to me? As was the case with Matt Taylor with the last ball before lunch. Was short and wide.
Very wide, actually.
Probably later on in the session, Ian Holland will be putting that to the boundary, but perhaps just enough swing on it to mean that Holland, his feet weren't moving particularly well. This time it's pushed on the onside by Holland and fielded by Ollie Price just in front of the fielder at mid-on, who's Matt Taylor. It's quite, well, it's almost at a wide mid-on actually. Ollie Price is a little bit further towards mid-wicket than that, but certainly set the field very straight for Holland as Higgins bowls, and there's another slash and a miss from Holland well wide of the off stump. It's been an intriguing innings this so far from Ian Holland. He's on the whole not looked too bad, but then he brings out these slashing offside shots and they're just not working at the moment. He seemed actually to be through that shot too early, and the bottom hand came off the bat and it went flailing out in front of him. Higgins in, bowls full and straight, and Holland gets everything in behind that and plays it up towards mid-on. Whether Higgins will elect to bowl in general a lot wider after seeing those couple of slashes, I don't know. The danger, of course, is he gets one of those away and starts feeling pretty good about himself. Last ball of the over, as Higgins is in and bowls, and turned away to wide mid-wicket, straight mid-wicket, pardon me, by Ian Holland, and a maiden over to start the afternoon. 88 without loss, third maiden over from Ryan Higgins. 7 overs, 3 maidens, none for 18.
A bit of what sounds like a rattle going on. I can't obviously tell you what it is or why it's there, so apologies if that's coming out on our effects mic.
It's just stopped.
Yeah.
The instant you talked about
Well,
it.
it's always the way, isn't it?
I do my best to investigate what the rattling noise is, but
It's not
I
coming
promise
from-
you it's nothing
Yeah,
we're doing.
It's nothing surrounding us. I wonder if it's something to do with the back of the marquee. Anyway, Dan Worrell to open up from the chapel end after lunch to Weatherly, who again is forward. It's been his first movement for most of the morning session.
Yeah, and then the one time that he was required to play off the back foot, he was coming charging at Matt Taylor, and the shot was not controlled. So whether we'll see a bit more short stuff in the afternoon or not, we'll find out. But a deep square leg out would suggest that we might be going to.
All over the wicket. That is short this time and taken by James Bracey. So something I've never seen before today. Ben, our PA announcer, is actually scoring the game.
Probably not as confident as
So I don't think I've ever seen a PA announcer score a game before.
No. Oh well, you've been slacking when you've been on duty. And
88 for no wicket. Worrell to Weatherly outside the off stump. If I roll the clock back in the days BM, that's before McGannon. I don't know how long ago that was. I used to do the social media Twitter and the web report at the end of the day.
The social media Twitter.
And the report at the end of the day, but it wasn't in the same class. It was only the essential bits and bobs. Here's Worrell in, and again Weatherly lets that go outside the off stump. So to score the game and do that and watch the cricket was actually probably at least one job too many.
Well, quite. And I know that.
So I let those who actually have to score the game score the game.
That's your excuse anyway. But certainly know that others have had to do an awful lot of that. I mean, for example, Mark Church for a while, he was managing Surrey's social media account, editing the video highlights for the end of the day.
Worrell in, and again Weatherly decided to let that go.
And of course commentating.
Yeah.
I don't know how he ever managed that, but I don't think it lasted for too long, unsurprisingly.
And
extraordinary multitasking.
And in some instances commentating on his own as well. So we are fortunate now to have Shane looking after, James looking after the social media, which has been enhanced since that extra input of effort. Here is Weatherly again playing that quietly out on the offside. So Worrell starts after lunch economically. It was economical this morning as well. 88 for no wicket though, Hampshire, after 25 overs in response to Gloucestershire's 229. Only really the one big chance in the morning session, the chance in the slips that was spilled, and hasn't really been anything offered by Hampshire since.
Well, been a decent start this by Gloucestershire since lunch as Higgins bowls, and that's driven, not timed especially well through the covers, and George Scott will come back from backward point to make sure that it is just the single. But tinny sound off the bat of Holland, that one, but he gets a run, the first of the afternoon. I'm sure up to 89 without loss. You would be surprised if Hampshire were able to maintain this level of scoring rate against Higgins and Worrell. But if these two don't strike, then can the change bowlers maintain the level of control that these two, you would imagine, will do? Higgins moves in and bowls, and forward goes Weatherly and plays it back to Higgins, who motions to fire back at Weatherly but didn't pick the ball up. However, perhaps Higgins, he's trying to discourage Weatherly from moving so far at him, isn't he?
So far forward. So he's probably batting 6 inches outside his crease, and then he's at least to a stride forward.
That's a short ball from Higgins, which Weatherly ducks underneath. He's almost so far forward that he is himself encroaching on the danger area. We saw that a little bit in the first innings, but only to a few deliveries. Weatherly is doing it almost every ball. In fact, there's no almost about it, he is doing it every ball. Here's Ryan Higgins, he bowls to Weatherly, who's forward in defence, playing it out to Worrell at cover. And Weatherly, who it looked as if he had just begun. It wasn't just that short ball which was miscued over the keeper. It looked as if he'd just begun to either lose concentration or maybe almost get a little bit too confident with the footwork a few times just before lunch. But as Higgins bowls to Weatherly, tries to whip that one away out to deep square leg, but has instead managed to get it too far in front of square so that it's picked up by Ollie Price at mid-wicket. But it looks as though early on here he's gone back into his more comfortable frame of mind, and he can afford to do that because the scoring rate has been very, very good from Hampshire overall. Higgins bowls to Weatherly, and it's a full delivery. Weatherly goes down into a crouch as if to suggest it didn't get up as much as he was hoping it would. Another very tidy over from Ryan Higgins, just the one run off 3 overs since the lunch break. It's been the start Gloucestershire would have been after, a couple of swings and misses from Ian Holland, but you do feel like they've got to strike early in this afternoon session or things start to look a little troubling.
They have literally started again, these two, haven't they? Almost as if they're setting out at 0 for 0.
Yeah.
Change in the field. Ollie Price is coming in to mid-wicket. Moore is strengthening the offside by putting a gully back in. There's been a couple of shots from Holland have gone through there. More from the chapel end. Oh, big drive from Holland, doesn't get a touch.
He's still going after it.
Well, in a way, Gloucestershire want him to keep going after it because surely the increasing the chances of Gloucestershire splitting this stand. They desperately need to get pressed in at number 3 for what would be his first innings in first-class cricket. Roll in again wide. Holland is certainly enticed by width here, it seems. That's 3 now he's chased.
He's only played in 3 of Hampshire's T20s, but the way that he's going after almost every wide ball here, you'd almost say he's playing white ball shots to these wide deliveries.
Warrell in again, and that's this time Holland lets that go, and that's almost I wouldn't say it's applauded to our left from where the Hampshire players are. We can't see them because our marquee is blocked off at the left-hand end, but almost as if that was applauded as much as a boundary would have been.
Weatherly went down to have a chat as well, as he did actually once earlier on in the innings when Holland played a judicious swat outside the off stump.
Wind has dropped a little bit, and Holland comes forward but gets that on the pad, and it just dribbles out onto the offside. Tom Lace will pick up. Don't have a crowd numbers today. It's not as busy as yesterday, which was kind of inevitable with it being a Sunday, first day of the match. Forecast generally a bit better. The 27th over. Holland waits and just steers this off the outside half of the back down to Scott at backward point.
This is how they've got to do it initially, though, isn't it? They've got to build the pressure, Gloucestershire, through the dots and hope that Holland brings out another one of those drives that this time finds the edge.
Worrell again. Oh, that's on his pads this time. It's clipped off them by Holland all the way to the boundary for 4. That Square leg, it's with the shorter of the two boundaries, and frustration for Worrell, who kept things right on the money in that over, and then a 4 ball at the end of it. So he's got 7 overs for 12, and Hampshire are 93 without loss. Holland up to 37. Weatherly has 42.
Another reason why Holland doesn't need to go after those wide balls, because he's looked fine when he's just looked to turn the balls that are too straight through mid-wicket or square leg. Higgins bowls to Weatherly, and that's left outside the off stump. Weatherly has yet to add to his total since the lunch break, but hasn't actually looked as keen to get a few shots away as Ian Holland has. Interesting battle this between Higgins and Weatherly as he bowls, and Weatherly drives, but drives straight to Worrell at cover. Applause from the Gloucestershire fielders. They were happy to see Weatherly bring out that drive, but so far, with the exception of the one that he nicked and was put down in the slips off, he's not driven a ball that wasn't there to be driven yet. He's been quite disciplined about that. Higgins bowls, and that's chipped in the air, and it's short of mid-on, well short of mid-on in the end. Didn't control that turn into the leg side, Weatherly, but wasn't actually particularly close to a fielder. It just looked from our angle as if for one moment it might have been going towards Ollie Price at mid-wicket, but it was not a shot that Weatherly really knew where it was going.
I must confess, I lost it against the background.
Higgins bowls, and this time Weatherly plays defensively. Ollie Price does pick up this time from mid-wicket. It's probably in the air for, I would say it probably landed pretty much at the end of the pitch, so in the air for some time, but nowhere near long enough. It could have been caught at mid-on, but he just turned it a little bit more towards mid-wicket, then he might have been in trouble. Higgins bowls, and this time Weatherly gets the turn through mid-wicket right, but there will only be a single because they've got the sweeper out on the boundary, and Tom Price hurls the throw in. So Weatherly does get his first run of the afternoon session. 94 without loss. It's been good stuff from Ryan Higgins so far. Bowls now to Holland, and Holland is struck on the pad, and it's going to dribble away fine. I say dribble, it might make it to the rope almost, cut off, but they're going to take a third run as Tom Lace had to sprawl to the turf to make sure that it didn't cross the boundary rope. Replay, and I think Higgins bowled, well, he bowled an outswinger on leg stump, so he was hoping that it might have been swinging back towards the stumps, but I suspect it pitched well outside leg stump, judging by the angle that it came off and the impact point. And 3 leg byes taken off the last ball of the over. 97 without loss.
We have news about the last round in the T20. Which will bring you weekend during this over. 97 without loss. That's let go by Holland. Gloucestershire, of course, have got 2 matches left. Home to Surrey here on Friday afternoon, and away to Somerset. And that match will now be an evening match on Sunday, starting at 6:30. So just to confirm that. So that will mean it won't clash with the England game, which is in...
Well, that's what I thought, because I thought that all the matches were taking place at 2:30 at the same time as the England match.
Worrell in, and it's been moved because it will be shown live on Sky. So 6:30 at Taunton on Sunday evening. And you'll be checking the trains, Ed, will you?
Checking the trains?
Well, you're not doing the game?
No.
Ah.
No, that's not.
And neither
That's not one of my ones. No.
Neither you or I selected for that. Worrell in, and Holland tries to smash that away through. Extra cover, but good stop from Tom Price. So just to confirm, Somerset against Gloucestershire in the last round of the T20 group stages, which is on Sunday, will now be at Taunton at 6:30. 6:30. And the game, of course, will be covered live on the stream through our colleagues at Taunton as usual. That will be offered. Worrell in. I stand corrected on knowledge of whether it will be on the stream or not. So the fact it's on Sky means
that it won't be streamed.
Won't be streamed.
I think that we're doing that for the championship matches, but for the T20s, not so.
Holland again plays and misses, and Worrell must wonder what he's got to do here to get something to go his way.
What is that now? That's got to be at least 5 times that Holland's done that and not got an outside edge. There was one very early on which passed his outside edge when it was much too close to him to drive, and there's got to be at least 3 or 4 times since.
Worrell tries again and Holland lets that go. That's over the off stump. He's bowled 8 overs for 12, Dan Worrell, and not a jot of luck anywhere. 97 for no wicket off 29. The deficit is there for Hampshire is creeping down. 132 is the deficit at the moment. Remember, we've got an extended day today through until 6:30 to make up at least some of the overs that were lost yesterday. And Matt Taylor's doing some stretching, and James Bracey's going to stand up again to Ryan Higgins, with Weatherly continuing, well, he was batting outside his crease. He won't do so now, I suspect.
No, you rather felt as though that move had to come. Higgins into his 10th over now. He bowls to Weatherly, and Weatherly turns that one backward a square on the leg side, and they're not going to take on the arm of Tom Lace at long leg, just be the single.
So Weatherly's now equalled his highest score of the summer.
Yeah.
It doesn't say much, does it really, that he's
not standing up anymore.
He's got to this point.
Well, again, it just goes back to the point of you watch him for the most part in this innings and you think he should have more runs than he does. Higgins bowls to Holland, and that's turned leg side once again. Out to deep square this time, and Holland will pick up a single, and for the second ball in a row, Gloucestershire look as though somebody's trodden on the grave of the close relative, but it looks, to be honest, as though Holland played that one fairly comfortably.
We should say that it's not as if Weatherly's not been a regular. This is his 9th game out of 10.
Back up to the stumps for Weatherly is Bracey. Here goes Higgins past the umpire. He bowls. It's left alone by Weatherly and thuds into the gloves of Bracey, standing up to the stumps.
So 2 slips now and no gully for Higgins. He's got George Scott at backward point, but nobody for that dab shot.
Higgins bowls. That's clipped out to deep square once again. Weatherly this time, and that brings up the Hampshire 100, and it's come in very good time. The run rate for their innings, yes, it's gone down to 3.3, but it's still very healthy, and they are seeing off this period of Higgins and Worrell. Admittedly, Weatherly perhaps with overall the greater assurance, but the same time, they are still there. Keeper back now for Holland as he plays firmly up towards mid-on. Higgins is persisting with that full length. He can't really afford to do too much else. Trying to bring all three modes of dismissal into play, and it does look as though there is a little bit out there for him, but they're negotiating it successfully so far, these two. Higgins in and bowls, and in behind at Holland, playing it out towards mid-wicket. That ends the 30th over of the innings. Hampshire 100 without loss, and there's no guarantee either that if Gloucestershire break this opening partnership, that the middle order of Hampshire is going to fall away as Middlesex's did, because, as you've pointed out, this is not a batting lineup with the level of confidence or lack of it that Middlesex had. This is a side that has scored a lot of runs this season as a unit, and the likes of Allsop and the runs that Nick Gubbins has got in his career, Colin de Grandon coming off the back of his first-class career best. And those are just the next few. McManus and Barker have scored more than useful runs this season.
They've got 20 batting points. Leicestershire 21, Somerset 23 are the highest in this section. Gloucestershire only 13 before this match by contrast, so 14 as we now stand. Worrell then to Weatherly. It looks a little bit like that point in the Middlesex, the start of the Middlesex chase, where I agree they were not batting really, other than to try and bat time, and well, these two are batting time in a way. They don't have a target as such, but it's more of a tempo they want to set, isn't it, really, more than anything. Worrell in, and clipped fine by Weatherly, but straight to Matt Taylor. Yes, it would have been alright them going slowly, but they've not wanted to get bogged down here. No, and
I think they've also realised that things have gone their way when they've played a few shots, so they're now in a position where they can really cash in, because Gloucestershire can't afford for the runs to get away from them, and they can transfer a lot of pressure to Gloucestershire batting that way.
Still two slips for Worrell. Chopped, and a good stop from Holland by George Scott. That backward point.
It's a nice shot though, and if Holland's going to play through the offside, that's far more how Hampshire would like him to play, rather than with the flails away from his body.
Yes, there is a reasonably big gap there, because Scott is behind square. There's literally a square drive. There wouldn't be much chance for Tom Price. He's got a big area to cover from where Scott is, a backward point all the way around to Jack Taylor at mid-off. Worrell still bustling in, and still finding the middle of Holland's bat.
The bat almost got stuck behind the pad of Holland for a moment there. I think that's where there was a bit of a yelp. He certainly, as you say, you got the middle of the bat on it, but the pad was there enticingly for a fraction of a second.
Worrell tries a short one this time, but one ducks underneath it. So the end of Worrell's over. So we start again at 10 minutes to 2. So since lunch, Worrell has bowled 4 overs so far. He's tried to keep a lid on things, which he has done, but still no breakthrough.
Pretty much a ring field now for Gloucestershire. There are the 2 slips, and there's a deep square leg, but fairly defensive field overall. Higgins bowls and forward Weatherly from his crease, of course, nothing like as far forward as he was able to get earlier on, but he got the ball out of the middle of the bat once again, and it's a bit difficult at the moment to see exactly how Weatherly in particular is going to get out. Holland has played a few injudicious shots, but we haven't seen much from Weatherly this afternoon session. Higgins bowls, and that's left alone outside the off stump. Higgins has been very disciplined. There's really too much more that Higgins could have done in his spells so far, and same thing really with Worrell, that he's tried the odd short ball. That hasn't really worked. They haven't tried to take it on, and little half chances they've managed to create haven't gone their way. Higgins bowls, and that's dabbed away out towards backward point, and Scott is able to do the fielding. To whether they will go to spin next, or whether they will give both Matt Taylor and Tom Price another spell. Didn't get much of a go, Ollie Price, in the morning session, just the 2 overs. Higgins in, and that's an outside edge, and it looked to be more of a genuine outside edge, that one, but it will head down towards the 3rd man boundary and over it for 4, and that takes Joe Weatherly to his first class half century of the season.
100 balls.
Wouldn't believe that from the way that he's batted here, but to say he has only got 150 in the blast, but he has been very consistent in that, and he's managed to transfer that form into this innings here. So 100 balls, 6 fours, basically bang on 2 hours. Higgins bowls to Weatherly, who leaves alone. Been very disciplined, with the exception of that one, well, rash shot, really, drive that could have been caught in the slips, but well, I was a bit kind of dismissive of 400 for 2, but Hampshire are certainly going about it the right way at this point. Higgins bowls, and Weatherly goes forward and pushes that one up towards mid-off, and that ends the over. 4 runs have come from it. Hampshire now trail by just 124. Before you know it, they will be halfway there towards Gloucestershire's first innings total.
Yeah, talking of 400, Somerset have got 400 against Surrey at the Oval in the other match at the top of this group. Somerset 402 for 8, and they're batting on with Leach and DeLanger, the not-out batsman. There have been 5 scores in the 40s on that card, in addition to Hildreth's 107. So, as usual, Somerset contributing right down the order. Here's Worrell into Holland, and Gloucestershire's recent record against Hampshire, as we know, in T20 cricket, particularly away, is dreadful.
Well, both List A and T20 away. Very
poor.
Never won a T20, and I think it's something like 8 of the last 9 List A matches as well.
It's a long time.
They've lost.
They really have been a bogey team. We're all in. Appeal for an LBW a bit high, I think. This looks like it. They could be heading for anything at this moment, but it wouldn't be unreasonable to think they might end up with a lead of 100, and that would make life very difficult batting third. Worrell to Holland, slashed but out of the reach of George Scott, and it'll go down to the boundary for 4 more. different length from Worrell, just to try to upset Holland a bit. And same sort of trajectory to the catch that Glenn Phillips took on Friday, but Scott was probably a stride and a half short of getting to the ball.
Well, you just got no time ready to move, have you? And it was hit very hard by Holland. It was almost too close to him, but not quite. It was close enough to him that the slash went backward of square, but not far enough. Well, not too close to him that it was a problem in any way. Trying to get the ball changed, were they?
No, I think it's just sanitising.
Yes,
sanitising it, I think. Holland also into the 40s now. And quietly up to Ryan Higgins at mid-on. I suspect that the Hampshire batsmen would have expected Worrell and Higgins to bowl after lunch, so they would have started with a slightly more cautious approach, but they probably know that they really are in the box seat at the moment. They're not on the board in terms of runs scored, but they're just the feel of where the match is going at the minute. It's going strongly Hampshire's way.
You wonder whether Hampshire would be 109 for none if Gloucestershire had even added another 30 to 40 runs. They may well have been.
You think,
but it certainly would have made Gloucestershire feel a bit more comfortable out there.
Do you think the impetus has come from what happened with the ball?
It's hard to know.
Worrell in with the signs of an ambulance going along the Sanford Road for company. But the end of it, another Worrell over, 10 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 17. And he's continued to bend his back, Dan Worrell, in this spell, but it's just not happening for these two Gloucestershire bowlers at the moment. And the worry would be that they appear to have carried the main threat. Certainly against Middlesex they did. 14 wickets, I think, between them in the match.
Worrell and Matt Taylor.
Yeah.
Here goes Higgins, and he bowls to Weatherly. He goes forward and plays defensively out towards cover. I think maybe talking about the effect of what happened early this morning, it's probably better to think about it from Hampshire's point of view, because whilst it may not have affected how Gloucestershire bowled, it may well have affected how Hampshire batted, because they knew that they could actually lose a few wickets and probably still achieve parity. So it just gave them a bit more freedom. Higgins bowls and forward goes Weatherly. He's able to get far down the pitch again because Bracey's gone back. And in general, Higgins has probably caused more problems to Weatherly when Weatherly has been batting well outside his crease than when Bracey was up at the stumps. It didn't seem to bother Weatherly at all, and perhaps that's Higgins and Bracey's collective views. Higgins bowls, and there's a shout for leg before, but I think it's come off the inside edge. Apart from anything else, Weatherly well down the pitch again. Matt Taylor was going through some warm-ups. Not too surprising that he would be the first choice. There's the replay of the LBW, and that's looked pretty high, and of course he's further down the pitch than that angle makes it look. You can't necessarily tell just how far down the pitch he is from front on. Higgins bowls and forward goes Weatherly, middle of the bat on it up towards mid on. A no ball is called by Rob White, so that's the first no ball for, well, in fact it's the first no ball from Higgins since his first over, when I think it was 2 of his first 4 balls were no balls. 2 more runs on the total to Hampshire, brings it up to Nelson without loss. Higgins bowls and Weatherly plays that one more off the inside half up towards mid-on, and a bit of a stare from Ryan Higgins for that, but as if it's been fairly slim pickings when you are making something out of something like that. It tells you who's on top, really. Higgins past the umpire and bowls, and a short ball which has struck Weatherly, and we're going to need a concussion check here because it has struck Weatherly on the helmet. Interesting to see now whether that brings about any change to what Weatherly's doing with his footwork. Here's the replay. Higgins banging it in, but not banging it right in. It hit him on the helmet because Weatherly actually went down a bit. He crouched downwards and he tried to play the same shot that produced the top edge of the last ball of the morning session, that little angled help round the corner, and the ball was onto him quicker than he expected. So concussion test will now be carried out. Some more gloves and a drink as well. There's no hurry from Hampshire's point of view. They're not having to worry about the weather because that appears to be pretty good now over the course of the match, so they can afford to take as much time as they want here, and of course need to because of the concussion protocols. They're nothing to be sniffed at, and just because Higgins isn't amazingly fast does not mean that it can't still cause problems.
Yeah, both batsmen just getting some refreshment. It almost appeared to me that Weatherly almost didn't play a shot at that ball at all. I think
he was so late on it that he sort of tried to swat it, but he didn't really get anywhere with it because the ball had got to him. Off go the substitutes, and a few Gloucestershire players also taking the opportunity to have a bit of a drink, and we're ready for the resumption. We'll see whether that affects Weatherly's footwork at all. Higgins bowls, and it doesn't there as it's turned away to mid-wicket and there's no run, and Ryan Higgins would have liked his over to be a few more balls in length, I would think. It would have been interesting to see how that developed, but it was just the one ball, and Weatherly played it very nicely all along the ground into the leg side. 111 without loss after 34 overs, and Worrell and Higgins, I imagine, will not be getting too many more overs before they are out of the attack.
Yeah. So Higgins it was who started this afternoon session from the College Lawn end. So Worrell has bowled 5 at the moment. This is his 6th in this spell. Into Holland, clipped off his legs down towards the 2 fielders behind square on the leg side, and ground is made by Ollie Price to keep Hampshire down to 2. I was just looking back at the meeting at the Ageas Bowl when Gloucestershire obviously drew the match with that last wicket stand between Shaw and Goodman. Come back to that in a moment. Here's Worrell again, and Holland lets that go outside the off stump. I hadn't remembered this correctly, and that was whether Gloucestershire were actually ahead, having obviously had a big deficit on first innings, and I think by the end of the second innings, it was that double impact that they got themselves ahead, and were therefore creating a small target as well as soaking up time.
Yeah, but it did almost make the last couple of overs, but only the last couple a bit easier.
Holland again lets that go, puts his pad towards the ball, but gets the bat one out of the way, and it's taken by James Bracey.
Of course, the other thing about that game was the fact that Gloucestershire fell short of the follow-on target by just 1 run, and Dawson had bowled ball after ball after ball to Matt Taylor, and he'd been very disciplined about defending it, and he finally got a ball that he could hit, and he cut it straight to first slip.
Holland once again waits for Worrell. Again, forces him to play, but it's off the middle.
It's one of those moments when your heart just sinks. I guess. Not that I wasn't at that game, but you just know from that point it's going to be such a battle to save the game. Whereas if you just score one more run, then Hampshire have to bat on for a fair bit to assure safety, and then you're looking at much less than a day to defend.
Worrell to Holland. Slashes at that's what's gone through James Bracey. Not sure he got anything on that.
No, don't think so.
Leg bye? No, just actually a fully fledged bye. Not taken cleanly by Bracey. And Hampshire virtually halfway to the Gloucestershire first innings total, with the openers still together. 114 without loss. And Weatherly pleasantly out to Tom Price at extra cover. No run. I wonder if there's going to be some. There's got to be some funky thinking here by James Bracey, because nothing much is happening. His two strike bowlers who he's used after lunch and with the new ball have not done it. Do you think about like a Glenn Phillips? Do you think about a George Scott? So one of your bowlers who might just be a stand breaker?
Possibly. It'll be Matt Taylor for now, but Matt Taylor from the College Lawn end rather than the Chapel end, and who he bowls with is the question. Tom Price didn't bowl much, if at all, from the Chapel end in the last match. Ollie Price, however, did bowl from there, so maybe that suggests that Ollie Price may have said that actually I do prefer the Chapel end, having bowled a couple of overs this morning from the College Lawn end. Anyway, here is Matt Taylor. He lost his run there, and I thought he was still going to go through with the delivery, but he really stopped as he took off, and I suspect he just didn't have the right mark, or perhaps he went from the wrong mark. I don't know. It does happen, bowlers going from the wrong mark that somebody else has marked out before the day's play. Matt Taylor in and bowls, and that's a attempted turn into the leg side by Ian Holland that's come more off a leading edge straight back up the pitch, but not chipped up in the air. There's only been one of those, and that fell way short of mid-on, but it feels as if it's going to take something a bit like that to open things up, a bit like in that Middlesex game where it took that Worrell catch to leg slip off Eskenazi to open things up. Matt Taylor bowls, and that's beaten Holland this time on the outside edge. So good start here from Matt Taylor, but once again things just don't go Gloucestershire's way.
How many opportunities do you need to take a wicket?
Well, Ian Holland must really be feeling like it's his day. When you swing and miss a good 5 or 6 deliveries outside the off stump as he has, and you don't get an edge on them, as Matt Taylor bowls, and that's played defensively by Holland, more outer half of the bat possibly than middle. It certainly didn't make a great sound off it, but he's probably thinking, even though I suspect he's not actually that comfortable out there after what's happened the last 3 balls, equally he must be feeling like, as I say, it's very much his day. Matt Taylor bowls. This is driven firmly and stopped at mid-on, and decent fielding, because Gloucestershire cannot afford to lose control of the scoreboard here. They've basically had control of it since the lunch break, but they haven't got the payoff for it.
Interesting, obviously, Weatherly's the first player in the match to get to 50, because nobody in the Gloucestershire card did so.
Here's Matt Taylor, he bowls, and that's tickled away down to long leg by Ian Holland. Him up to 46, 15 without loss. He almost actually seems to be getting up to his delivery stride, and then he almost seems to stop a bit, Matt Taylor, from this angle, but it doesn't seem to be a problem because he's got a good over here so far. Last ball of this over as Matt Taylor bowls, and that's driven up to mid-on, and Higgins will do the fielding. He seemed to get through the crease a bit better that.
Yeah, I don't think he's anybody who he doesn't run through the crease like a Worrell would do.
No.
That's never been his style anyway. And completely new pair of gloves for Weatherly.
There's another change of gloves. Maybe there's a change of gloves here for the
Yes, I mean,
concussion test as well. He hasn't got the pair that he wanted.
Well, he's got a new set of inners as well. And now he's batting with inners beneath the actual batting gloves, and I've got to think that's possibly COVID related as much as a habit of Weatherly as a player. Tom Lace is just walking off temporarily, so I imagine that Dom Goodman will be out on the field shortly. Oh, in fact, he's not. He's handed him out a fielding helmet. And Lace, in fact, has, I think, gone to get an extra bit of protective gear. And he is going to go in at short leg for Worrell.
I think we're going to have real short ball strategy now because Hammond's in at leg gully, so we're going to have short leg, leg gully, deep square, and long leg.
It's either it's a big double bluff or it's a genuine strategy.
And here we go. So this is what I was thinking. If you're going to go for the short ball strategy, you need somebody else close on the leg side for the in-betweener. And now Tom Price has moved into that position. Oh,
Higgins is going in short, straight, mid-on as well. Very short, about 15 yards from the bat, no more than that. So Worrell then with this field that says short pitch bowling, and the first thing we get is 4 byes down the leg side.
well, yes, you've got to get it right, haven't you, if you're going to try this strategy. And even though it didn't go too far wide of Holland, just took off on Bracey. You are going to concede some runs with this strategy, but Gloucestershire desperately need a wicket.
Higgins has gone a little bit wider, but he's still very much in a catching position. 119 for no wicket. Worrell, oh, again Bracey hasn't taken that cleanly either. He's come around the wicket. Bracey hasn't taken it cleanly, and that's also gone for a bye. Bracey still only sat on his bottom.
Worrell coming from round the wicket.
Rather ruefully gets to his feet.
You could see from the replay that it swerved on Bracey at the last minute. So with Worrell coming round the wicket, the angle is taking it that way, but then there was a lot of late swerve on that ball which defeated Bracey.
And he's going to stay around the wicket to Weatherly. I think he'll be coming down the pitch to this. And he does play it well out on the offside, kept it down, and Jack Taylor does the fielding.
And And then you sort of think, if you're going to bowl back of a length from round the wicket, angling it across the right-hander, and there's nobody catching on the offside, where you're equally likely, if not more likely, to fend it off offside rather than leg side from round the wicket.
Not far from the bat there.
Was he there before that last ball? I don't think he was.
He wasn't quite as close. Well, staying around the wicket, and Holland works it into that gap in the leg side, and I say gap. The gap was closed by Hammond, who dived well to his left to field.
Terrific fielding from Hammond. You rather sense, though, that Hampshire also know, judging by the noise they've just made to our left when that second bye, or the second delivery that went for a bye, was bowled. They sense that they've got a real opportunity here. If this doesn't work for Gloucestershire, then they must be thinking what will work.
Worrell again round the wicket, and that's come up nastily, and Holland has just basically let it hit the glove and drop absolutely dead weight to the ground.
I wonder if Worrell can bowl another over of this, or whether this is really just something he's going to try for one over, because it's been a pretty long spell, and then you're asking him to bend his back, bang it in short as quickly as he can for a 7th over.
Staying around the wicket to Holland, and again it's short, and this time at least it's taken by Bracey cleanly.
Holland with a wander towards square leg, hoping that it would be called as something, but it hasn't. There's only one ball left in the over anyway.
123 for no wicket Hampshire. They trail by 106. More again around the wicket, and down the leg side, and taken by Bracey. Well, it was different. Although there's one more in Dan Worrell in this spell, remains to be seen. He's bowled 12 overs for 22 runs, but the wickets column remains empty, as it does for all of these Gloucestershire bowlers. Weatherly 51, Holland 46, 123 for no wicket from 37, so the rate is 3.3, or as near as makes no difference. And remember, this is an extended afternoon session, so I should keep going at this rate. They'll be up around, I'll be getting close to the Gloucestershire total at tea.
Here is Matt Taylor. He bowls, and that's clipped into the ground and then through the gap at wide mid-on. Higgins after it, but he's not going to be able to prevent them coming back for the second run. And although Holland, I think it's fair to say Holland probably not the fastest between the sticks that you're ever going to see, but he made it pretty comfortably in the end. 125 without loss. Did see Ian Holland down at the Aegeus Bowl, and as we've already talked about yesterday, Kyle Abbott was on commentary with me, and Ian Holland was on waiter duty, bringing up Kyle Abbott a cup of coffee. He knows who his captain is, I suppose, for this one, as Matt Taylor bowls, and that's left alone by
That's what you say.
Weatherly.
He's sorted out the chain of command there, hasn't he?
Well, exactly. Yeah. Admittedly, I suppose at the time, Kyle Abbott probably didn't know that he was going to be captaining this one, but still, yeah, take care of your senior overseas bowler. There goes Matt Taylor, and he bowls. That's very full, and a check drive from Weatherly finds Worrell at cover.
Just, I asked this with no knowledge. Do you think this pitch is a similar pace to the ones at the Aegeus Bowl?
I think it varies a lot at the Aegeus Bowl. I think sometimes they get a lot of pace into the pitch, and sometimes it's, particularly a couple of the ones that I've seen, including the Gloucestershire one, has been quite slow. Matt Taylor bowls, and that's a good length ball which is defended to mid-off.
The impression I get is that they are frequently quite slow there.
Yeah, I mean, they went a while trying to get them to turn quite a bit, didn't they? They really played up to the spinners that they have. But yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say that it's just because of the, if that was the implication, that it is just because of the pace of the pitch that they're doing so well here. That's driven down the ground, straight to Higgins at mid-on, and he was never going to release that shy at the stumps, was he? Just was hoping that Weatherly was looking at him and he could see him moving to chuck the ball hard at him, but Weatherly was just walking back to his crease calmly, so had his back to him.
The inference that you know, Gloucestershire tried to prepare you know, a pitch that was really rolled as flat as possible.
Matt Taylor in, and once more played defensively to mid-on solidly by Weatherly to end the over. 2 runs off that one, 125 for no wicket.
And the Hampshire might have said, well, that's okay, provided we can, you know, we back our bowlers, then we certainly back our batsmen on an unresponsive pitch.
Well, yeah, I'm not sure that that's, you know, in terms of preparing a pitch for a draw, I don't think that it's particularly easy to do here. And like we've said throughout that first innings, really, you would imagine that the likes of Abbott and Barker and Wheel, as far as the seam attack of Hampshire is concerned, would get more out of a pitch that's not offering very much.
Worrell in again with this heavily leg side field. We've had an hour of the afternoon session. 37 scored. So the run rate has been checked a bit by Gloucestershire bowlers, but still nothing doing in terms of dismissals. And Worrell just moves his disc, staying round the wicket to the right-hander. Again, it's short, and Ian Holland ducks out of the way.
I'd almost be interested to see Matt Taylor try this strategy. He can't be that far off the pace of somebody like Neil Wagner, for example. I mean, Wagner's not express pace. He's not bowling 90-mile-an-hour bounces, is he? He's bowling mid to low 80s bounces. I'd be almost interested to see Matt Taylor try a left arm over the wicket strategy with a similar feel to this.
Roll again to Holland, who at least he's turned round, but again it's leg side.
Yeah.
125 for no wicket. Worrell into Holland, just work this eventually off his thigh pad, but again that's why Miles Hammond is there.
It is always entertaining to see this, though, isn't it? I mean, it spices up things. You know that something is going to happen, even if it's only the batsman jumping out of the way a few times.
Higgins crouches down once more, as does Lace in those catching positions on the leg side. That's a sharper one. Looking for just the glance off the glove if Holland doesn't duck out of the way in time, but at the moment he is.
It was a well-directed one, that one, though. You suspect that would have been around about head height if Holland hadn't ducked underneath it.
125 for no wicket. And here again, leg side down, in fact outside the leg stump from Worrell. And that looks like the end of maybe his spell, the way he's crouched on his haunches after it. There's a punch of gloves with Bracey as well. 13 overs, 5 maidens, 0 for 22, his overall figures. And There's a no ball in there as well, so he really has been accurate, but he looks rueful at the moment, Dan Worrell.
Yeah, he looks like a bowler that has tried everything and it hasn't quite worked, which is pretty much what he's done.
Yeah, he wants his hat as well, which probably indicates that might have been the end of the last over of that spell.
Matt Taylor in round the wicket bowls, and Weatherly guides that one to George Scott at backward point. Still plenty of noise from Gloucestershire out there, but haven't had much to make much noise about recently. And like I say, Worrell really has tried everything. He got some plays and misses to full length bowling earlier on in his spell. He's then gone to the short ball strategy and looked as though something might just happen to it, but he's reached the end of his spell now. Short ball pulled away. That one didn't really get up on Weatherly, but might just be, no, they're going to come back for a second run on the arm of Lace from long leg. He did have a bit of ground to make up as well, so pretty comfortable too in the end. 127 without loss, and of course I say that I wouldn't mind necessarily seeing Matt Taylor with the short ball strategy, but he's going to need the field for it really if he's going to do that, and other than the deep square and the long leg, he doesn't really have it. Full delivery, which is played back to Matt Taylor.
I think we'd be amazed if Somerset, having been dismissed now for 429 by Surrey at the Oval, didn't at least draw that game. Of course, our top of the group, 1-3-4 at the start of this match.
Well, the situation where Surrey could qualify disappeared yesterday quite quickly. Matt Taylor in and bowls, good length ball, and defensively played up to mid-on. What would be interesting for me to see in that game is if Somerset have Jack Leach, they have Van der Merwe, they have Goldsworthy. Be interesting to see how, particularly Leach with the England angle, you know, with your England hat on, if the pitch does turn more and more, it would be interesting to know whether that pitch is turning a lot. As Matt Taylor bowls, and that's, I think Weatherly was trying to get that one leg side, but it's gone more up towards mid-off. But it would be interesting to know, or to see the whole kind of, well, Ashwin, Moriarty, Virdi versus Leach, potentially Van der Merwe and Goldsworthy, but with the England hat on. It would be interesting to see whether, well, for example, can Jack Leach out bowl Ravi Ashwin? 43 overs, 9 maidens, 1 for 99 for Ashwin, so not the figures that he would have been after. There's Matt Taylor bowls, and Weatherly takes a couple of steps down the pitch and defends out towards extra cover, and another unsuccessful over passes by. 127 for no wicket Hampshire after 40 overs, and as Ian said, they've controlled the run rate since the lunch break, but are Hampshire looking at this next period now with Worrell out of the attack as a period where they can really go on the offensive, or are they just content to see themselves up to a decent total? Like I say, I don't think they will be thinking at all from the point of view of we need to get to 400 for 2 so that we can declare and then make sure a draw's okay. That's not what they're thinking at all. They're just thinking we get to 400 and then we probably will win the game.
Well, Tom Price is going to come back from the chapel end this time. Yes, and there. Quite get to 400 within the 110 overs at this rate. They have to up the rate a little bit, but that's always possible. They had a really good base, and it's pretty solid at 127 for no wicket. Tom Price in, but everything's falling in the middle of the bat at the moment. Good diving stop from Lace as Ian Holland tries to work Tom Price away on the leg side. Brother Ollie's at deep square. We're down to 2 slips and a backward point now. mid-on, Jack Taylor at mid-off. Price in, that was into the ground from Holland. Tried to punch it square. Got it a bit too straight. And fielded by Ryan Higgins, who's at extra cover.
With those slips, Hampshire worked out quite quickly that they weren't going to get too many slip catches, so I mean, they only had one in the Gloucestershire innings, so not necessarily a defensive move to take some of the slips out.
Again, tries to slash that square, does Holland, but too full for that from Tom Price, and therefore the ball comes back up the pitch.
And there was the one between first and second in this innings, but there hasn't so far been much indication that a third or a fourth slip would actually get anything.
No.
Even if they were in there.
102 behind Hampshire. Tom Price in, and again Holland content to play in a slightly wider V. Jack Taylor doing the fielding up mid-off. Just if you are a wider follower of county cricket, a reminder that affairs at Derby this morning, very unfortunate, with a positive COVID test among the Derbyshire team, and that game therefore being abandoned before today's play got underway. And Tom Lace has put down Ian Holland at mid-wicket. Shortish ball, didn't time it, straight in and straight out. Not by professional standards a difficult chance.
No, well, if you're going to field in at mid-wicket like that, I mean, yes, you do get a chip that is possibly harder than that, but if the ball's short and you could identify that at mid-wicket, it's not going to come too much softer than that.
Lace took a brilliant reflex catch at short leg in the last game, and he probably wants the ground to swallow him up now, because that was one where whether he misjudged the pace, and he almost thought it was coming faster than it was.
Yeah, it could have been something like that, or he just had that smallest fraction of a second to think about it, rather than it just being pure reactions. You certainly wouldn't expect him to drop that, because, you know, knowing what he can do in the field. But that's now, well, that's now both of the batsmen out there who've been dropped. And Matt Taylor starting a new over and bowls, and that's edged and it's all along the ground, and Hammond has managed to stop it and is now lying flat on his back. I suspect, given the choice, he might quite like to remain there for a bit, but he's done well to prevent runs. So it was all along the ground. It was in the air for a little bit, but it was way short of Miles Hammond. And there we go. Gloucestershire create the opportunity, they put it down. They get outside edges, it falls short, and then other times they don't get outside edges at all. Matt Taylor is there, and Weatherly pushes up towards mid-on and appears now to be back into his mode of playing.
Tom Price has got to induce another mistake now. I mean, that's been the issue. There haven't been that many from these two.
No, it was the first. Well, it was the first rash shot that could have resulted in a dismissal since the outside edge. Yes, Holland has swung and missed it a few outside the off stump, but Taylor bowls to Weatherly and he plays that one back to the bowler. Pardon me, since Weatherly had that outside edge, there's been one potentially fatal misjudgment each now, but with quite a lot of separation between them. It was in the 10th over.
Yeah.
So 30 overs in between the two of them. Gloucestershire certainly cannot afford to wait 30 more overs before generating the next one. Taylor bowls now, and that's left by Weatherly. And you wonder whether as much Holland a shot of frustration, a little bit. He finally got one that he could tuck into. It hasn't been a huge amount for Holland to get after since the break, and possibly just the pressure finally building and paying off. Didn't have to play the shot he played to it. Taylor bowls, and whether he clips this one, times it well through mid-wicket. There's work to do for the fielder out on the deep mid-wicket boundary, and it's performed successfully. I think that's Dom Goodman out there on the
It
rope.
is.
So substitute fielder there, and a single taken to move the total up to 128 without loss. And look around to see who might be off. Not immediately obvious. Oh, outside edge, but controlled outside edge along the ground from Holland down towards the third man boundary. Doesn't have the pace to make it. Scott will launch the throw in, but a couple of runs taken, and Ian Holland moves two closer to his half century, 130 without loss. And I think it might be Ollie Price who is
Yeah, here he is.
not out there. Ah, so
Whether George Scott had also...
Goodman's just heading off.
Yeah, Goodman's heading off. And chat between Higgins and Tom Price. Certainly, Lace isn't going to hide from that position. Was that the equivalent of missing a penalty last night? It probably wasn't, but he probably feels just as bad about it because it was. I wonder. Well, they've had to put the ball through the disc again.
It seems to be going through that one, and as a consequence, it's just been chucked back. It was going through the one it was supposed to, and obviously sitting fine in the other one. So worth a try from Gloucestershire, because it certainly seemed to. Well, it certainly didn't seem to do Hampshire any harm, let's put it that way, when the ball was changed in the first innings.
They kept asking. 130 for no wickets. The deficit down under 100 now. Weatherly plays that into the offside. There was a chase for Higgins. There might have been a single there, actually.
It certainly was. Very difficult for Higgins to pick that up and throw somehow. He'd have to have done a complete pivot. It might be what Ian Holland is saying to Joe Weatherly at the moment.
But perhaps they feel that they're in such a good position here, they don't need to take any risks at all.
I suspect actually what Ian Holland was saying was, of course, the exact opposite, where it doesn't matter.
Tom Price into Weatherly. Clipped again, past Lace this time, and that will go all the way to the wide mid-wicket boundary for 4. Almost looks a completely different game with these two batting.
Just one firm step down the pitch and whip through the ball through the leg side. It seems to be that they're making it look just a nice easy pace, where it's not so slow that you can't play any shots at all, like some slow pitches feel like, but equally not quick enough where they're in any bother at all. That's what they're making it look like anyway.
Tom Price in. And this time straight to Worrell at mid-on. 26 extras in that total.
Is a very sizable amount.
Bit of no ball trouble for Higgins and Tom Price so far. Price in, that's straight to Worrell once more. A lot of the problems seem to have come from the College Lawn end, very little from the other end.
Well, Tom Price, when he has bowled from the Chapel end, I think he did have one burst from there in the last match and didn't have any no-ball troubles there. So Maybe there's just a little bobble or something as the bowlers are running in, and it's a bit smoother from the chapel end. Who knows? Have to ask them, I suppose.
Price, straight approach.
Unless it just means that Rob White's watching the front line and Paul Pollard isn't, but I don't think so. He's had some chats, and actually Tom Price is now asking, I think, where his foot was landing, and
how close am I is probably the question.
there was a similar conversation with Dan Worrell when he was bowling around the wicket. Whether that was, I mean, it looked as if that was more initiated by Price, as if to say, where was I landing, rather than Paul Pollard saying, look, you're landing here, you can't afford to go a couple of millimetres further.
Price sprints in, and Weatherly again gets a good length ball, which he defends. 43 overs at the start of this Hampshire innings, and the openers are still together. 48 to Holland, 60 to Weatherly. And remember, Gloucestershire 229, so the deficit is 95. And a reminder that tea will be fixed today at 4 o'clock because we're making up time from yesterday, so it's not a question of bowling until there are 32 overs left in the day. There will be a fixed tea at 4 and then another session of 2 hours 10 starting at 4:20. I think, light-wise, we probably ought to be okay for that, because the really dark clouds that were around before lunch have now gone. We've got a lot of cloud around, but it's not really low, and the hope would be that we would get right through. And I think, much as Gloucestershire would take a draw kind of anyway, and from a purely cricketing sense, you want a genuine contest to decide who takes that second spot behind Somerset, because in all probability they will be second, you would have thought.
Yeah, well, I think I've actually just seen a tweet confirming what Somerset need. All they need to do is to take 6 wickets at the Oval to guarantee that they will be going through now. So just 2 more bonus points needed, and really they've battered themselves into a position where it's hard to see that at any rate that game would be anything other than a draw, if not Somerset now very much looking on course for victory against a Surrey side who now don't have anything to play for. Because they, having said that though, I suppose if they were to lose and Leicestershire were to win, then Surrey could be playing in Division 3. Here goes Matt Taylor, and he bowls, and that's turned away down towards long leg, and they might think about turning this back for 2. They will. The throw comes in, and it's a high one, but Holland would have been home anyway, and he is also to his half-century of 129 deliveries. He's hit 8 fours, played and missed a few times, but he's never seemed to let that bother him. And I think it's a mark of how good a player he is that he's reached this half-century without necessarily looking quite as at home as he might have done. I think it shows you how...
All the more frustrating to bowl at then.
Well, quite, I'm sure. But I don't think overall, despite the fact that he was dropped in that century, the Aegeus bowler didn't necessarily looked quite as good as he did there. But then, as I say, that's not necessarily any slight on him, because if you can score runs whilst doing what he's done, then, very much fair play to him. That's his 4th half-century of the season. He has 2 centuries. Taylor bowls, and forward goes Holland and plays back to the bowler.
Hammond has come out from second slip into that short mid-wicket position. In fact, they've got 2
short mid-wickets, yeah.
Yeah, 1 straight and 1 rather more orthodox, but still not that far from the bat, Ollie Price.
Phillips at slip as Taylor bowls, and that's defensively played on the leg side and picked up by Hammond. It's more towards the mid-on side of those two short mid-wickets. I guess the south has got a bit of revenge on the north as far as the weather's concerned. It feels like for a lot of the season the north has actually got more cricket in than the south, particularly as far as the very south goes, with those, I think it's 5 no results Sussex have had in the T20,
yeah.
And at least 3, maybe even 4 of those have been at Hove. Matt Taylor is there, bowls, and that's punctually driven up to mid-off, but there will be no run. Today there's been no play so far at Headingley, and there will be no play. It's been abandoned for the day, with Lancashire still in their overnight position, 273 for 2, and they've still not managed to get out at Chestley Street, which will be sorry news indeed for Durham, as it just means they will very much struggle to force a result now, with Notts 312 for 9 going into the 3rd day there. Taylor bowls very short, and Holland hasn't got anything on that. 1 for the over is the call, but I thought that Holland was playing that one over his head, but apparently not quite. And I think the teapot out from Holland suggests what he thought of that, but he's not got an edge on it, and it would have been interesting to see whether that would have been called no ball had he got an edge on it, because we saw that earlier on in the season against Leicestershire, where back to that as Matt Taylor bowls, and that's dug out by Holland up to mid-on to end the over. Another over of Matt Taylor's, which has conceded just 2, 136 without loss. We had that very extraordinary incident against Leicestershire on the final day, where the bouncer was bowled. I think it was Lewis Hill, was it not, who played the pull shot over his head, nick through to James Bracey. He then walked all the way off beyond the boundary rope, and the umpires then got together and thought, hang on, it's not a wide in this, it's a no ball, so called him back. Didn't make much difference overall in the game.
I couldn't have told you who the batsman was.
I think it was either Hill or Swindles, but I think it was Hill. Interesting to see that, though. I mean, it's easy for the umpire to keep his arms by his side when there was no nick, but had there been a nick, who knows what would have happened.
Long chat between Dan Worrell and Tom Price here in terms of strategy and fielding positions, I think. So looks like we're going to have the leg theory again now with Tom Price. So Miles Hammond is coming from second slip into that short straight mid wicket, so it's the same strategy as for Matt Taylor. So two mid wickets, one shorter and straighter than the other, which is Hammond, and Price is in, and that's gone down the ground but straight to mid off when Dan Worrell does the fielding. So still a long leg, a deep backward square, and then 2 mid wickets, one orthodox and one shorter and straighter. Just the one slip, then Phillips. And Hammond just offering Bracey a view that he might take on board. That's worked into the onside by the tall figure of Weatherly.
Standing
No run.
fairly wide, Glenn Phillips at slip, as Bracey, if there is a catch that goes through there, Bracey's got to be quite decisive about moving to his right. He's not quite at second slip, but he's certainly a good step wider than a conventional first slip.
Tom Price in, that's gone past Hammond, who's actually moved almost to a short straight mid-on now. So Worrell has gone wider, And Hammond has also almost got his left foot on the cut strip. Run rate has dropped to just over 3. Tom Price staying over the wicket and Weatherly forward. So we've got a field for something that's much more short pitch than this at the moment, haven't we?
Yeah, I think they've more got this for the clip that goes in the air or the chip shot off a good length ball, rather than necessarily. I think it's it's allowing Tom Price to bang it in if he wants to, but it's more, I think, at least the close-in field on the leg side is more for, say, the fuller delivery, which isn't controlled.
Price in again. That's worked right in the gap. Not a bottom hand in that. And straight to Worrell, who took a bit of a stinger as he collected the ball. Well, we've had one clip in the leg side, straight to the fielder, but unfortunately it was not clung on to.
So that was the surprise, well, relatively surprise short delivery as well. It was a pull shot, but they did get what they were looking for.
Tom Price again, Weatherly into the ground and back up the pitch. Of course, in the T20, when these two sides met, different format I know, Gloucestershire were undone by a rookie and a former Gloucestershire player.
You just knew when Fuller walked out at that point what was going to happen.
So what's going to happen today? Well, we're going to have someone who's not scored a 50 so far this season. He's going to go and get their highest score of the season against Gloucestershire. You could just write the script, couldn't you?
They dropped Prest as well. There was a tricky chance for Miles Hammond on the boundary, but it's the kind of catch that you do see pulled off far more often than not nowadays. I think he had a bit more room than he thought he did on the boundary, Miles Hammond, when he put down that catch of Tom Prest, which you'd have to say probably cost Gloucestershire the game because of what went on to happen after that. But at the same time, you knew exactly what Fuller was going to do. Just thought, this is typical situation for one of your former players to come out and, because you know what James Fuller can do with the bat.
He bowled very little.
Yes, exactly. He's not bowling very much these days. Ollie Price is going to return, and he's going to do so from the College Lawn end. So the end of Matt Taylor's spell. He's bowled 12 overs, no maidens, 0 for 36. And now Ollie Price into the attack alongside his brother. And say, as he bowled those couple of overs earlier, he's going to be doing it from the College Lawn end. There'll be no close catches other than Hammond at slip. At least not ones round the bat. Glenn Phillips is quite close at short mid-wicket. And the reverse sweep comes out, and he's got it very fine. And that will be 4 runs. He went for the... well, I'm going to say unconventional. It's not really unconventional anymore, the reverse sweep, but pulled it out very first ball, and he got a ball which was just outside off stump, which helped him to help it round the corner. Ollie Price bowls, going to go for it again, and Hammond dives in vain once more, and it's 4 runs to the total. Ian Holland is playing with Ollie Price at the moment. More times will he get it away before Gloucestershire think they've got to try and stop that shot?
Ollie Price did fire one in against Middlesex quite sharply.
Come around the wicket now, reverse sweep for the 3rd time, and he's got plenty of bat on that one. That is 4 more runs. This time not quite as fine, but 3 boundaries in a row. Total now 148 without loss, and this is got to be tricky now for Lee Price, this is we talked about his temperament with the bat. This is a test of his temperament with the ball, because there's clearly not a whole lot of turn for him out there, and bowling round the wicket to the right-hander, kind of helping with the angle for that reverse sweep. Then he did start off over the wicket and didn't have any problems getting it away then either. That's 11 fours now for Holland in his innings of 62.
By staying round the wicket.
He go for it for a fourth time. Price bowls, yes he will, and this time he's got it more in front of square and well out of my sight, so I assume there is a fielder down there, but single taken, which moves the total up to 149 without loss. That's a shot that's particularly irritating, not just because it's out of my sight, but from Gloucestershire's point of view, it's a rather productive one for Ian Holland, and Joe Weatherly turns it straight to short mid-wicket, and so straight to just wide enough of Tom Lace that they're able to come through for a single, and that brings up the 150 for Hampshire, and of course the 150 partnership between these two as well, so understandable encouragement from the Hampshire players who are sitting just beyond the boundary to our left, as you will hear. Lee Price tosses this one up, and first sweep is kind of dug out this time by Holland, and he made sure that he got his bat right down onto the ground so that he wasn't yorked. And a single to end the over, and 15 runs have been taken from that one, 151 without loss. Holland 64 has the strike now, and Weatherly 61. And this is now the period where Hampshire may have just decided that they're in such a good position they can afford to lose a wicket almost at this point in the pursuit of some quick runs, which would really not only further dampen Gloucestershire's mood but take them very close to Gloucestershire's first innings total.
Tom Price in, it's Holland on the pad, but of course Paul Pollard's figure doesn't go up. I say of course, it's been one of those days, that's what it feels like. I did see a note on Twitter, this is the highest first wicket partnership between two Hampshire batsmen at Cheltenham. The highest first wicket stand for Hampshire against Gloucestershire full stop is 223.
I did check that a moment ago myself, but I wasn't aware of the Cheltenham aspect. But how many games have there been, I wonder?
I'm not sure. Tom Price in. Holland punches up to Jack Taylor at mid-off. I think 17, I think I saw somewhere.
Well, that's a sizable number. It's a sizable partnership. Admittedly, it's not quite overall record levels yet, but the rate it's gone, and Gloucestershire dropping the only two chances they've had, it may well get there.
Yeah, rate back up to nearly 3.3 and over. Tea, remember, will be taken at 4 o'clock, so still half an hour to go. The guys inferred that Hampshire might get to Gloucestershire's total maybe an hour into the post-tea session. They might get there earlier than that. These two having gone along so well. Another single worked away by Holland.
They've never really gone flat out there, Gloucestershire, in the field. You wouldn't be able to accuse them of being flat out there, but I almost wonder actually with the two dropped catches whether that almost makes it more likely that they wouldn't go flat, because they're trying to encourage, especially trying to encourage those that have put the catches down.
Weatherly waits for Price, forward again. Virtually nothing is beating the bat now.
No, these defensive shots are coming out of the middle of the bat basically every time. And even when Gloucestershire do have something to ooh about, it's only because the balls come off the inner half of the bat rather than really a genuine edge.
Tom Price to Weatherly, worked past Lace, a chase for Ollie Price, he might be able to haul it in, and does with a chase to wide mid wicket. They've come back for 2. Ladies ground quickly round in front of us. And puts his cap down over the rope and heads off to bowl the next over. Might be a chat between keeper and bowler here before they get underway. But this afternoon, Hampshire have, even before that last over from Price, they've just gradually increased the scoring rate, but they've almost looked as if it will take a batsman's mistake to take a wicket.
Yeah, and I think it's why it feels a little bit now like the Middlesex period where they were unable to break that partnership, because really, you know, the 2 opportunities that have even come, even the 2 catches that have been offered up, were both off batsman mistake, pilot error. So Ollie Price into the second over of his spell. Now he's almost sort of, you know, he knows that he's bowling this over with the pressure of, if this goes for runs, maybe I might not get another one. And Ian Holland was trying to make sure that it did go for some runs and wound up furiously for a thunderous drive, and then had to pull out of it because it was actually a decent ball from Ollie Price and forced Holland out of the shot that he was after, as that one's an edge and goes out towards Phillips at backward point. And I just sense that these last couple of deliveries, Holland may be almost treating Ollie Price with a little too little respect. As he's in and bowls, reverse sweep, and he's not got this one. It goes off the gloves, I believe, of Bracey. I don't think he got anything on that at all. Ricocheted out to Phillips once again. So far this has been impressive from Ollie Price this over. He bowls to Holland, who comes down the pitch and drives off the outer half of the bat, skews away behind square. He almost came down the pitch and yorked himself there, did Holland, but he managed to squirt the drive away for a single. 155 for no wicket.
It's quite challenging for an inexperienced captain to this in James Bracey, isn't it? He's keeping wicket, he's got to try and think about how to split this stand. He's got to be leaning on the experienced players around him, but it can't be easy.
Weatherly on strike as Ollie Price bowls round the wicket, tossed up and just nudged into the gap for a single by Weatherly. And that's, admittedly, he's not faced so much of the bowling, but that's all Weatherly's looked to do off the 3 balls that he's faced from Ollie Price. Weatherly's quite content just to nudge singles about, whereas Holland is very much looking for more.
Holland's
56 without loss.
passed Weatherly on the board.
Caught up to each other in terms of balls faced as well. There was a bit of a gap developing, but now they're pretty similar. As down the pitch comes Holland, and he made a good adjustment there just to tuck that one away down towards short fine leg and fielded by Tom Price. It looked as though he might have been about to get defeated there, as we see a shot of Dan Worrell from the back. A shot of a glower, it looks like, from Worrell. He's had a bit of a frustrating day, having bowled very well and not taken the wickets that he will feel he deserves, and that's actually been... He took a lot of wickets last match, but there have been several matches this season across both the Championship and the T20 where I think you would say that Worrell has probably deserved more than he's got.
Yeah.
So I think it's...
Yeah, Championship wickets for Dan Worrell this season, 23 at 23.
I mean, that's impressive enough as it is, but...
Going into this match.
Matches, particularly that match at Lord's I'm thinking of, where it was amazing they only picked up that 1 wicket in that match.
Tom Price tries to remove the very upright Weatherly, who, so long as the ball is pitched up, doesn't look like as if he's going to get anything out of line at all at the moment.
No. Well, in general, he hasn't looked in danger once playing defensively off the front foot. There was the one edge through to the slips, but off the front foot in defence he's made no mistakes at all, really.
Tom Price in, that's a shorter one. He ducks, or sways out of the way to be more accurate. Taken by Bracey.
It just seems so confident that he can take that step. There's the step down, and yet still ducks underneath it. I mean, you can see from the replay actually that should have been a no ball. that was way over Weatherly's head. It maybe gave a bit of leniency just because he did take that step down.
Price in again, and again Weatherly forward. I mean, he's a tall man, therefore it's a big stride.
Yeah, and as I said before, really, there's obviously not so much pace in the pitch that he doesn't have time doing that, but he's been perfectly free as Holland has to play his shots as well.
It's a spirited spell from Tom Price for a young bowler who, in that one game against Worcestershire last season, on a pretty docile pitch at Bristol, to be honest, didn't look as if he was going to really upset anybody, but there is a little bit more pace about him now, 12 months on, and on a pitch that's offering him a little bit more, there's that sense that he can contribute. Worked off his pads again by Weatherly. Down to Ollie Price, and this is it feels like a processional part of the day in a way for Hampshire. Tom Price again for Holland, and he's tried to swish at that, and for the umpteenth time, anything that's in that sort of area and Hampshire have gone out. There's been no nick taken by Bracey.
Yes, that was a forcing drive off the back foot to a ball that's quite close to him, and I haven't been counting, but I would suggest 5 or 6 times that has happened. At the same time though, Hampshire have been on top since Gloucestershire were 61 without loss on the first morning. There's no getting around that, despite the fact things haven't quite fallen as perhaps on another day they might have for Gloucestershire. It has been Hampshire all the way. Tom Lace going under the helmet, looks as if he's going to field at leg slip rather than at short leg. Miles Hammond at a conventional slip. Weatherly on strike. Ollie Price in round the wickets, and he bowls. Forward goes Weatherly, who, as I said, he's not looked like he's been that desperate to put Ollie Price under pressure, unlike Ian Holland. He's been content to milk the singles. Another full delivery, big stride forward. Be interested to know whether, as we see more of Ollie Price, whether he is more somebody who's going to take wickets with one that slides on or slides across maybe. So whether he turns that one to short fine leg, no run, or whether on a pitch which is offering a lot of turn, he would still be able to, well, not be able to, but would still take his wickets by ripping the off break. As he bowls, and that's turned firmly and will beat mid-on. Nice shot from Weatherly. Wrist work, timing, all there. And a replay of the latest Hampshire boundary. Take too much of a step down the pitch, but just really worked it so firmly wide of mid-on. No chance for Higgins there, and Weatherly picks up his 8th, 461 without loss. It would have been interesting to see Ollie Price actually on those two pitches, the one at the Oval and the one at Grace Road. I would have been very interested to see what he would have done on those two.
Just glancing down at, obviously this is Gloucestershire's 10th championship match of the season, and they've won 5.
Ollie Price is in, and Weatherly working that one with the wrists quietly this time to Phillips at short wicket.
4 of those wins have come batting last. The other one, of course, was last week against Middlesex.
Ollie Price bowls, and getting a big stride in is Weatherly to play that one out into the covers, no run, 161 without loss. Because these are the only 2 games where they have batted first. These 2 games at Cheltenham. Before that, all the other games they batted second, either through choice or through being forced to.
So the defeats, obviously innings defeats at the Oval and Leicester. The game at Hampshire was drawn, but they were, you know, if you look at that game overall, Hampshire would feel they should have won.
Yep.
And the draw with Somerset at home was obviously heavily rain affected, but it was it 300 for 6 played 20 odd for 4, something like that?
More than that, it was 27 for 6 I think it was, because Somerset had just got that second bowling point when Miles Hammond then came out after that and then had a 0 not out of 0 balls. But
so, you know, one could argue that
it has,
in a sense, the games have been, it could easily be 5-0-4.
Yeah, and you would say that Gloucestershire in general, with the exception of the match away at Grace Road, they've beaten the teams that, or at least had even records, if not winning records, against the teams that you would expect them to beat or be level with. You know, the likes of Surrey in particular, you'd think with the 4-day cricket that Surrey have played over the last couple of years, and where Gloucestershire have got to, that they ought to be on a par with Surrey, and they've won one, lost one against them. You'd like to think that they are better than Middlesex, and they've proven that with the 2 wins.
Tom Price in and squirted round his pad by Ian Holland.
And then they've kind of, you know, they picked up the win at Taunton, which in general you'd have said, well, that's a really good win, and then it's sort of 1 win, 1 loss with respect to the fact that you wouldn't have expected them to go to Grace Road necessarily and lost.
Well, the weather been a bit different. We could have been sitting at the end of the season without a single draw, because this doesn't look like a draw in any way, shape or form now. Weatherly again forward.
I guess it also shows you, actually, we've said, you say this a lot, where actually batting points don't necessarily win you championship titles, and you know, very often the team that ends up with the most batting points isn't the one that wins the title, because they've actually not managed to force the number of results that you need in order to win the championship.
Tom Price from the chapel end. In once more. That's driven pleasantly down the ground. That's a good shot from Weatherly all the way along the ground. There's a long chase for Jack Taylor. He might just haul it in. And good bit of fielding to do so. They'll still pick up 3. It's a long boundary out there. And the crowd applaud Taylor for a long sprint and the saving of 1 run on 65 for no wicket.
I think you, at the same time as having said that, though, you probably would look at 13 batting points and think, well, 13 before the 1 here, I think, but only Derbyshire and Middlesex have had fewer batting points than Gloucestershire this season.
Or steered on, well, that's at half of the bat, or with Nick, from your point of view, from Holland, and that's down towards the 3rd man boundary. Long chase for George Scott, but they will content themselves with 2.
Went up so high, I think it was endangering a couple of seagulls who then proceeded to fly just a little bit higher. It was a good throw, though. I see Glenn Phillips is doing some quite serious windmill exercises from slip.
Well, it'd be worth a try, wouldn't it? And you get to 50 overs, and nothing has happened in terms of the wickets column.
He's rolled up his sleeves as well. Now things are getting serious.
Tom Price in, and again Holland defends.
Oh, here he comes. He's in the bowls. Oh, and he's bowled him. No, he hasn't. No.
That's it. That's in Phillips's mind. What's going to go on?
Quite just narrating in Phillips's head. He's doing several warm-ups either way. Which end, I wonder, will he bowl at?
Tom Price had quite a long stint. This is his 6th over in this spell. And again, Holland just hurried just a little bit. A bit jumpy. But again, 1 more. So Price 9 overs for 34. Matt Taylor 12 overs for 36. Ryan Higgins 12 overs for 29. Dan Worrell 13 overs for 22. Ollie Price 5 overs for 33. And it is going to be Phillips from the College Lawn end.
So a change of off spinner. And Phillips, perhaps he's got the golden arm, who knows. Bowl looks like over the wicket rather than the round the wicket attack of Ollie Price, and Ollie Price has now got the pads on and is going to field in close somewhere. No, pardon me. Ignore that.
Yeah, that's the Tom Lace has got the pads at leg
Tom
slip.
Lace has the yes. Tom Lace in at leg slip, and then Miles Hammond at conventional slip. Phillips just repositioning Jack Taylor at cover, pushing him into a more conventional cover, mid-off and mid-on, a fairly deep but not right back, and Phillips fires that one in and was hoping to catch Gloucestershire unawares, and there is a no ball here, and the no ball is for 3 fielders behind square on the leg side, because the fielder out at deep square leg was just behind square, and Paul Pollard spotted that. He guiltily ran in front of square after the ball was bowled. Phillips bowls a full wide ball which is driven on the bounce, having gone into the ground right away, I think. And
is that George Scott out on the boundary?
I think it might be, yes, it certainly looks like him, but it's somebody's job anyway. Somebody had to realise. Phillips bowls, or flighted, but driven by Holland out to deep backward point, and that is 4. Holland didn't necessarily get a half volley here, I didn't think. Here's the replay. Well, not quite half volley length, but he's seeing the ball so well at the moment, it seems he was able to throw the hands through it and drive it to the boundary anyway. 174 without loss, and Holland with for number 12. The gap was wide open for him and he found it. So Tom Price is now fielding at forward point. Jack Taylor into extra cover. Phillips bowls. Oh, and there's a nick on that. Is there gone? Gloucestershire seemed pretty convinced by that one, and at last they have broken the partnership, and it is Glenn Phillips who has provided the wicket with a bit of extra bounce, jumping up on Holland. Here is the replay, and ooh, no, it's actually inside edge, is it? And that looked as if it turned a bit from Phillips as well, and bit of turn, bit of bounce. Holland with an inside edge, so you have to say that is a very good catch from James Bracey. And Hampshire's opening partnership has finally been separated, but with 174 runs on the board, and Ian Holland getting the recognition of his teammates for an innings of 74 made from 157 deliveries, which has more than put Hampshire in the driver's seat.
So they won't be breaking the first wicket record here then?
For Hampshire versus Gloucestershire, no.
Not overall.
But not exactly encouraging signs for Gloucestershire that Hampshire look to be heading past Gloucestershire's first innings total, and there's some turn and bounce out there for Glenn Phillips.
Well, just to say, let's looking at just trying to work out the overs position here. It looks as though we're going to be heading for about a 40 over final session of the day, because Hampshire took the wickets in 8 overs this morning. 2 between innings is 10. We're working off 104 overs today. That leaves 94 to be bowled. This is only the 52nd, so if you say you get to tea at 54, that'll be 40 overs after tea.
Yeah, I mean the light situation later on, of course we may get some more blue sky, but there's the possibility that the light situation may not be that great. Allsop indeed at number 3, left-hander for Phillips to bowl at, and he does. Forward goes Allsop, plays that one off the inside half on the bounce to Tom Lacey, who's now at short leg rather than leg slip. So the off-spinner with the left-hander to bowl at, and Phillips bowls flighted and just turned round the corner comfortably by Allsop, and he's going to take on the fielder, and there could be a run out here, and not quite. Bracey maybe actually broke the stumps with his gloves possibly rather than the ball. I think Allsop may have been just home anyway. Here's the replay. Phillips just the ball a little down leg, and Worrell firing that throw in. The ball actually ricocheted off past Bracey out of shot, but I'm not sure that it was actually Bracey with the ball in hand breaking the stumps anyway. 2 more to the total, 178 for 1, as that's turned and in the air and just wide of Tom Lace. Got what they were after, but little pop-up catch for short leg fell more towards where a silly mid-wicket would have been. The end of a successful over for Gloucestershire, but still 8 runs came off it, including that no ball for 3 behind square on the leg side, which I must say I haven't seen at this level for
a while.
Quite some time. 176 for 1.
So 7 minutes to go until tea on my clock, and it looks as if Ryan Higgins is coming back.
Unless he's just having a good old dig at the surface anyway, but I suspect it's quite likely that he's coming into the attack.
Yeah, it's a curious one with only probably one over to be bowled from that end until tea.
See, Tom Price is still out on the field. We checked, and I think he might not be. Is that Dom Goodman at backward point there?
Where is
No, that is George
That's
Scott. No, he's at cover there.
Yeah, he's at cover, yeah.
Cover, so he's on the field. Just wondered whether that might be the reason why
So-
Higgins was coming on for potentially one over.
Actually, we could be playing here until 10 to 7 at 40 overs to be bowled from 20 past 4. Here's Higgins into Weatherly, who continues to come forward to just about everything.
See Higgins, what do you just in his mind? He'd really love to be able to bowl a 90-mile-an-hour bouncer at Weatherly, and he has struck him on the helmet once, but Weatherly, I mean, it happened so long ago that Weatherly's not really going to be too bothered by that now.
176 for 1. Everything is forward.
He just didn't have enough time left in his spell for that blow to the helmet to be any difficulty at all. Higgins would have been wishing he'd have been able to do that a few overs earlier.
Higgins from the chapel end. I wonder if there's enough room under Weatherly's backlift to try. We haven't really seen him try a absolutely full ball Yorker at Weatherly. He tends to do that. He's so far forward he might say, well, make it into a full toss, but really fire it in.
Yeah, no, I certainly couldn't disagree with that, and given how accurate Higgins is with the Yorkers in the T20, you'd certainly expect him to be very close to getting it right.
Still Weatherly well outside his crease, lets that go. Phillips will have one more over before tea, I would think. Hampshire will be looking to be 50 runs ahead tonight, possibly more than that, depending on where Gloucestershire go with the second new ball, because that will be available by the close of the day. But the bowlers have had a long day in the field, so do you still take it with 14 overs remaining?
Here's a slow-mo replay of the wicket, and you can see the bounce that's defeated Holland. He's taken a stride forward, and there you go, on one leg with the weight very much on the front foot. Not on one leg, but so I mean the weight is all on the front foot rather than the back foot, and the ball is bounced and actually was just, I think, sort of shoulder of the outside edge rather than the inside edge by the looks of that slow-mo, but that was the moment Gloucestershire at last broke the partnership. Phillips looking for another one before tea. Bowls, and there's some good flight on that from Phillips, and there's that bounce that he got off the wicket ball as well, but this time Weatherly had absolutely nothing to do with it. Phillips bowls, and forward goes Weatherly in defence, and he does have that ball that he does really fire in Glenn Phillips, but it's nice to see him tossing up a few deliveries here, knowing the situation. Weatherly slaps that one dismissively through point, and that is 4 runs. That's one way to counter some flight and some bounce. Wait for the full delivery and then take full toll. Here is the replay. Some air, very wide, actually even wider than I thought it was, and Weatherly, he played that with kind of a flat bat angle and made sure therefore that it went straight into the ground. 77 to his name, and Phillips, oh, I think he thought he was charging down the pitch there, and he might have been in some difficulty if he'd continued on his charge down the pitch, but he recognised Phillips had dragged his length back and just played it defensively. Phillips, oh, full toss, high full toss, and he's got away with it because it's just been turned straight to Ollie Price at mid-wicket. If once again Phillips thought he was coming down the pitch, or whether that was just a ball that didn't quite come out right. Last ball of the over. Phillips bowls, nice delivery. Weatherly on the front foot, kind of jabbing at it a little bit, but got it into the ground. Phillips 2 overs, 1 for 12. It's been nothing if not entertaining when he's bowled. Nothing if not entertaining whenever he does anything. 181 for 1. Hampshire trail by 48, and they are going to get one more over in before the break.
Yeah, my clock still says 15:59, so Paul Pollard in position. We will he'll have a 39 over session after tea. Hampshire's overall rate is 3.33, so they could be up to 300 tonight if we get all the overs in. Allsop down the leg side as Higgins fires one past his pad, so it's taken by James Bracey. Left-hander's not had much of the strike so far since he's come out there. Awkward little time to bat until tea. 28 extras on that card. 14 runs from no balls, 10 byes, 4 leg byes. Rather more acceptable. And Higgins again staying around the wicket. That's another leave from Allsop.
Yeah, I think you'd have to say the odd no ball, the odd bye, it's going to happen, and some of those were from bowling short ball tactics. I think of 5 in that 1 over, 5 of the byes in that 1 over from Worrell, but what doesn't sit well is 2 dropped catches, and particularly that no ball for 3 behind square on the leg side.
Higgins again to Allsop, just clips it to the leg side for a dot. Tom Price does the fielding.
As I said before, their heads have never been down, but in general the discipline hasn't been of the level that Gloucestershire would demand of themselves. I think that's not an unfair thing to say.
Higgins around the wicket, Allsop forward. So Weatherly has batted for 3.5 hours for his 77. What Ian Harvey and Mark Alleyne will try and say over the tea interval.
Good carry through on that one. Bracey taking it rib height or so off a full length, so
Bracey with the one.
Not really like most of the other deliveries we've seen off the full length, actually. They've been carrying quite low or not carrying at all.
Bracey with the one catch to dismiss Holland off Phillips. Allsop forward. He's just as if he's starting out here, which he is of course, and he will walk off after Ryan Higgins has completed the afternoon session with a maiden. 181 for 1 at tea. Hampshire 77 to Weatherly and 2 to Allsop, and that means that the deficit is just 48 at the tea interval. Glenn Phillips with the 1 wicket. I'll just draw a parallel briefly between this game and what happened at Wembley last night. The early goal for England was Gloucestershire's opening stand. Italy dominated the game at Wembley last night after that, and Hampshire have basically, once they've started taking wickets, They eventually worked their way through the Gloucestershire batting, and then the other half of the team, the actual batsmen, have just picked up that initiative, haven't they?
Well, they have. Hampshire, with their openers, have more than played Hampshire into a position where they feel they should win the match from. And Gloucestershire are going to need a dream evening session where you'd have to say they're going to need 5 or 6 wickets in order to drag things back. And at the moment, it seems a bit hard to see how those would come, but you never know. You start off with one, don't you? But for now, again, you just go back to the fact that there haven't been that many opportunities created, and when the opportunities were created, a couple were put down. So, you know, it hasn't been the performance Gloucestershire would have been after today. Let's say that.
Yeah, 181 for 1 from 55 overs, so 39 overs to go. Weatherly has 77, Allsop 2, and Holland, the man out, caught by Brayshaw Phillips for 74 just before tea. Dan Morrell, 13 overs, 5 maidens, 0 for 22. Higgins, 14 overs, 4 maidens, 0 for 30. Matt Taylor, 12 overs, no maidens, 0 for 36. Tom Price, 9 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 34. Ollie Price, 5 overs, no maidens, 0 for 33, including 1 over where Ian Holland played 4 reverse sweeps off consecutive balls, 3 of which went to the boundary, and Glenn Phillips, 2 overs, 1 for 12. We'll put the kettle on here, maybe you will at home, and we'll rejoin you at 4:20 for the resumption, with Gloucestershire needing wickets. Hampshire trail by just 48 with 9 in hand. So was it me, or did that seem a really short tea interval? I got as far as the end of the marquee, went to boil a kettle for a cup of tea, and by the time I bowled it and walked back again, the tea interval seemed to have disappeared.
Very slow kettle.
Yeah, slow kettle, I'm sure.
I think we should blame the staff to our left for that, actually. Yeah, they're nodding. They're accepting ownership of the slow kettle.
Well, here, Hampshire are in a very strong position. 39 overs left in the day. They only trail by 48, and they still have 9 wickets in hand. So Weatherly on 77, Allsop on 2, and 181 for 1 they are in reply to Gloucestershire's 229. And Glenn Phillips is to continue, having had a couple of overs before tea and split the opening stand in the process.
Indeed, 2 overs, 1 for 12, but that includes a no ball that I have to say, you almost feel like that should be penalty runs rather than no balls, because it's sort of a team thing really rather than a bowler's thing. But anyhow, short leg in place along with a slip, and Phillips will start over the wicket to Weatherly, who is 77 not out. Phillips bowls to Weatherly, who whips that one up towards mid-on, but will be fielded by Higgins there, who does not have a cap on, so might suggest that he is going to continue where he left off from the chapel end. Phillips bowls, full toss, driven out to Dan Worrell, who's standing right in front of us, out at deep point, and a single taken by Weatherly. He moves up to 78, and Phillips can have a go at the left-handed Allsop. Looks as though there's going to be a pretty similar field for him, just in mirror, apart from the deep point fielder is now up inside the circle. Phillips around the wicket, pardon me, to Allsop, who cuts, and that will be heading out towards the deep point boundary. Scott's after it and won't cut it off. Too much pace on the ball, so they didn't have the deep point back, and as a consequence Allsop picks up 4 runs. Not that short, but short enough and quite wide, and Allsop gets his first boundary. 186 now for 1. Allsop 126. Gloucestershire, having got a new batsman in at last, have got to try and create some sort of flow of wickets here. Phillips bowls, and that's caught by Lace! Terrific catch, but it's not out. Dear me, it was a tremendous catch by Lace, and I think, oh, goodness me. How on earth did Lace hold on to that one? I think it was a juggling effort. Here's the replay, and, oh, did he drop that one? I thought that looked as if it came off the face of the bat. Next delivery is a full delivery, which is pushed on the bounce to Tom Lace. Gloucestershire don't actually seem that disappointed, but so I thought that came straight off the face of the bat, I thought.
Well,
Phillips in and bowls, and that's going to be stopped by Lace, moving away to his left.
2 questions for umpire White. Did it go into the ground first, and was it only off the boot?
Perhaps it was. I mean, as I say, the general body language of the Gloucestershire fielders would lead you to believe that there was something wrong with it, but I thought it was a juggling catch by Lace, I've got to say. But at any rate, not out, and 186 for 1. I mean, I had a pretty good view of it, and my you know, I can only call it as I see it. I thought it came straight off the face of the bat, and that Lace had held on to it.
So there is quite a delay, but it will be Ryan Higgins to bowl from the chapel end. In what is now quite bright sunshine, probably the brightest we've had it since first thing this morning, and Gloucestershire in a way will not want that, because they'll need the cloud cover to try and retain any possibility that this might move around. Still 24 overs until there's another new one available. Umpire White is stood right in front of our eye line to James Bracey, so it will be helpful if, well, he probably isn't going to move, so I probably have to.
Things all of a sudden seeming very bright out there. We don't have much sunshine, and it's reflecting extraordinarily off the whites out there now.
Higgins in, Weatherly squeezes that to Lace, who's been in a couple of incidents today. A catch he definitely should have taken when Holland was on 46 off Tom Price. It was a clip straight to him at mid-wicket. They certainly claimed the catch.
Perhaps it did just come straight off the pad. It's hard to tell, even from the replay, I've got to say.
Weatherly forward.
And we've got it in front of us, slowed right down, and we're having a look at it, but it doesn't look to me to be a bump ball, and Lace certainly holds on to the catch in incredible fashion. Perhaps it was just straight off the pad.
Alsop didn't even seem bothered about the appeal, did he either? Higgins over the wicket to Weatherly. And he's nicked that, and Bracey's taken the catch. At last, Weatherly goes, and Gloucestershire have now got two new batsmen in, one of whom, if Prest comes in next, is on his champion, will be playing or batting in the championship match for the first time. There's the wicket, little prod from Weatherly, and a second catch for Bracey. And in fact, they've kept Press. Oh, it's caught by Phillips, is it?
Yeah, caught by Phillips.
Sorry,
slip.
forgive me. Wish the umpire would stand 3 yards further forward.
New batsman, Nick Gubbins.
And in fact, Hampshire have held Tom Prest down the order at 5, maybe even 6. He might even come behind de Grandon, but Nick Gubbins has come out at number 4, and that means you've got the two left-handers in at the same time.
They maybe decide to have him in at 5, where Vince, I think he pretty much would have replaced Vince in the exact same spot possibly, and I think Vince was batting at 5 in their last match for Hampshire, so that could be the thinking for Hampshire, just keep everybody else in the same spot. But Gubbins in just his second championship innings for his new club, on loan, but will be a permanent fixture at the Ageas Bowl soon. Kevin Hand was very optimistic though that Nick Gubbins would be back to Middlesex at some point. His heart will always be Middlesex.
Well, here's Higgins, ex-Middlesex, who knows Gubbins pretty well, and that was driven with some force at Tom Lace, who got a partial stop on it, took it just a sort of at the wrist level on his left hand, and Dan Worrell completed the stop.
Perfect relay fielding, just like they practice.
Gubbins waits for Higgins' success in this over. There'll be a bit of banter going on out there, I would think, now between all these ex-Middlesex players. 186-4-2 at the end of the over. Higgins 15 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 30. And at least with two left-handers in, we won't have the issue of not being able to see because of the umpires, or I won't anyway. Ed might do.
Well, unless you would like possibly to switch ends, because I can see the keeper and the slip from where I am. Oh dear. Well, I suppose it just shows you, doesn't it? There are so many really good things about commentating from ground level, And then there are some things which are frustrating, but hopefully we're not bothering those at home too much with the little things. 43 runs Hampshire trail by as Phillips bowls, and also plays quietly and on the ground to Tom Lace. And well, I must say I thought that Alsop was caught at short leg as well, so yeah. So Phillips is in and bowls, and that's tickled away fine. Alsop will pick up more runs here, at least a couple, and in fact he'll pick up 4 as it crosses the boundary rope. And the pursuit in vain. Once again, just getting a little tickle. Nicely worked around the corner. Short fine, well, short fine, sort of 45 fielder couldn't do anything about it. And Alsop placed it nicely, make sure he didn't get too much bat, but not too little bat. And he moves up to 10, 190 for 2, and Hampshire moving closer now to their first batting point. But if Gloucestershire take just one more wicket, then it's not going to be about the points, it's just going to be about the result. Phillips bowls and forward goes Alsop and rolls that one out towards cover. Even in terms of carrying points forward, it won't matter, because if Hampshire win, they will be going through all but certainly now with Somerset. So that's left this time by Alsop through to James Bracey.
I did encounter Matt Windows at lunch, who was on the ground, but had said that he was embroiled in a cricket meeting this morning. I'll come back to what he said in a minute.
Phillips bowls, back at quite the last second, but back a little bit later than he might have been was Alsop, but playing down into the ground out towards backward point, and one delivery remaining in this Phillips over. Bowls, and that's a much fuller delivery, which is played back to the bowler off the front foot by Tom Alsop. And the end of the 58th over of the innings, Hampshire 190 for 2. Alsop has 10. Gubbins has just faced 2 deliveries. Hampshire trail by 39.
Yeah, MGN Windows said he hadn't watched all the play this morning, but he said that the strategy that he saw Hampshire adopting was that they only wanted to bat once in the game if they could manage to do so.
Yeah, well, an opening partnership of 174 is likely to get you into a position where that's the kind of strategy you're thinking of, regardless of whether you're batting first or second.
So 190 for 2, deficit 39. Begins to bowl to his old Middlesex mucker, Nick Gubbins, who, having played an expansive drive to the first ball, has been a bit more respectful of the other 2 he's faced.
He certainly hit that one hard, though, the drive. I think, I'm not sure that any shot's been hit harder today than that drive of Gubbins, which, goodness knows, I would not want to be Tom Lace with that hitting you on the wrist. Imagine he's still feeling it at cover.
High back lift, Gubbins. To the one side. It's a bit more vocal encouragement for the bowler, understandably, after a couple of wickets either side of tee. Begins into his 16th over of the innings. Gubbins again forward. First instance is forward.
Nick Gubbins was dismissed twice by David Payne in the Gloucestershire versus Middlesex match at Lord's, but did make a half century in the second innings, the only real contribution of note other than Simpson's 40. They were the only 2 to get above 15.
Let go by Gubbins this time, taken on the tumble by Bracey. were off at the Oval because of rain. Sorry, 24 without loss. In reply to Somerset getting over 400 batting first. In fact, they're still off there. 24 from no wicket. Somerset 429 all out. Higgins round the wicket and Gubbins again. Bat and pad close together. Forward and that just rolls up the pitch, fielded by Tom Price. Warwickshire look pretty well placed at Worcester. Raining at Cardiff. Brackets again. Here though, we've done very well, it must be said, and much as last week, I don't think we've had the heavily forecast rain overnight, but still credit to the ground staff for getting us away promptly at 11 o'clock.
Yeah, the outfield's done a very good job, and you say the ground staff have a difficult job here, because not only because of the slope, but also because they've got 2 squares to cover, and clearly the covers have done a very good job.
So a little bit of very, very fine soil that was used just in a couple of areas before the start of play on the college square, just to soak up some of the last moisture.
Phillips to continue. 2 left-handers to bowl out now, but Allsop's look pretty tidy so far, and he turns that one on the ground this time too. Tom Lace must be thinking that an actual catch is coming his way sometime soon, because Allsop seems to be playing with that inside half of the bat. And there's a fly to delivery, which this time goes out onto the offside, into the covers. Quite a watchful approach in general from Allsop, but waiting for the loose delivery. Lunges forward and makes good ground to get to the pitch of it. Deep cover out, and Ian might have to tell me if there's a fielder out behind square on the leg side. Phillips bowls, full toss, and that's turned away through mid-wicket by Allsop, and there's nobody out there, that's for sure. I can definitely see that, and that is away for 4. So Phillips bowling one a little too far, flighting one a little too far, and getting whipped through the leg side by Allsop. He moves on to 14, 194 for 2.
Yeah, Dan Worrell is the man out at deep backward square.
Phillips is in and bowls, and Allsop coming forward and playing out towards the cover fielder. I think if you are facing Glenn Phillips, that's what you need to do really. Allsop's going about it very much the right way. Phillips bowls, and there's a short ball which is cut. Tries to catch it from Glenn Phillips. Would have been an interesting fielding position to start with, but then I think it would have made Tom Lace's reactions in close look slow if they'd managed to catch that one. 195 for 2 as Allsop keeps the strike on 15, but you know, we've said this before about Phillips, he's not going to land 6 balls in exactly the same spot in exactly the same way, so you've just got to wait for either the short one or the over-pitched one and take advantage of it. But at the same time, it's what's allowed him to produce several deliveries over the course of both the T20 matches and the Championship matches, which have taken some wickets.
I would describe him as a stand breaker of an off spinner.
Yep.
Here is Higgins to continue from the Chapel end. Gubbins just plays that without any great force out on the onside. We'll remind you of our email address, just conscious it's gone 4:30, so people may be joining us towards the end of the day. There's quite a lot of cricket still left, to be fair.
Dear Ed, how could you possibly have thought that that was a catch at short leg?
Commentators across CCC There it is in the top right hand corner of your screen. 195 for 2. Gubbins waits for Higgins round the wicket and caught by Phillips this time. We can see that one. And Gubbins has got to go. And it's Allsop. I'll get it right eventually.
Is it cashless stadium, Mr. Randall?
195 for 3.
Well, there's the bowling point for Gloucestershire, and what we can say now is that Hampshire have to win this match. That has removed the possibility of Gloucestershire, pardon me, Hampshire being able to get to, say, 400 for 2 and then declare. Hampshire now know that they have to win, but I think, as I've said all along really, they've not been playing for that prospect whatsoever. They are just playing very much to win this match.
Well, Prest is out now at number 5. He batted very aggressively in the T20, but he's never batted in a championship match before, so what we do know is that he clearly has ability. You don't make a triple hundred in the seconds unless you do at the age of 18. So he's a right-hander, and that will probably mean Higgins will come back over the wicket. Could you possibly add 2 more wickets and see what the card looks like then?
Well, Gloucestershire have, I guess you call it this now, a trickle of wickets, but they've got an inexperienced player out there, albeit one who's scored runs against them this season with a different coloured ball.
Higgins in, Prest drives that pleasantly up to mid-on.
There's an awful lot of noise being made by James Bracey at the moment. I think it's mostly Bracey with those theatrical cries after every ball. Gloucestershire are perfecting this. They're clearly looking at Somerset at the top of the table and the noise that they make, and they're thinking, well, maybe we should start doing some of that.
95 for 3. Prest waits for Higgins and goes back, and he's hurried a little bit by his second delivery.
Yeah, he came in as a replacement, of course, for James Vince in the Hampshire game, but Vince had already batted, and as a consequence Prest didn't get an innings because, of course, Surrey followed on and then managed to eke out the draw on that final day. So Prest has played a first-class match but hasn't batted.
Higgins in, same outcome again. He's playing in that area between mid-wicket and mid-on, just trying to get his bearings. But 3 wickets in 10 overs may not seem much, but in relative terms that's quite a shift for Gloucestershire, and a no ball called.
First one for a while, and I'm not sure is it his first one from the chapel end or was his last one from the chapel end, but either way it has been a bit of a pattern that we've noticed, that the majority of no balls came from the other end, but this one from the chapel end.
Staying over the wicket, well short of the crease there, and Prest is away. This is encouraged to throw that to the keeper. He does throw it in, and Gubbins is in the way.
I think Gubbins liked that too much, but then he ducked down and took his eye off the ball in exactly the spot where Lace needed to throw it in. It's a sort of a gesture from James Bracey as if to say, what was I supposed to do?
Dunbarrel, perhaps. I think Phillips, having in a sense done what he was required to do, take the wicket and split the openers. He's going to be out of the attack after 5 overs, and we're going to have a burst of Dan Worrell to see if he can get one of these two as well and try and get into them properly into the middle order.
Yeah, this feels like a good move. And there's still, after this one, there'll still be 18 overs left until the new ball, so should be enough time after a short burst, you would think, for a little bit of a rest before that new ball could be taken. Looking over to the right-hand side where the weather had been coming from, it's looking a lot bluer over there, but judging by the way the streamers are not really moving about, and they're all moving about in different directions, rather confusing. It's a bit difficult to tell exactly where the weather is coming from now. Anyway, new spell for Worrell. He's bowling to Prest, who gets turned around by that one, trying to work leg side, and it's rolled out to mid-off and fielded by Matt Taylor. Higgins has bowled continuously since the tea break, and then he had 2 overs just before it as well, so maybe another change not too far off. Worrell bowls full and Prest forward and playing that one out to cover.
On the basis that he bowled 2 overs before tea and then had a short breather, do you kind of balance that up and say, okay, it's almost the equivalent of starting fresh after tea?
It's hard to know, isn't it? I'm not. I've never done it because I never bowled even medium pace, so I'm not sure. I have to say, 20-minute break, as
And
it was evidenced by your tea making. It's not very long.
No.
Worrell bowls, and that's turned away into the leg side.
Higgins has the encouragement of 2 wickets as well, so
yes, well, you know, once he gets into a bowling rhythm, you don't tend to take the ball out of his hand, but yeah, I guess it is also possibly just a question of who do they want bowling together. Are they allow them to see Worrell and Higgins at the same time? Worrell bowls and Prest gets in behind that one and plays that one up towards mid-off. I mean, I suppose you don't necessarily think like that, do you? With the new ball, it would be a different proposition.
you assume they would take it.
You assume they would. It depends possibly on the overall light situation, or if they've been grabbing all sorts of wickets with the old one, then they may elect to continue with it. Worrell bowls, and that's driven pleasantly by Prest up towards mid-off, and there's no run. Hampshire's whites are more white than Gloucestershire's, and I didn't really notice that until the sun came out, and it was glinting a lot more off the Hampshire whites. I suppose there are the 2 different shades, really, aren't there, of cricketing white. Worrell in and bowls, and it's short, and Prest barely had to sway out of the way of that one. It's a maiden over, so at the very least Gloucestershire are keeping the pressure on this new pair, with Prest just the single to his name, his first run in first-class cricket, and Nick Gubbins has yet to get off the mark. Hampshire do still trail by 31, but even with the recent wickets, look set for a sizable first innings lead unless Gloucestershire can continue to run through this middle order.
What would you define as sizable? 100?
Well, I would even argue fewer, actually, would have a sizable effect on the game, even 50 or 60.
Here is Higgins around the wicket, and Gubbins plays it away into the offside, fielded by Ollie Price, who had a difficult time against Ian Holland earlier today. One particular over, Holland played 4 reverse sweeps in a row. I think I'm saying that the first 3 all went for the boundary.
Yeah.
Higgins to Gubbins, who goes back and very nearly is beaten, but just about gets everything defensively organised to keep Higgins out.
See whether this ball actually kept low, or whether Gubbins' footwork, was not quite where it would be later on in his innings. Maybe a bit of both.
Higgins staying around the wicket, and Gubbins works that to George Scott. Juggles with it, but doesn't misfield it.
It's odd to see him not at backward point. I mean, I know there's the left-hand, right-hand combination, but it's strange to see Scott in a 4-day game at any position other than backward point. Obviously, they're not switching over with right-hand, left-hand, but
just a bounce on a used wicket, I think, in front of him there that caused that. It was a misfield. It was just a fumble. It never went past him at any point.
I was going to make an awful joke when I was talking about the whites there with Tom Prest, that his whites ought to be very well ironed, but I stopped myself.
Yeah, there was a... I'll tell you a quick gag about that. Higgins round the wicket. And on a similar tale, my late father used to tell a story about... how we are, of course, in Cheltenham, and when he used to go and watch the football team many years ago, there was a supporter who used to say, "Press on, Robbins," and the gentleman next to him said, "Oh, does he work in a laundry?"
See,
same kind of Christmas cracker joke sort of situation. Here's Higgins round the wicket, Gubbins all the way along the ground, straight to Ollie Price at backward point. No run. So after getting the first ball right out of the middle of the bat and getting nothing for it, Gubbins has still not scored.
he's played 2 beautiful drives.
14 runs, 14 balls later.
It would have looked great in the nets, both of those drives, but of course important for Gloucestershire to keep the pressure on Nick Gubbins.
Is Lace going to go out and field it short leg to Dan Worrell with the helmet?
Looks as though they might be thinking about testing out the young Tom Prest's ability to play the short ball.
The answer to that is no. They've
put it out there just in case.
It's going to go and be behind James Bracey, unless Bracey thinks that he'll be standing up to somebody pretty soon.
Worrell in and bowls, and that's turned away to mid-wicket.
Prest's first movement, whereas Weatherly's first movement is forward or forward, Prest's first movement is back, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm not sure that even Weatherly was getting too far forward to Worrell, but at the same time I think possibly even just bringing out the helmet, you think there's got to be the possibility of the short ball. There is a deep backward square leg as well, so he could try one if he wants to. Left alone outside the off stump, and has already tried one, which, has to be said, Prest did not look in too much difficulty with, which Prest swayed out of the way of. But one of these things, isn't it, where you see a youngster out there, especially as an established fast bowler, and you kind of think, well, I wonder if he can play the short ball. Can't imagine even as good as kind of scouting and data collecting is these days that they would have too much on Tom Prest's ability or not to play the short ball. There's a good length ball which is rising through to James Bracey. I'd have to think that there would not be too many bowlers in the second 11 with the versatility and pace of Dan Worrell. Having said that, of course, Jofra Archer's played a few second 11 matches, including against Gloucestershire in the last couple of years, so you never know who you're going to face, but at the same time, I think it wouldn't be too much of a dossier on Tom Prest yet. Oh, that's a beauty from Dan Worrell. Prest recarves out his crease, as a lot of batsmen do once they've just received a good one, just to reset things mentally. Here is the replay. Oh, goodness, that's moving a fair distance, actually, and we haven't seen too many balls clearly moving that extravagantly, but that one some real shape away from the right-hander. Worrell bowls, and this time it's on the stumps, and Prest negotiates it successfully out into the onside. Fielded by Ollie Price at mid-wicket. The strangulation job is on here for Gloucestershire. Just 3 runs added by this partnership in 3.5 overs. 2 of those were courtesy of a no ball from Higgins. As there's a good shot from Prest, back foot drive, and it's gone behind the fielder at point and away for 4. So his first boundary in first-class cricket also brings up the 200 for Hampshire. And here's the replay, and it's a compact shot off the back foot, nicely timed, and away for 4. So Pressed up to 5, 202 for 3 after 65 overs, Hampshire.
Yeah, just a bit about that 300. It was made against Sussex on the nursery ground at the Aegeus Bowl. He was 111 not out overnight. Sat an exam, presumably geography exam, about water pollution in the morning, and got to the ground in time for the start of play.
Well, if you can concentrate during an exam about water pollution, you can concentrate for a 300.
Here's Higgins in and bowls to Nick Gubbins, and I'm not sure what he knows about water pollution. But
that's more Anthony Gibson's area of expertise,
yeah,
actually.
probably.
That's it. He was talking about the relative levels of such things when we were discussing a ball landing in the River Tone earlier this season. He would certainly know all about that with the various rivers of Somerset.
Higgins around the wicket, and Gubbins forces that to lace at short cover. That he batted just shy of 9 hours for his 303. That takes some doing, that, doesn't it?
Yeah, certainly. They're right, I'm sure, to think a lot of him, because as Gloucestershire would tell you from the innings he played in the T20 against them.
414 balls he faced. So patience and concentration doesn't appear to be a problem.
No. Equally, though, that's pretty fast going for an innings like that.
He's from Wimborne and educated at Canford School. Higgins ran the wicket to Gubbins, who again says no run. As the ball out to Tom Lace again. 202 for 3, Hampshire, 27 behind, 7 wickets in hand. Gloucestershire still need, well, they still need 7 obviously, but they still need another couple quite quickly.
Yeah.
To keep them in the game. Gubbins again forward. Just trying to stabilise things, I guess, after losing 3 relatively quickly. 174, 186, 195. So 3 wickets for 21.
Yeah, you feel like it for Gloucestershire to really be back in the game. Another 3 for 21 might have to fall.
Again, his bat and pad close together, and his experience coming to the fore here with the younger man at the other end. Made nowhere from Higgins, who continues to keep Gubbins quiet at one end. 202 for 3, 30 extras in that total. 15 overs to go until the second new ball. Prest has 5, Gubbins yet to score.
It's a nice ground, that nursery ground next to the Aegeus Bowl. I haven't actually watched a game there myself, but you can look out over it from the commentary position in the hotel. The Aegeus Bowl looks like a really lovely spot to watch a game from as Worrell bowls, and he bowls delivery which is down leg, and Prest has nothing to do with it. Grassy bank on one end, I think, or at least on one end, and be a nice spot to watch a game from on a sunny day. Perhaps not quite so much in your average English summer's day, but too many grass banks around in England, but for understandable reasons, really. Well, yes, I think it's some of the smaller grounds you tend to get them. They certainly like their grass banks in South Africa. Almost every ground in South Africa has at least some area of grassy bank.
I think there's one at Colwyn Bay too, because I've done a
right.
game there, and I think from memory the marquee is on the top of it.
Worrell bowls, and that's carved backward of point by Prest, and that is going to be just over the boundary for 4. Only just. And the batsman, they had to get a wriggle on at one point though, because they thought that was heading comfortably for 4. And lovely shot once again, a punchy shot backward of point, just with an open face of the bat. But Lace knew it was going to go for 4, but the batsman just had to make doubly sure for a moment there. And Prest now has 9 as Worrell bowls 2 in bowls and a short ball, which this time Prest does have to think a little bit more about and get right underneath it. He can really bend his back for that short ball when he wants to. Dan Worrell has got a kind of an extra gear to go to, if you like, with the pace with the short stuff. Tom Prest with 2 nice boundaries though, moving him up to 9, and Hampshire 206 for 3 as Worrell bowls, and another nice looking shot off the back foot, but this time it's found the outstretched hand of Jack Taylor at cover and is able to prevent a run. He's certainly looking organised to those back of the length deliveries which Worrell is bowling. It's not given him too much right up to the bat. I haven't seen drive off the front foot particularly yet from Prest. Worrell in and bowls, and right on cue there is one, and timed absolutely to perfection, but would have been at least 2 or 3 had Matt Taylor not been in the way. It's particularly slow up towards that corner where, as I said before, the outfield's quite lush and it is very much up the hill. Last ball of this Worrell over is there, and he bowls full and defensively played up to mid-off by Tom Prest. So Worrell's not having too much joy in this little burst here. A word from James Bracey, and I think he's just asked somebody which end they would like. Might have been Tom Price, who's down at long leg, but I can't imagine that, given the proximity of the new ball, Worrell will have an extended spell here.
No, in fact he's going off. Complete with a helmet, a cap and a sweater.
Matt Taylor's sweater.
Matt Taylor.
So Taylor for Higgins. 14 overs to go until the second new ball. That's probably it, I would think, for both Higgins and Worrell for the moment.
I certainly think so, and in fact it's George Scott who is warming up out at mid-wicket, so he may be the choice from the College Lawn end.
And that would be largely a holding job, you would have thought, really. That's what Scott did against Middlesex anyway. So Matt Taylor's come over the wicket to the left-handed Gubbins. And so Hampshire's run rate down to just over 3 now, but with the forecast improving. I wonder if Ed would like just to check what it is for tomorrow. I think we're pretty clear that by Wednesday it's all right.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of uncertainty about tomorrow. It keeps changing. There's a possibility of some showers from the afternoon onwards, they're saying at the moment.
But we've missed most of those if they've been forecast to come our way so far.
Yeah, it changes for tomorrow every time I look at it, because at some point they're saying probably dry all day. At the moment they've got sort of 30% chance of rain between 12 and 6, but as I say, it'll probably look different every hour I look at it.
Taylor plus umpire Pollard, and again Gubbins into the onside part bat, part pad there.
Oh wowzer. There's the call from behind the stumps.
Phillips and Hammond are the very small cordon. One slip and a gully for Gubbins. Forces that timing it straight to lace that short extra. So we've got a. This is back to what Hampshire were doing really. A short extra cover and a short mid wicket. Trying to dry the runs up if nothing else.
Exactly.
And then force a mistake.
Kind of in the knowledge that there's not been, well, there's been one catch which has been to 1.5 slip, but all the others have been to first slip.
Taylor's in once more. Gubbins again back. He's not bothered here about not scoring. He's been out there for 40 minutes, hasn't got a run yet. George Scott is limbering up at square leg, so reasonable to assume that he may be called upon from the college lawn end. Tom Price has had 9 overs already. He's moved Taylor in. And a maiden to start with. And Scott has taken his cap off, so reasonable to assume that he will have, maybe, if he keeps things tight, the spell right through until the new ball is due.
Certainly the incentive for him to bowl well, and therefore he might get an extended spell. He'll have the right-hander pressed to start off with, to make sure that he gets his line right, of course, with the right-hander and the left-hander. The 18-year-old will face up to Scott, and Bracey has decided to go back to start with, so we'll see where Tom Prest wants to bat from, whether he looks to play from the crease or whether he's going to come walking at George Scott a la Joe Weatherly.
Just to say they are finished for the day, or off for the day, no play at Durham, and they're closed for the day at the Oval. That's because of rain, sorry. 24 without loss in reply to Somerset's 429. And they're off for the day too at Cardiff and at Canterbury. So the only play currently is at Merchant Taylor's School, Worcester, and here at Cheltenham.
George Scott, first ball to Tom Prest, and it's left alone by Tom Prest, who almost took his hand off the bat and stood back to watch that one go past him. Just had absolutely nothing to do with it. Jack Taylor has a large red stripe down his right leg. He's been doing his best to shine the ball up as much as possible. It's the one slip in place as Scott bowls full, and he's hit the ground there as Tom Prest, despite the, well, it wasn't even really an appeal, it was an acknowledgement that Prest had gone for a shot and missed it, but very much the sound of bat on ground. He managed to tempt him into a drive, George Scott, but produced the outside edge. Tom Lace still in there at short extra. Price walking into a short mid-wicket position. Scott bowls back of a length, forced out to Jack Taylor at cover, and I've only seen Tom Prest for 26 balls now, but that seems to be Tom Prest's shot. Drive off the back foot that can go between cover and backward point. They've got Hammond at quite a backward point at the moment. Here is Scott, he bowls, and that's left alone by Prest. But it's not a bad game to have that, really, because if you're not going to drive too much off the front foot, you're going to eliminate quite a lot of modes of dismissal, really, and that's kind of a lot of the best test players' school on batting in red ball cricket. You actually shelve a lot of your shots and maybe select 2 or 3 or even, yeah. Here's Scott and bowls, and Prest this time comes onto the front foot, plays it between Hammond and Jack Taylor, who fumbles it, but not to any cost, as Hammond was also there.
Just as well.
Exactly, because the ball had enough pace on it that it may have kicked onto the boundary, but just the single, so the strike is rotated for the first time in quite a while, and Gubbins will face up to another former colleague of his. Both moved on to pastures new. Heard that Nick Gubbins hoping to make an impact in all 3 formats. He's moved to, one of the reasons he moved to Hampshire, he wants to get a consistent go in the T20 as well. Scott bowls to Gubbins, who plays that one off the inside half, maybe a bit of pad involved as well. Good start from George Scott, just 1 run from the over, 207 for 3, 12 more overs until the new ball, and it was Kevin Handy said it. It was kind of ironic in a way that Gubbins had just left and Sam Robson played in the T20 against Gloucestershire the other day, and it's almost as if they brought back a couple of cast members from the red ball stuff into the white ball stuff just after Gubbins left.
Was I also right in thinking that Sam Northeast left Hampshire because he wasn't getting any white ball cricket?
I think he'd played and then
got dropped.
Effectively the form wasn't there, so Hampshire didn't continue to stick with him whilst he wasn't getting any runs. I think that's kind of the noises that I heard anyway.
Sanitisation break briefly done. Don Goodman's on the field at the moment, I think, for Dan Worrell. And Matt Taylor's going to stay around the wicket to the left-handed Prest, still with 2 slips in. Prest, as Ed said, is chiefly playing off the back foot here. 207 for 3, 22 behind. But if nothing else, what appeared to be a runaway train that was accelerating before tea has been slowed down somewhat.
Yeah, Gloucestershire have bowled well in this last spell to help slow it down, and it also just shows you actually that it's maybe one of those pitches where if you really get in, you're in for quite some time, but also can have flurries of wickets if people don't get in, which was what happened when Gloucestershire batted.
Worked by Prest straight to Goodman. It's a square leg.
They just batted at a really nice pace, Weatherly and Holland. Admittedly, they were allowed more lives, 1 each, than they should have been, but got a really good balance between aggression and defence, I thought.
Matt Taylor past umpire Pollard. Prest is hit on the pad. Loud appeal from the middle. Appeal from some of the spectators as well, but nothing doing from the umpire's perspective. Here's Taylor coming round the wicket.
Too high. I felt. I'm not actually sure that if it did hit him on the pad, it was right on the knee roll. As with most of the LBW shots Gloucestershire have had today, if not all of them, they've all been either too high or going down the leg side.
Tom Goodman's dropped right out onto the boundary here. Deep square. But that was the double bluff or not, but Prest has taken a lot of the strike since he's been in. He's faced more balls than Gubbins has.
Well, yeah, again.
Still Gubbins 27 balls without scoring.
I suspect he's probably been there before in his career.
Taylor striving for a 4th wicket, won't get it there. Good strike, good stop though from Tom Price.
Not, of course, that that's any slight on Gubbins' talent. It's just that there will have been situations, because he is been an opener for a considerable part of his career as well. You're going to face some good spells of bowling, which you're going to need to negotiate without scoring.
Just conscious it's 5:15, so we'll briefly recap what happened earlier in the day while play is unravelling here. Taylor in, that's pulled by Prest, that was short, and he's pulled it in front of square. Dom Goodman was behind and he couldn't make up the ground, and it's gone to the boundary for 4.
Well, he can certainly play off the back foot, I think we can say that, but ball did not get up quite enough, and Matt Taylor didn't really quite have the amount of cover that he might have liked for the short ball, so Tom Prest could hit it into quite a large gap, and did.
So 211 for 3 Hampshire. This is in reply to Gloucestershire's 229. They started the day 214 for 6, so they lost the last 4 wickets for 15 in 7 overs and 4 balls. 2 to de Grandhomme, successive deliveries, 1 to Crane, 1 to Abbott.
Scott bowls to Gubbins, who goes forward and plays that one right on the bounce to Ollie Price at short extra cover.
Neither Jack Taylor nor Ollie Price added to their overnight scores, respectively, 34 and 18. Matt Taylor was out first ball to de Grandhomme. Dan Morrow caught by Osop off Crane, last out for 9. Tom Price not out 6. De Grandhomme finished with 4 for 31. 2 wickets each to Abbott, Wheel and to Crane.
Scott bowls. Ooh, he's bowled one into the block hole, and Gubbins has got the bat down on it, but as much the drama of all that dust that went up when Gubbins played it into the ground almost made it look more dramatic than it was.
And then in this Hampshire innings, opening stand of 174 before Holland was caught by Bracey off Phillips just before tea.
George Scott bowls to Gubbins, who plays defensively, back to the bowler.
Holland made 74, and then since tea, Weatherly caught by Phillips off Higgins for 78, and Allsop caught by Phillips off Higgins for 15. So 3 wickets falling in for 21 in 9 overs. And then
Scott to the crease bowls, driven, but not through the offside, and Gubbins still can't get off the mark. I mean, he's hit 2 shots as hard as you can possibly hit them into the offside and hasn't picked up runs for either of those, and now he's trying just to nudge the ball into gaps, and that's not working either.
That's when Prest and Gubbins came together. But in that Gloucester total, in that Hampshire total, there are 30 extras.
Scott to Gubbins, clipped hard and straight to Tom Lace at short mid-wicket. And Gubbins, I think, is smiling. I think I can see that under his helmet over there. What else can you do, really? Because you can either get frustrated or you can laugh about it. 32 balls now without registering a run. The third ball that he's timed beautifully. Scott bowls back of a length and driven up towards mid-off. Gubbins hopefully taking off with a single, but it's not there. So a maiden over for George Scott. And Nick Gubbins, well, he continues to smile about it, but inside, I'm sure he would quite like to take his bat and break it over his knee at this point, because it's got to be very frustrating. 70 overs gone, 211 for 3. Hampshire trail by just 18 runs now.
Dan Morrow's back on the field.
I suspect he probably went off for the 15 minutes, I believe it is, that you're allowed to, before you then start having to be off for the amount of time that you, out of the bowling attack, for the amount of time you were off for. So they're very good about noting that sort of thing, of course.
Press, the right-hander, waits for Matt Taylor to come into him, round the wicket, and once again off the back foot.
So I'm rusty on, so pardon me, Ian, sorry.
You're rusty on?
I'm rusty on my umpiring, you see. I would have been able to tell you for a certain 15 or 20 minutes. I should be able to remember that, but I can't remember which it is now. Oh dear. One of the two, anyway.
I could see it perfectly.
So Gubbins is back to facing Matt Taylor again, and he's going to come back over the wicket. Deficit down to 17. Gubbins has finally got a run. It'll only be 2, but he's away at last off his 34th ball.
The loudest cheer of the day from the Hampshire players next to us. They didn't shout that loudly when Hampshire brought up the 150-run partnership to start things off.
He's been out there for 53 minutes. Matt Taylor interval to Gubbins again down the leg side, taken by Bracey.
It would have been quite typical if he'd scored off that ball as well, having had to wait so long for his first run. If he then scored off 2 in a row, these things so often seem to happen. Not this time.
So Middlesex are going to be probably slightly in front when the second new ball is due. Taylor in, clipped by Gubbins into the onside. There's a throw at the bowler's end which hits the stumps. Umpire Pollard was in position and said not out. Ollie Price, I think, was the fielder. Certain things we haven't really seen in any of them. I don't recall seeing in these red ball games here at Cheltenham this year. We haven't seen a really exciting run out. We haven't seen the stumps splayed too much either.
In terms of bowled.
Here is Matt Taylor in, worked by Prest into the onside, but straight to Worrell at mid-on.
Sam Robson's dismissal in the first innings, I think it was, of the Middlesex game was probably, I can't actually remember if that uprooted the stump or not. I think it did, but yeah, not been many.
Taylor round the wicket to Prest. Again from the crease. Complete opposite to Weatherly, who we saw this morning and this afternoon for quite a while. Batting outside his crease, taking half a stride and then a full stride down the pitch. Prest is quite happy to almost leave his feet where they are and just stand up and play the ball on sight line more than anything else.
I guess overall, actually, it feels as if we've had quite a lot of caught behinds, but, you know, as in caught by the keeper. Pardon me, was it it was still Simpson, wasn't it? In that first innings, took I think about 5 caught behinds, yeah, and the caught behinds or caught first slips. Here's Scott clipped in the air, just short of lace at short mid wicket. That one was quite close to carrying. He got what they were looking for with that field. Lace, if he'd just been a step closer, would have had a low catch to effect there, but I think he's just asking George Scott if he should be a step closer, and Scott says no. I think he was in the right position, it just wasn't clipped quite far enough. Scott bowls to Gubbins, who drives right into the ground, and Ollie Price moves across from short extra to field. Another example of Gloucestershire have created a few outside edges now, Weatherly, Holland, Allsop, but those little catches in front of the wicket, those slashes outside the off stump in general, they just haven't quite fallen for Gloucestershire today. Scott bowls and Gubbins drives nicely, and it's an even better stop from Ollie Price at short extra cover. It's difficult to tell from our angle whether that would have been cut off at mid-off, but at any rate it was another good piece of fielding by Ollie Price, who, worth mentioning again in case you didn't see much of him in the Middlesex match, he looks a terrific fielder, particularly good pair of hands in close. George Scott bowls to Gubbins, another drive, but this time it's got up to mid-off and no run. Gubbins continuing to find the fielders. I'm sure he would love to hit George Scott to the boundary and then just walk down the pitch and give him a little smirk. But at the moment Scott is really tying him down, and you mentioned, apart from anything else, his job is just to tie things down, even if he's not able to pick up a wicket. Almost had one off 2 balls ago. Scott to Gubbins, who plays defensively this time, out towards Tom Price in the covers.
There, in the Middlesex match, where obviously all 40 wickets fell, there were only 5 that were bowled. So
two in Gloucestershire's innings, James Bracey with that.
So 7 out of 53 isn't a lot, is it?
No, I wouldn't have said so. There's been some extraordinary games dismissals wise. I think was the LBW record for a 4-day match not broken, or at least for a county championship match not broken this year. I think it may have been. Scott bowls to Gubbins, defensively playing back to the bowler.
Martin Emerson, it must have involved Durham, because I think Martin Emerson was on about it.
Ah, right.
I think it may have equalled the record in England.
Right, okay. There was definitely some sort of extraordinary LBW succession.
Ratio.
2 maidens in 3 overs from George Scott.
Well, that's what he did in the Middlesex match, wasn't it? In the second innings, just basically blocked up one end for a while.
Nine overs, 5 maidens, none for 11 in that Middlesex match.
So 215 for 3, 8 overs to go until the second new ball. Will these two try and counter-attack? The impression is they're not going to. Time clearly is not an issue. I did float the idea earlier that 50 runs ahead tonight. That's roughly where they might be, I suppose, depending on what the wicket's position is. Should get another couple with the new ball. Really help matters. Pressed again. Confined to defence by Taylor.
It is funny to think that we were only playing T20 cricket I say we were, obviously we weren't. We were watching T20 cricket only a few days ago, and then you look at a strike rate and you see 7.14, which is where Nick Govins' strike rate sits at the moment.
Taylor around the wicket to Prest. Again, he's confident enough to let that go. Outside the off stump. Two catches for Glenn Phillips since T might have had one earlier on in the day, but it was taken out of his eye line by Miles Hammond, who didn't then hold on to it. It was one of those ones that were right in between first and second slip. Maybe Hammond didn't think it was going to carry. He went across and it went to ground. Taylor into his 16th over. Press plays again, a nice shot, but again through the offside. The defensive pushes are confident pushes, aren't they? But they're not really forceful.
Yeah, I think they're just, they're not too bothered, either of them. Once again, applauded the temperament of Ollie Price, but Tom Prest certainly looks to also be of the same mould, where he's not bothered about playing a succession of deliveries without scoring.
It's down the leg side, and James Bracey hasn't got that, and it's gone all the way to the rope for 4. Maiden over to Matt Taylor, 4 byes I think from Paul Pollard's signal. And
Not sure Bracey had too much of a chance with that one either. That's now 14 byes, and I have to say, at least 9 of them, just from memory, Bracey's had no chance with. But to a certain extent, I'm sure he knows that his keeping will be under constant scrutiny from, if not England selectors, etc., certainly from the public. So I suspect every bye will still hurt, even if he has no chance at it. Scott bowls and forward goes Gubbins, playing that one to short extra cover.
you see, if that 34 even was only 14, Gloucestershire would still have Hampshire 30 behind, and they would, as it is, they're probably going to be just about ahead at the new ball, but they wouldn't be ahead if those extras total was much lower. 16 runs from no balls as well.
Scott bowls a bit further back of a length and a dive, and it's off the hands of Tom Price in the covers, but not to any cost. I think he was looking for some kind of heroic attempt to bring it in and then spring up and throw, but I don't think anything would have had the Middlesex pair there. So Gubbins gets another run and moves on to 4 to 20 for 3. Hampshire have the deficit now into single figures. Scott is into bowl to Prest, who clips but straight to short mid-wicket. Gloucestershire would have loved, would love, would have, because there's still 6 overs after this left until the new ball, but if they could get one more before the new ball, it would really potentially open things up for that new ball to be taken. And of course there is still de Grandhomme, there is still McManus, there is still Barker to come, and Keith Barker seems to have scored runs almost every innings this season. As Scott bowls full, and once more Prest looking to turn for runs leg side, but not beating Ollie Price at mid-wicket. But at the same time, there's a difference between course, it depends what the new ball's going to do, but there's a difference between lower order runs against the old ball and then having those middle to lower order players coming in against a new one. Scott bowls to Prest, who once more works into the leg side, straight to Ollie Price at short mid-wicket. There's a huge gap out there because there's nobody saving the single between Ollie Price, who's quite a wide mid-wicket, and there's nobody saving the single to the square side of him at all. Leg side. Scott bowls, and that's well wide of off stump, and Prest watches that through. So 1 run from the over. The miserliness continues from George Scott. 4 overs, 2 maidens, none for 2, 220 for 3. Prest was desperately rehearsing that turn into the leg side, but still you feel like these 2 Hampshire batsmen have things pretty much under control out there.
They've batted 25 together in 13 overs, so they're hardly racing along. So Gubbins has made 4 in an hour and 6 minutes. But he does have bags of experience, and he's still there. Matt Taylor, I think, is going to keep going from the Chapel end. Can he put together a clutch of wickets? I wonder.
It felt like he couldn't do anything but take wickets in the last match, but I wonder, it'd be interesting to know how much of that was because he knew that it was, with no Higgins, it was very much down to him and Worrell as the 2 senior bowlers. Now, of course, Hampshire are not a batting lineup with the same level of confidence as Middlesex, but I wonder whether that's any sort of a factor at all. It may well not be, because you can't come out and take 4 for 40 every time you bowl. It's just a fact. So it may not be a factor at all. It's just, I suppose, at the very least, I'm just trying to illustrate the point of how different 2 matches can be.
Dan Morrell being very precise here about where he thinks Taylor should have Ryan Higgins, who's in on the offside. Morrell was saying to Higgins, actually 3 steps to the right, another 3 steps to the right. He's gone quite square there. So we've got Hammond in the gully, Lace very much at square point, and Higgins at quite a square cover as well. They're trying to really force Gubbins to go into that area mid-off. And in fact, he's gone that to mid-on. That's further across his pads, and he's whipped that away to the boundary, away at long one. It's going to go into the ropes now for 4 down by the scoreboard. So a first boundary to Gubbins. He goes on to 8.
Certainly wasn't for the lack of not timing a ball before then, but this time he found the placement, doubled his score. It was David Payne, just on that point about the 2 innings never feeling the same. It was David Payne in an interview who was talking about that earlier on this season.
Matt Taylor to Gubbins, staying over the wicket, and Gubbins lets that go, and Bracey has to go quite some way to his right to take that in. Hampshire only needs 6 now to go ahead.
I think it was after the 11 for at Lords where, I think people were sort of understandably asking him the question, what was going so right for you then when, what was it that was particularly special about that innings? And David Payne just had to say, well, I'm not quite sure.
Gubbins again punches that into the ground, straight to Dan Worrell at mid-off. Didn't Shane McGannon ask Matt Taylor that same question after last week, what went so well today? And he said, I honestly couldn't put my finger on it.
Yeah, and that was basically what David Payne was saying. You never feel the same 2 innings, in 2 innings, certainly like 2 matches.
Taylor past umpire Pollard. Might have just lost his run there, but he didn't bowl a no ball. The last couple of strides didn't look quite in sync.
And sometimes you feel great and don't take wickets, and sometimes you don't feel great and do. So, yeah, well, it is a mugs game, cricket.
Taylor 0 for 48 at the moment, as you can see on the board, on the short board at the bottom of the screen. Hammond has come now out into a short straight mid-off. Worrell has moved a bit wider. Higgins a bit squarer. Well, Gubbins, who's forced to play that into the gap, and he does so all the way along the ground to Dan Worrell. Just to remind you that because of time lost yesterday, we are playing a final session which has 39 overs in it. So 94 overs for Hampshire to bat today. Still 19 to go, and 5 of those against the old ball.
Well, direct Scott's going. Looks as though he's going to get 3 of them. Pressed 15 off 47. Scott runs past umpire White and bowls. Turned away to mid-wicket once again by Tom Prest. So this emerging pattern continues. Question is, will it result in a payoff for Gloucestershire? This is kind of the point where Gloucestershire's partnerships tended to reach when they were broken in the first innings. That, well, sort of 25 to 40 kind of range. Scott bowls to Prest full and offside this time. He's playing this one out into the covers for no run. Certainly looks as though these two are, they may just be saying to themselves, we're using this as an opportunity to be there for that second new ball, so that us as top order players are the ones facing it, and then we'll see that off, and the likes of de Grandhomme can come in and lay into an older ball. Scott bowls another good length delivery on off stump and defended out into the covers.
So they will be looking to bat, well, until tomorrow, these two, on that basis.
Indeed, yeah. And then see what happens tomorrow morning. So the weather forecast is changeable. As Scott bowls to Prest, who drives hard into the ground and lays fields above his head. I think normally you talk about the weather being changeable, but I think at the moment the weather forecast is changeable.
Well, maybe both may apply.
The weather forecast is changeable. Tom Lace going into quite a short extra cover position now. Scott moves in to bowl full and driven straight to Tom Lace as a bump ball. Traffic just winding up on the roads that we can see and probably hear as well behind us, and I wonder how many people actually took the day off work today, or those that have turned up slightly worse for wear in the morning.
I heard a story about one boss who said he would give all his workforce the day off if England won. That didn't happen, unfortunately.
Well, Scott bowls, and it's very full and clipped. Another load of dust coming up as Prest gets ground as well as ball, and it's yet another maiden over from George Scott. 5 overs, 3 maidens, none for 2. A slow-mo here of the ready position of the slips cordon, and James Bracey diving away to his right to take one two-handed. Well, Hammond adjusting his cap as well. As an added bonus at the end of the replay. This is quality stuff we're bringing you here.
Taylor and Dan Worrell just sharing a joke over something, or a bit of banter over something. It's just 2 more overs from Taylor probably, unless Worrell would like one just to get his rhythm going before the new ball's due. But Taylor to continue for the moment to the left-handed Gubbins, who clips that into the onside, but again straight to mid-on. 224 for 3 in reply to 229 all out. So Gloucestershire have 2 bonus points at the moment, and Hampshire have 4.
Yep. But the 2 for Gloucestershire is the key part, because it means bonus points are now irrelevant.
Gubbins saw it on the pad, but no appeal from anybody.
Other than a strangled shot from Miles Hammond at backward point. Of course, had the best view to judge that one.
He's probably about as good a view as we are. We are side on, obviously, at ground level. Gubbins with a very high backlip, but his first movement is generally forward. And Hampshire's run rate now down below 3.
They have done a good job of squeezing them since tea, but at the moment these 2 are looking pretty settled in what they're doing. But I think Gloucestershire will be disappointed either to see overs going off the board, or Hampshire batsmen not scoring very quickly.
Gubbins in bright sunshine now. This is when people really like outground cricket, when you have weather like this. Very, very bright out there actually.
It's like as though we might be set for quite a fine evening, because where the sun will set, it's quite clear, even though as we look out over the ground there's still quite a lot of cloud.
Taylor in, and Gubbins into the ground once more, and Lace has had a lot of fielding to do today. Some of it's been excellent, but a couple of bits he will not be happy with. Notably the drop off Ian Holland, which is one of those moments where a professional cricketer really isn't happy with himself. Taylor in, and let go by Gubbins. That might have been pretty close, judging by the reaction of both the bowler and those behind the stumps. Here's the replay. That's quite low, I think, actually, and wide enough that Gubbins would say it was a good one to leave.
We gave Matt Taylor a nod though, just to acknowledge it was a good ball, because I think Matt Taylor brought that one, well, it angled in and then brought that one away, and I think the oohs were as much for what might have happened had the ball continued on its line, and that it may not have been such a good leave had the ball done so. Scott into his 6th over, and almost certainly his penultimate one. Bowls now to Prest. Now they've decided that somebody else ought to do some fielding, so Tom Lace has not done enough fielding today, obviously, so he needs to go into that position where Tom Prest has hit 90% of his deliveries recently. Ollie Price's more conventional short mid-wicket, and Tom Lace has moved into the position where Tom Prest has hit the ball into. There's an awful lot of Toms out there. Scott bowls, and that's worked leg side, and Ollie Price has not managed to stop that one cleanly, but it was briefly in the air. Almost got what they were looking for. A single to the total, 225 for 3. Runs have been pretty rare of late, pressed up to 16.
3 of the Hampshire players having a wander around the ground. I think one of those is Weatherly, who...
Mason Crane and Brad Wheel, the other two.
Yeah.
Scott round the wicket to Gubbins, short cut and stopped. Stopped well by Tom Price at cover. The first, if not the first delivery that's been really off from Scott, and it wasn't that terrible a ball and didn't go for any runs. Here he goes once more round the wicket, and that's played with a outside edge but soft enough hands from Gubbins that it went straight down into the backward point region where Hammond fields. I wonder if anybody's having a word in James Bracey's ear at the moment, as if to say, go on, give me an over. Suggest possibly that the man standing next to him at first slip might be trying to talk himself into an over.
Ollie
Glenn
Price
Phillips
was just stretching a little bit.
Scott bowls forward, goes Gubbins, bat and pad very close together. Goes out into the mid-wicket area. This has been good stuff from George Scott. I think there's no question that he'll be getting another over. We'll do something slightly different for the other one is the question. And Phillips is certainly having a long discussion with James Bracey, but whether that's go on, give me a bowl, give me a bowl, I don't know.
Got 1 wicket already.
Scott bowls and Gubbins went slightly back to a full delivery there, but plays with the middle of the bat this time, and another over from George Scott that has gone through very cheaply, just the single off it. 6 overs, 3 maidens, none for 3. The score 225 for 3. Hampshire increasingly crawling their way towards being ahead in this match.
Now then, the fact that Ollie Price has been given the ball and he's going to bowl from the chapel end, I wonder if that's the indication that it might just be the cursory over, or would it be tempting to say, well, this old ball isn't going very far, we'll keep going with it?
A lot may depend on the next 6 balls, but then George Scott won't get too many more overs anyway, so you'd then have to change the bowling. Matt Taylor wouldn't be an option, and then you're almost forced to bowl Worrell or Higgins with the old ball unless you're going to bowl spin from both ends. So I'd imagine it might just be the 1 over. Scott might be able to bowl 8 overs in a spell. He might be able to bowl 9 if you asked him, but I imagine it's going to continue for too long at any rate.
So Ollie Price with the 79th over of the innings to Prest. He might have encountered, I suppose, in second 11 cricket. 225 for 3. Hampshire 4 runs behind. I think Worrell next over at the chapel end, judging by the signal from Higgins. And Hampshire take a quick single, backing up from George Scott as the throw from Miles Hammond goes to the bowler's end. Worrell and Higgins are clearly trying to decide which end they want here for the new ball. Pricing to go round the wicket to Gubbins. It's short and Gubbins cuts straight out to Worrell at deep point on the boundary, right over the bails. Another loopy throw. Pressed, waits for Ollie Price again, and that's turned into the onside rather more gently.
Ooh, now he has bowled it in, Dan Worrell.
Yeah, that was, it's an old ball, it'll be done for in a minute. So I suppose the umpires will get too but concerned about that. They don't like it ordinarily.
It's landing on green stuff anyway.
2 for the lead for Hampshire. They'll get it there. Gubbins plays that into the ground, fielded by Hammond at slip. Phillips is a short extra at the moment, quite straight. Ollie Price staying around the wicket. Might have straightened a little bit, but it's the end of his over. That is 79 gone, and Hampshire 228 for 3 in reply to Gloucestershire's 229 all out. Gubbins has 9. He's been in for nearly an hour and a half for those 9 runs, and Prest has 18. And we still have 15 overs to go on the day.
I think we finished round about 10 to 7 on one of the days against Middlesex. My memory's failing me, which it was. So I imagine it won't be too far off that. I can't imagine going to be hurrying through the overs here. Scott in, and that's down the leg side and no touch. Ollie Price was the only fielder who hopefully, I think he thought that others might join him in an appeal, but not. So the last over before the new ball is available, and I think we can be pretty certain will be taken. Scott to press to get struck on the pad, and it dribbles out into the leg side. Bracey has to hair off after it to make sure that they're not going to come back for what would have been quite a cheeky second run. Leg by taken, 229 for 3, so the scores are now level, but Hampshire have only lost 3 wickets. The new ball is going to have to do a serious job for Gloucestershire, because of course are the 2 who are going to use it.
Ball's dropping back right onto the boundary at long leg for Gubbins.
Scott bowls and Gubbins drives firmly, but there's not much of a gap there through the covers, and throughout his innings he's not been too successful in finding gaps larger than that, so he picked a pretty small one to find between short extra and cover. So another dot ball. In the nets, Gubbins would probably have had a 50 by now. Here goes Scott and bowls to Gubbins, who turns leg side, and this time played softly to Tom Lace at short mid wicket. And it's not as though he hasn't been playing shots in his vigil 9 off 65. He's played quite a lot of shots. They haven't all been just forward defensives out into the covers. Scott in and bowls, and Gubbins forward in defence playing back to the bowler. I'm sure there will be words exchanged between these two after the day's play. I wonder what along which lines. I wonder who was outboring who better. As Scott bowls and Gubbins reaches forward. I think he really wanted to hit one boundary off George Scott, but he's not managed to do so. And Scott, 7 overs, 4 maidens, none for 3. You really couldn't have asked for too much more from him in the situation that he's been bowling in. 229 for 3. The new ball will be available right as the scores are level. Gubbins 9 from 66 and Prest 18 from 60, and even Prest's own tally has dried up somewhat of late, but they're both there for the new ball.
I put on 34 together in 19.4 overs, so that tells you where they are with economy. Gloucestershire have taken 2 wickets since tea, only Holland out before that. A long opening stand 174 in 52 overs between Holland and Weatherly, and Holland was eventually caught by Bracey-off Phillips for 74, and then after tea,
A new ball has been taken.
and straight away Dan Worrell is going to come back for a burst with this second new ball. That both wickets since tea from the chapel end, which is where he'll be bowling from, both caught by Phillips off Higgins. Weatherly for 78 and Alsop for 15. Dan Worrell could do all 7 overs until stumps.
Yep, I think he probably could. Yep, so seems like a tidy amount of overs left, and did have a bit of a break off the field as well as between spells, so
It would mean he'd have bowled 23 overs today.
he's probably not got so much bowling after this match. Whether he plays the Surrey T20, not sure, and then the Somerset T20, and then there's a few days break before the 50 over tournament starts.
Or then with the scores level and with a new ball, comes in and bowls to Preston, who I think will find this a little bit of a different examination. This is Worrell's loosener for this spell.
He did withdraw the bat, yeah. It
Inside.
sort of felt like he did when we saw it live, but we're watching from mid-wicket.
Worrell, barrel-chested figure, and that's genuinely beaten him. I don't think you say he drew the bat from that. Here's the replay with Worrell coming into shot, and there's a definite prod.
Would have been a low catch to Bracey, that one.
3 slips back in for Worrell, past umpire Pollard, and that is nicked. Oh, what a catch that is! Tremendous catch by Ollie Price at 3rd slip. Prest has to go. It's low, it's one-handed, and Worrell has taken the 4th wicket. 229 for 4.
That is another one to add to the list of ridiculous catches we've seen. What a catch that was! That was travelling so quickly, and we identified last match, even though I think he maybe had one catch to take, how good Ollie Price's hands seemed to be, and he certainly showed them off there. So play inside the line, play and a miss, caught for Tom Prest with a new ball. And that's exactly what Gloucestershire want. They've got de Grandhomme in against the new ball. What a catch, though. Incredible stuff from Ollie Price. It was pretty much reactions because it was so low down as well. He hasn't really fumbled anything in the field either when he's had anything to do in the gully or in the slips. He's taken it. And that is a moment that he will remember for a long time.
Yeah, that will balance up his day, because he had a difficult time against Ian Holland earlier on, where he was reverse swept 3 times for 4 in the same over.
Yeah, and didn't add to his overnight score with the bat, so I would be disappointed with the way that he got out, really, because he batted so well the previous evening. It felt like there were, he'd almost done the hard work to see out the day. But that is a massive contribution there in the field.
Now de Grandhomme, who got 174 not out against Surrey at the Ageas Bowl. What can Dan Worrell trouble him with? That one's let go by the Kiwi off the first ball. So 229 for 4. You said 1 wicket before the new ball, so well, it's arrived straight away. So how many more tonight? So at least 2.
2, you would think, would be the number. I think if it were more than that, Gloucestershire would be delighted. If it were 1, well, I suppose you take anything you can get, don't you?
De Grandhomme waits for Worrell, and drives up to Jack Taylor, who seems to have been at mid-off for a lot of the day.
Constantly reminded that cricket isn't a game where you deserve anything, but surely even the hardest nosed Hampshire supporter wouldn't deny Dan Worrell 1 wicket for the way that he's bowled today.
Comes in once more, and de Grandon all down the leg side. Might have been a flick of a trouser or something, but taken by Bracey, and success for Worrell for the first time in this second innings at the start of his new ball spell. 17 overs, 1 for 30, 229 for 4 and a wicket maiden.
De Grandon, I suspect, is not somebody who's going just to sit there and face, say, 9 off 67 balls.
Which is what Gubbins has done.
I was leaving that cryptic. But in general, we wouldn't imagine that would be what de Grandon's game would be. He's at the non-striker's end though, as Gubbins faces up to Ryan Higgins, second over of the new ball from the College Lawn end, and there's a forcing drive off the back foot which goes straight to Matt Taylor at mid-on. Higgins jogging back to his mark. I haven't actually seen the over rate on the board yet, otherwise I would have been keeping you up to date with it. Not sure it's actually on there either, or it is on there, my eyesight's failing me. So Higgins round the wicket bowls to Gubbins, who's struck on the pad and trickling away down towards fine leg. They'll get 2 and they're going to get a third as Worrell had a fair way to go. So it'll be 3 leg byes, another contribution to the extras total, but a small round of applause from Hampshire to our left, because Hampshire are now in the lead. I suspect had the wicket not fallen in the previous over, it might have been a rather louder round of applause when they took the lead. So CDG, as his shirt says, faces up to Higgins, 3 slips in place. There's pretty much just the ring field and a long leg. Higgins to de Grandon, and there's a Yorker. Is that pad first? No, or at least if it was pad first, then umpire White decided that it was not going on to hit the stumps. We'll see whether we can see from the replay here. Well, it's quite hard to tell without slowing it way down, really, isn't it?
It was wide of the crease, Higgins, too. I thought it was going down the leg side.
Could well have been. Higgins in. De Grandon edges, caught! So Higgins strikes. It's another catch for Ollie Price. And de Grandon, I think it was really important to get him in against the new ball. He wasn't just going to sit there and defend. He went hard at a drive, and he is caught in the slips. And 5 down now. There's the replay. I mean, it's not an easy catch. Ollie Price has made it look easy, but I suppose in comparison to the one that he took before, it was relatively easy, but that was coming quickly. And I think it's especially difficult to field in the slips when we've seen some balls really carry through nicely and others have been really low down. You must not know where it's going to come. So I think that makes that catch even better than it was. De Grandon, having made a career best in his last innings, 174 not out, as Ian said, is out without scoring this time, and that brings out Lewis McManus. Well, talked about it really with respect to Matt Taylor, and almost in fact it was a career best match figures, I think, wasn't it, for Matt Taylor?
Career best match figures, yeah.
Career best match figures, and then has yet to add a wicket in this one, and similar for Colin de Grandon. Lead by 3, still 12 overs remaining tonight after this one, and McManus on strike as Higgins bowls, and McManus offers no shot through to Bracey. It goes. Certainly not through Hampshire yet by any stretch. McManus has scored good runs this year, 266, highest score 91, couple of 50s in there, average just under 30, and then you've got Keith Barker after that. Higgins bowls to McManus, and McManus leaves alone to end the over. That will be another wicket maiden, even though there was 3 leg byes, so that is some start with the new ball from Gloucestershire. Back-to-back wicket maidens.
174 for no wicket Hampshire were at one stage. Now 232 for 5. So 5 wickets have gone down for 58. Can Gloucestershire really force their way back into some sort of contention in the match? Can they keep importantly, can they keep Hampshire under 300? That's really what they need to do. Worrell in, and Cubbins, who, as Ed reminded us, has spent a lot of his career as an opener, is now not in a foreign situation at all. In fact, we might argue he's in a very familiar situation, because he's playing against a new ball. The advantage is he's been in for an hour, so he's not exactly coming to it cold. Worrell to bowl to him. Well, there were 2 sounds there. I wonder what if that had not got a nick off the bat first. I think Worrell would have been leaping in the air about that.
Yeah, ball's clearly doing enough out there for both Worrell and Higgins. The right men on in the situation. Higgins' 3 wickets have taken him now up to 6th place in the country in terms of championship wickets this season. Of course, he's missed 1 match as well.
Worrell over the wicket to McManus for the first time, taken by Bracey. 4 slips in now.
Past Sam Cook and Bryden Carse in this innings here. Only Craig Overton, Simon Harmer, Kyle Abbott, Chris Rushworth and Luke Fletcher have more wickets in the championship this season than Ryan Higgins.
Ace now is the 4th slip. McManus waits for Worrell. He lets that go. But they've got an extravagant leave outside the off stump.
I wonder how much the time of day affects things in terms of the mentality against this new ball. It always feels different towards the end of the day when you've got your 2 premier fast bowlers bowling. Must feel different to the batsman as well. I'm sure it does, because I've heard batsmen say so.
Worrell, and again McManus deciding that he's not going to play. I don't think he doesn't have to.
I forget who it was I was talking to at the Oval, but you know, I wondered before that whether it was one of these things that you just, you know, you look on from an outside perspective and think, well, it must be that towards the end of the day it feels very different. But no, it certainly does out in the middle as well, from what players have told me.
Worrell to McManus, again is letting that go. So at the moment, Worrell, despite the 1 wicket in the spell, is just bowling of a length where McManus feels he can leave it on height, or on length if you like. 232 for 5. In reply to 229, so Hampshire have a lead of 3, but they've lost 4 wickets since tea, and Gloucestershire would have to keep that trend going. Cubbins has 9, and McManus, as you can see, yet to score.
Well, I said we were going to have quite a clear evening, but it seems as though the clouds have returned, which may not be such a bad thing for Gloucestershire, but might also mean that we don't quite get the 11 overs that remain in the day. Higgins bowls and Gubbins clips that one away. That's beaten Worrell at mid-wicket, and that will be 4 runs. So some rare runs of late for Hampshire. Gubbins playing a nice shot off the back foot, just working through mid-wicket, working with the angle of Higgins, who sent it not too far towards leg stump, but said it was as much the length as anything else, which allowed Gubbins to do what he wanted with the ball. 237 for 5. Gubbins up to 14. Higgins over the wicket, bowls, and Gubbins goes back. Plays that one all along the ground up towards mid-on. I know I made a slightly snarky comment about he'd have 50 in the nets by now, but it's not, you know, there was an underlying point there of the fact that he's not actually looking all at sea out there. It's just that he hasn't got as many runs as perhaps he might have. He's timing the ball okay. Higgins bowls and forward goes Gubbins, and he has played with that bat and pad quite close together a few times, and I think that was the case again there, but more than enough bat on it up towards mid-off. Higgins maybe with a suggestion there.
There'll be a phrase you'd use in club cricket. It might be that he can't hit it off the square.
Well, he certainly could if the fielders weren't there, but
yeah.
Managed to get his second boundary away though this over. Higgins to Gubbins, and he clips hard, and Worrell fields it on a couple of bounces, and Gubbins, well, he's managed to smile about, was it 34 balls he took to get off the mark, somewhere in that region, and he was smiling when a few of his shots hit the fielder. That was a noticeable look of frustration that time.
So Ollie Price has come out from third slip now into that extra position to give it Higgins a mid-wicket.
Gubbins goes back, carves that one well backward, a square on the offside, wide third man, and 4 runs to the total, and that was a good shot from Gubbins once again, but this time just waited a little bit more for the ball, and the ball goes down towards the wide third man boundary for 4. There we go. You didn't need to see it again, actually. It was just captured perfectly the first time round. Gubbins has moved up to 18. Just laid back and let the ball come to him. And actually, I mean, that's one of the things that maybe you would say, because he's come at the ball a lot, Nick Gubbins. Higgins bowls, and this is cut, but this time it will be fielded by George Scott. But 2 boundaries in the over for Nick Gubbins, a real outburst. 8 runs in 5 balls in amongst his 18 off 77, as you can see on the card there. McManus yet to get off the mark. Gloucestershire desperate for at least 1 more wicket, which would really give them a chance to overturn whatever first innings deficit they end up having.
My screen has just frozen on the scorecard for a moment, but Hampshire ahead by 12. And McManus is hit on the pad. There's a big appeal. Pollard not interested.
Gotta say, from here, that one looked like the best LBW shout of the day.
Everybody up behind the stumps. Worrell up. Jack Taylor up. The only man who matters said not out. More again to McManus, who does get bat on this one. Squeezes it out on the offside.
You could also tell from the Gloucestershire fielders' reactions after the appeal was turned down how much better of a shout that was than some of their other ones, because they'd obviously made up their mind they were really going to shout for everything in this one. But that one difficult to tell really from the replay whether it was there was anything obviously wrong with it.
Worrell again to McManus and to Matt Taylor at mid-on. I think there were probably at least six players with a strong appeal.
Yeah, Worrell also went off towards cover, which would tend to lead you to believe that he felt like he should have had it. That tends to be where Dan Worrell likes to run after he takes a wicket.
Staying over the wicket here. The sun has gone in. Always don't manage to let that go. That's a good carry there too. Taken by Bracey. His strike rate is 23 runs per 100 balls at the moment.
Well, it was in single figures for a while. It feels like it may feel like a long day in the field for Gloucestershire, even though of course they were batting to start things off.
Again to McManus, and that's driven pleasantly past Jack Taylor. That will probably go for at least three. It might even go all the way to the rope. Jack Taylor's on the chase and he can't haul it in. It's probably the longest boundary on the ground up towards the chapel, and McManus has got away with a well struck boundary.
Nice shot. It did play a little bit away from his body when he played it, but well, if you're going to get the ball out of the middle of the bat with a straight drive, be too many arguments about whether it wasn't right underneath your eyes or not.
245 for 5, 16 the lead. Worrell again to McManus. He defends. The light has got a bit worse. It's not terrible. But
it's interesting because it certainly doesn't feel as dark as it did yesterday when they were still playing before the rain came down.
Not as dark at the moment.
I think, no, I don't think so. Paul Pollard is having a chat with the batsman, but not involving his colleague or any of the Gloucestershire players, so I have to wonder whether do Hampshire want to go off? It's hard to know, isn't it? Because do they want time taken out of this game? Well, hard to know. Maybe they want this time taken out of the game.
Yes, Damrell's got some boot trouble there. His Velcro straps come undone. He's just do that up again.
Higgins bowls, and that's forced back to the bowl. Higgins with the immediate turn, but McManus hadn't gone anywhere at all. One of these days, though, Higgins will effect the run out that way. Always alert to it, but not too many times you see that at this level. There goes Higgins, and he bowls. Gubbins plays that one off really the toe end of the bat out into the mid-wicket area. Just a few deliveries which he's at least acted as though they've stayed down a little bit lower than he expected, but still see nothing in the way of extravagant low bounce or extra bounce. Higgins to Gubbins, who cuts and gets this one away backward of square, and that will be 4 more. So the 4th boundary for Nick Gubbins, and it's just as he's allowed himself that extra fraction of a second to wait for the ball to come to him. Here is the replay. Not that short, not that wide. There's 2 boundaries he's now got through that region, and he wasn't looking to hit through that region before. Everything, he was so determined to get runs well in front of square with the drive especially. Now he's scoring runs behind square, the lead up to 20. Gubbins say up to 22.
James Bracey did have 3 slips in there, but he pulled Ollie Price out, and since then that's where Gubbins has started to profit.
Higgins bowls and Gubbins. Again, that bat and pad is fairly close together when he defends, but inside edge and pad both involved. But the little bit of the early sting of this new ball's just been nullified lately by Gubbins in particular, but still got McManus in there, just the 12 balls faced. As Higgins bowls and Gubbins drives, but drives off the inside half with a closed bat face up to mid-on. However, I think I saw the no ball. Did I see the no ball signal? No, perhaps not. I thought Robbie White was signalling the no ball there, but it hasn't gone up on the board. But actually the fact that they're still bowling would lead you to believe there must have been a no ball, because perhaps not. Higgins bowls and forward goes Gubbins, playing it up towards mid-off. There's no run. I thought I saw the arm extended, but obviously not, in fact. Or yes, there was a no ball. I thought I saw it, but we're now going to have 7 balls in the over if there wasn't a no ball. I think there's a certain amount of confusion to my right as well. Watch the scoring. There was a no ball off the 4th ball. Higgins bowls, and that's driven straight to short extra cover, and there is no run. So Hampshire's 250, I think, is up, even though it hasn't gone up on the board or seemingly actually been registered by the scorers. Which ball was it? 4th.
4th ball, we think.
So I think that's 6 runs off that over.
It has gone up on the board now.
There we go. 251 for 5 is the score. So it's denied the Hampshire bench the opportunity to applaud the 250.
With the shot off the bat, both umpires having a chat at the sanitisation break. But we're going to continue for the moment. And I mean, if this session is cut short, then that will just mean that there will be a newer ball to bowl within the morning. Almost that Gloucestershire might get 2 stabs at this. 2 wickets with it already.
Sort of balancing act, isn't it? Because Gubbins would have had to start his innings again, but at the same time, you know, late on in the evening you've got a new batsman in McManus, who you'd probably quite like to bowl at now.
And they will get the opportunity, at least initially. We're getting into that area 6:30 where light may become a problem. McManus down the leg side, taken by Bracey. McManus didn't get a touch. Holland for 74 and Weatherly for 78. Hampshire openers today who really have laid the platform for this score. 174 partnership for the first wicket. Only Holland out before tea, and then since tea Weatherly plus Allsop for 15, Prest for 18 and de Grandhomme for no score. The men out. Worrell into McManus, who lets that go, and Bracey doesn't take it clear. We've only got the gap badly on the end of his fingers. He didn't like that. Threw both gloves off straight away. Coming right at the end of the day, that will be a bit sore. Just going to put the left inner back on first. I'm not sure which hand was the problem, but he, you know, look at the left one by the looks of it. He threw the gloves off straight away, didn't he?
I forget which hand it was where the index finger was in a big bandage. And I saw it the other day. Constant problem for wicketkeepers. He's had so many low takes of late.
McManus forward as far as he can stretch, really. Taken by George Scott. So the lead is 22. And again the sirens of an ambulance going down the Sanford Road. This was 4th over with the second new ball. Manus again, I think, intent on defence here.
Yeah, well, there's not too much else to do at this point. If a bad ball comes along, then you're ready for it. But having really, for most of the evening session, seemingly had a more defensive mindset, or been forced possibly into a more defensive mindset. Don't see it changing too much now.
Well, to McManus. Oh, he does chop at that. Tries to cut it down with the gap between third slip and backward point. Doesn't get a touch. Extras up to 40 for the innings with that latest no ball in the last over.
Total for the 87th over, and a really poor shot that from McManus. And how many of those kind of floated outside the off-stump shots have we seen today, particularly from Holland? But how many have we seen go past the outside edge and not take it?
Morrell again. McManus drives straight to Jack Taylor. By comparison, there were only 9 extras in the Gloucestershire innings.
Yeah, you'd have to say one way or another it is too many, really. And, you know, as I say, you look at a lot of the buys, and actually the vast majority of them Bracey couldn't have stopped, and leg buys are just going to happen. It's the 18 runs for the no balls that is the big issue. And yes, maybe the 18 runs might not make the difference, but it's a pretty sizable number of runs to be giving away. 7 overs theoretically remain in the day. Ryan Higgins to bowl the first of those. Gubbins still batting well outside his crease. So Higgins is in and bowls. Forward Gubbins playing out into the extra cover region. I don't know whether it's just Gubbins. I guess it just shows you, doesn't it? Gubbins already in and set for the new ball, and he's not looked in much difficulty at all against it. But the difference between him and, say, for example, de Grandon coming out and trying to negotiate it, very different. Higgins bowls over the wickets, and that's driven firmly, but Jack Taylor stops at mid-off. It's kind of that in-between light at the moment, where the light isn't bad by any stretch. There's still a fair bit of brightness in the sky, but just because it's late evening brightness, it makes it quite difficult to see. Higgins to Gubbins, who plays that one out towards, I say towards the fielder at deep backward point, is actually not going to make it anywhere near him. And they'll pick up a single, so he weren't too disappointed to give Gubbins the single. He scored a couple of boundaries in that region. They were also looking to stop the boundaries from happening, and Higgins will get a go at McManus. And I'm not actually sure if he's bowled at McManus yet, has he? Or if you know off the top of your head, I will.
18 balls. I've switched.
He has. He's bowled 2 balls, and I think 2 balls, his very first 2 balls, Higgins bowls, and that's left, well wide of off stump. And I think, yeah, since his very first 2 balls of his innings, McManus hasn't faced Ryan Higgins. So having to take a...
The one provider I normally look at for the scores is almost freezing at the moment, so I've gone to a second one which doesn't tell me.
Well, I've scrolled through the comment. Well, I say they call it the commentary, but it's the ball by ball. But That does appear to be the case from what I can see. Anyway, Higgins bowls to McManus. It's very full and straight, and defensively played back to the bowler. And they are, these two, just killing a few overs of the new ball, even if they most likely will have to face Higgins and Worrell tomorrow morning as well. All is getting older and older. Last ball of this over, Higgins bowls and McManus goes back and turns that one away behind square on the leg side. They'll probably turn that into 2, and they will as the throw comes in from the fielder moving round from long leg. McManus more than quick enough between the wickets, so he's got 6 overs remain. The lead is 25 for Hampshire, so at the very least Gloucestershire have made sure that Hampshire haven't charged away from them at the end of this day, but things still very much in Hampshire's favour. Whether Gloucestershire can just prize out one more before the close, I think that's what they're looking for now.
There's a little bit of, there's no sunshine around, but there's just a little bit of brightness in the far distance. I don't know whether we can benefit from that as an aircraft goes overhead. Worrell wants Higgins to go a little bit finer. He's at square cover. There is no backward point on the boundary. Worrell into Gubbins, who lets that go outside the off stump. Let's play a shot. So he's 2 hours Gubbins has been in for his 23.
Proper batting.
Matt Taylor just getting himself loosened up in case there might be a call to him to bowl a couple of overs at the end of the day.
This is the only action in the country now. All the other matches have either reached their close through rain or end of overs.
Worrell over the wicket to Gubbins, who again defends it on the offside. So much anticipation about this festival. I know that, I think you said on the first day it felt as if you were running on adrenaline to get through it, and yet after today there are only 3 days cricket left here at Cheltenham.
Yeah, we've gone from having a lot left to it almost being over.
Worrell in and off the outside half of Gubbins is back straight to George Scott at backward point. No, right, it always goes quickly.
Yeah,
always goes quickly.
So much more crucial cricket to play, including of course a match against Surrey in the T20, where if Gloucestershire win they can secure their spot in the quarter-finals.
And as I say, if the forecast is right, there might be a little bit of time taken out of the game tomorrow, but Worrell in once more and Gubbins lets that go. But Hampshire are probably in a position where you could lose a session possibly, and it might not affect them, their tactics. They probably still want to bat once. Worrell into Gubbins, who again lets it go.
So I wonder whether we might not be in too dissimilar a situation to the reverse fixture. Of course, it was only a few overs of the previous evening before Gloucestershire had to bat out an entire day. Gloucestershire may have to bat out a good 4.5 sessions maybe, but they might be able to get, if they bat, have to bat extremely well whatever happens if Hampshire do get a very sizable lead, but they might be able to overhaul Hampshire's total and then take more time out of the game that way.
Gubbins into the onside, just take one, and once again he keeps the strike. He's protecting McManus quite a lot here, Gubbins, with some proper top order batting against the new ball. I wouldn't say it's riveting to watch, but he's doing a job for his team. And 255 for 5, so the lead is 26, and there are 5 overs left on the day, if my maths is right.
Yeah. I'd imagine actually that we may well indeed get all 5. Light is not getting substantially worse.
In fact, there's that little bit of a blue sky that I was mentioning has actually just lifted the light just a touch.
Yes, it's got better if anything. It's very true. Matt Taylor is going to come into the attack, so in fact it will not be Higgins and Worrell until the end. Get a 3 over burst, you'd imagine, of Matt Taylor. Dan Worrell's also put his cap back on at mid-wicket, so either Higgins will change ends or there will be a double change. Matt Taylor is there and bowls to Gubbins, who goes back and plays that one out towards the covers and doesn't pick up a run. I certainly don't mind this move at all, because it had just begun to look a little bit settled against Higgins and Worrell in the last few overs.
Would you try something different? Would you give Ollie Price a couple of overs? Give Phillips a couple of overs? Is that
Ball's quite new, isn't it?
A bit too radical?
Here goes Matt Taylor and bowls, and that's driven gloriously through extra cover by Nick Gubbins. That is what he has been looking for almost 100 balls for. Finally gets one of those drives through the gap, and beautiful shot it was. Here is the replay, and you can't argue too much with that, even if you are a Gloucestershire fan. I wouldn't have thought, because cricket shots don't get too much better than that. A flowing extra cover drive from Nick Gubbins to bring him his 5th boundary. Lead goes up to 30. I suspect maybe a couple of overs from Tom Price. Here goes Matt Taylor, and he bowls short, and that's cut by Gubbins, but there's the fielder out at deep point. He's able to keep it down to just the 1. That's the shot that's got Gubbins going. Shot behind square, cut shot, kind of, well, almost between cut shot and square drive, really. 260 for 5, and McManus carves out his crease mark, and Matt Taylor will come round the wicket. Not much of a surprise that he is elected to do that. Still 3 slips in. Pretty much everybody else on the ring other than fine leg. As Matt Taylor bowls to McManus, who plays that one out towards Scott at backward point. Pick up a run. I actually really see anybody loosening up. So does that mean that Higgins might change ends? I wonder. Or
he doesn't mind bowling either end, does
no,
he?
exactly. And for Higgins, it's not been the world's longest spell. Matt Taylor in and bowls, and Alice is forward and playing that one out into the covers, and there was definitely not a single there. He's put his cap back on, though. So here the scorers going through the extras again to our right, and it takes more time than you would like. Last ball of the over, Matt Taylor to McManus, who's forward in defence. Rolls it up to mid-off. Higgins picks the ball up. Who's going to take the sweater off? It is Tom Price coming from long leg, so he's only going to get a couple of overs. He should have had a wicket today. This was the bowling off which the pull shot played by Holland, pardon me, was put down by Tom Lace at mid-wicket. So he should have one in the wickets column. Can he get one here?
Tom Price. Bowling from the Chapel end, Tom Price.
Higgins is just having a brief chat, maybe to talk about the line to Gubbins. He's going to stay going to play bowl round the wicket. Tom Price to the left-hander. Dunwell's gone to deep backward square, and George Scott in front of a square cover. So Price around the wicket. 4 overs left in the day. He'll bowl 2.
Bowled consistently in his last spell, did Tom Price. And
dare I say, he's bowled a lot better from the Chapel end than he has from the College Lawn end.
yeah, and it's also he's bowled better in his second spell, from his second spell onwards, than he has in his first spell both matches. Whether that's a pattern or not, I don't know.
Past umpire Pollard. Gubbins squirts that away outside half of the bat, gets a single down to Dan Worrell. I would assume that Price will come back over the wicket now for the right-handed McManus.
It's not actually, it's not that he's bowled badly in his first spells either match. It's just that actually he showed us how metronomic he can be in that Middlesex match, and in general that's what he's done after his first spell. We're only talking about fine margins here.
261 for 5. Hampshire. McManus lets that go. It's taken very low down by James Bracey. So the lead is 32.
Is listed rather ungenerously, I've got to say, as right arm medium on the site that I'm looking at the moment. I have to say, I think he's got to qualify as a step up from that.
Price over the wicket to McManus, who drives pleasantly for 4. In the gap between mid-off and cover point, down in front of the scoreboard. If that's if that scoreboard is like a sighter, then McManus has hit the bullseye with that, because that's gone straight towards it like a tracer bullet.
That is a glorious shot. A checked follow through from McManus, and we may have seen 2 of the shots of the day right at the end here. That extra cover drive from Gubbins, and then that one from Lewis McManus, which may even have been better.
Tom Price continues to strive for a wicket. That's cut us 4 more. So having pitched one up and then cut his length back a bit, both have been dispatched in the same way. Off this over from Tom Price.
That is a long hop, that last one. You don't mind so much getting driven, although of course you don't want it to be you don't quite want it to be driven that gloriously for 4, but that's the delivery that you can't afford to bowl. So that will get put away every single time.
McManus on 14. Tries to bowl 2 and he lets that go. They've come back a bit because there was a yelp from behind the stumps, and Price also put his hands over his eyes, disbelieving at how that didn't produce more. 269 for 5. The lead then 40, and Gloucestershire have got to keep it, well, as low as possible.
Yeah, things have just started to creep away from Gloucestershire towards the end of the day here, and they at the very least need to get through these 3 overs without conceding too many runs. Matt Taylor bowls over the wicket to Gubbins, who leaves that one alone, and credit to Hampshire as well. They've actually not really taken much of a backwards step towards the end of the day. They've actually almost seen it the other way.
37 these two have added.
I don't think they've necessarily gone after anything that hasn't been there to go after, but it would have been quite easy to see de Grandhomme nick off and then think, well, we can't play too many more shots now, as Matt Taylor bowls and Gubbins won't play a shot of this one. Through to James Bracey. It would have been easy to take a backward step after that, but they've certainly not done that, and they've helped to take their lead already into the more than useful territory. And it's rather hard to see 5 wickets going down for 20 runs tomorrow. Matt Taylor bowls, and that's driven without timing at all, and Gubbins is now examining his bat to check whether there's a crack in it. Made its way out to Tom Lace at extra cover. I suppose, though, he didn't necessarily see 6 wickets in the evening session of the Middlesex match, but final day that was, but equally these are not the same opposition, and this is not the same match. Matt Taylor in and bowls, and Gubbins goes forward. A bit of a hop as he played that one. So far, at least this over, Matt Taylor is drying things up as far as the runs are concerned.
Well, when Gloucestershire's turn does come to bat, they have to just bat time.
Yeah. Here goes Matt Taylor, and he bowls to Gubbins, who's forward in defence once again.
The debate will be, if we have a full day tomorrow, they will be batting time. If there is any kind of interruption for showers, or if there's any time taken out of the game, I suppose they are still batting time in a way, but they have to get ahead and then eke time out of the match as well, much as they did at the GS Bowl.
Pushed up towards mid-off, and that ends a maiden over from Matt Taylor. I guess the question is whether they can replicate the kind of, well, they need an Eskenazi-Mitchell type partnership, don't they? At least one of those. And you wonder, I mean, you look at the nature of most of the batting in Gloucestershire's lineup, particularly when you get down towards the middle order. Somebody's going to have to go quite against their natural game in order to play those kind of vigils down there. So once again, a lot of the burden falls on James Bracey, I think you'd have to say, as somebody who Gloucestershire would really need to bat for a long period of time in their second innings, and that's a lot of burden to shoulder for Bracey, given that he's got the gloves and his captain.
Tom Price with his last over of the day. McManus defends. Back up the pitch. Seems a long time ago since Hampshire took those last 4 wickets this morning, and it is 6 minutes to 7, and we have been playing all day without interruptions, but because of obviously adding overs from yesterday, why we're still here at this time. 4 wickets for 15 in 7 overs and 4 balls back at the start of the day. Price to McManus, who again is defending with some purpose. So Barker, Abbott, Crane and Wheel, probably in that order. when it comes to it for Hampshire. The lead is 40 in this penultimate over, and Manus lets that go with Gloucestershire having taken 3 wickets, 4 wickets since tea, and 2 with the second new ball.
Yeah, sort of threatened briefly to be a real flurry of wickets that would lead Gloucestershire to a terrific, well, not quite terrific, but a decent position actually.
McManus again defends.
But just the last few overs, they just seem to bed themselves back in. Gubbins in particular, mind you, Gubbins actually never really looked in much trouble, but it's the way that McManus has come in, and even though it's only 14, McManus has played perhaps the 3rd most important innings of the day for Hampshire.
Nearly yorked by Tom Price, but digs that out.
Other than, of course, the 2 openers who really set everything up for Hampshire with that larger opening partnership.
Yeah, a couple of missed chances there, which obviously were costly. Weatherly dropped on 12, Holland dropped on 46. Tom Price in, and McManus defends. I think that that's probably his work done for the day. They expect Gubbins to see out the last over, presumably. And lead of 40 with 5 wickets in hand. Gloucestershire got to keep Hampshire. If they could keep them under 300 from here, they'd be absolutely over the moon. But
well, yeah, that's looking looking very difficult. Even lower down, Brad Wheels coming off something like a 45. I should probably have checked that before I opened my mouth. It was 45. 45 against Surrey in the last match, so he's got runs. Kyle Abbott's more than capable of a few useful runs too. But here's the last over of the day, and it's driven in the air, and it's been taken, but the question is, was it a bump ball? And it looks as though it was, because there was a lot of excitement. Ollie Price, the fielder, once again in the gully, and well, again, you'd need to slow it down to be certain of exactly what happened, but I think judging by the fact that Gloucestershire didn't all rush around to congratulate Ollie Price immediately, they knew that it was a bump ball. Matt Taylor in and bowls and rises up a little bit on Gubbins, just coming
that
forward
would have been
a
quite
little.
something, a 3rd catch for
It would, yeah.
Ollie Price.
Well, a wicket in the last over as well, which, especially
Since
if it
tea.
were that of Gubbins, would have meant that things felt quite different tomorrow morning. Or at least have given themselves the opportunity with this new ball of coming out and making serious inroads tomorrow morning, as Gubbins touches that one into the leg side, and Worrell will pick up, who is quite deep out at forward square leg, and so a comfortable single taken, 270 for 5. Gubbins up to 31, so McManus's work, as it turned out, was not done for the day. 3 deliveries remain. Matt Taylor once again around the wicket, doing his best to shine the ball.
14 overs old in the morning, so not. There's a little bit of hardness there.
There goes Matt Taylor, and in fact he's not going to, because he's just lost his run, or it's not been. Well, I don't know actually, judging by the stamp there, he either worked out that that wasn't a point that he should be taking off from, or I think things just didn't particularly feel right underfoot. And as you said, he's not somebody who goes flowingly through the crease. There's a sort of a point at which he, as he comes in now, just there, where he just stops a little bit to gather himself. As McManus drives up to mid-off for no run. It's the kind of the gather, and then he goes into the action. So if things don't feel right at the point of the gather, then things would go wrong if you release the ball. 2 deliveries remaining in the day. The finish line in sight for McManus. It's Matt Taylor in and bowls, and that's played away comfortably behind square to George Scott at backward point. And this really would be rather dramatic if something were to happen off the last ball of the day. It has been known 1 or 2 times, but not particularly in recent memory. A little wicket this season off the last ball before tea, but last ball before the end of the day, not so much. Here it is, Matt Taylor bowls to McManus, who is beaten the last ball of the day. Been a fair few plays and misses, not many of late though. Really the first time McManus looked in any bother off the last ball. Matt Taylor just on the angle, bringing it in and then taking it away from McManus. It did miss his outside edge by quite some distance, but Gloucestershire have at least given themselves something to take into tomorrow with the flurry of wickets with the new ball, but it is still very much Hampshire's game to lose at this point. 270 for 5. Gubbins well set on 31. Important that he was there at the end of the day, and he can start things off tomorrow with McManus, who played well for his 14, steadied the ship after the quick wickets of Prest and de Grandon. But overall, as I say, it is Hampshire who are very much in the ascendancy. They lead by 41, which is already a very handy number of runs, and even if Gloucestershire were to take 5 wickets very quickly tomorrow, it's going to be a sizable lead for Hampshire.
The ground staff are out, cutting the outfield. Maybe because they think there might be, maybe this is the best time to do it at the end of the day's play. The bowling figures were all 21 overs, 8 maidens, 1 for 36. Higgins 23 overs, 9 maidens, 3 for 50, including 2 wickets after tea. In fact, all 3 wickets after tea, in fact. Matt Taylor 21 overs, 4 maidens, none for 54. Tom Price 11 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 43. Ollie Price 6 overs, no maidens, none for 36. Glenn Phillips 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 26. Got the wicket of Holland just before the tea break. And George Scott, who bowled up to the second new ball, 7 overs for just 3 runs. Hampshire then in the pound seats as things stand. The forecast for tomorrow is that there may be a little bit of showery rain around, but we've missed most of it so far here at Cheltenham, and the game could move a long way tomorrow. I hope you can join us then at 11 o'clock for that. Thanks to Shane and James and Connor and Cameron, and to Jake for all the camera work today. Hope you can join Ed and I tomorrow at 11 o'clock. 270 for 5, Hampshire at the close in reply to Gloucestershire's 229 all out. They lead by 41. The game is not done yet by any means, but Gloucestershire will have to battle really hard to avoid defeat. Join us tomorrow if you can at 11. Until then, from Cheltenham, where it's a pleasant evening now. Good night.